This video is designed to help you relax or fall asleep. Before we begin, if you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time it is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. This all started when I stumbled across a conversation about the deep web in an online gaming forum. People were swapping stories about underground auctions and secretive sites where you could score anything from rare comic books to the sort of stuff you'd rather not think about. It was like a car crash on the internet, horrible to think about, but somehow you can't help but look. Despite all the warnings, my curiosity was piqued. I had to see if the rumors were as true as they were saying. I began by hunting down how to access this hidden part of the internet. It wasn't straightforward, and I had to use special software that masked my location. The whole process felt like I was gearing up for a spy mission, except the only thing I was risking was possibly my peace of mind. My first stop was a site that was supposedly a treasure trove for collectors like me. It was surprisingly mundane at first glance, just pages of items with pictures and prices. I scrolled through sections of vintage video games and limited edition figurines, feeling a bit underwhelmed but still intrigued by the sheer volume of stuff available. That's when I started noticing the sidebar ads. They were different. Darker. Suggesting sites that were a few clicks too far from legal. I remember pausing, my cursor hovering over a link. My stomach told me to stop, knowing that I was about to cross a line from which I couldn't uncross, but then that whispering voice of curiosity nudged me forward. I clicked. The transition was gradual. I went from a site selling stolen artwork to another, auctioning items that seemed to come straight out of crime scenes or horror movies. I remember one particular item, a dusty, old doll, and a description that claimed it was haunted. It was creepy, sure, but then I read the comments. People weren't just buying these things, they were trading experiences and stories about them. It was a community, thriving in the shadows of the internet. The deeper I went, the heavier the air felt, like diving into deep water, pressure building against my chest. It was so exciting. One night, I found myself on a site that didn't just sell items, it offered experiences. Live feeds from cameras placed in abandoned asylums, prisons, and other places that were supposed to be haunted. The first feed I clicked on was a grainy video of an old hospital hallway. The description said to watch and listen. Sometimes, you could hear the screams of past patients. I watched, and I listened. And something in the pit of my stomach twisted when a distant wail filtered through my speakers. It was probably fake, but it sounded so real. Too real. That should have been enough to stop me. But it was not. I kept going back, night after night, drawn by a mix of fear and fascination. It wasn't long before the whispers started. Soft, unintelligible murmurs that would creep up when the room was too quiet, making me pause my music or video to listen closely. I'd turn around fast, half expecting someone to be right there behind me. But there was never anyone there. One particularly quiet night, as I sat trying to convince myself to stay off my computer, an email notification popped up. No subject, just a link. My first instinct was to delete it, but I was used to clicking on dangerous links at this point. I clicked on it, and a tab opened on my computer that looked like code or a script. Before I could even react and try to close the window, it was gone. I immediately knew that I'd messed up. I only ever clicked on random links while I was using the software that is supposed to protect you on the deep web. This was just an email on my normal computer, no protection, and I stupidly clicked the link thinking I was protected. Whatever this was had definitely infected my computer. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. I frantically installed the best antivirus software I could find and tried deleting anything on my computer that seemed suspicious. I spent hours on forums looking for answers. I was too scared to stay in my apartment, but too scared to leave. Feeling trapped in a nightmare of my own making. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Shadows moving, lights flickering. Every noise made me jump. I was spiraling. I was a paranoid mess. As days passed, the situation only escalated. My computer became almost autonomous, sprouting new software applications that I hadn't installed. These programs would open randomly, displaying cryptic messages or just running in the background, their purposes unknown but undoubtedly sinister. I tried to remove them, but they seemed to regenerate with every reboot, each time taking a little more control away from me. The emails turned from vague threats to explicit demands. They wanted money, a substantial amount, transferred to a Bitcoin wallet within a week, or they would start leaking my personal information. With each new message, they included a snippet of data they had stolen from my computer, bank statements, private emails, photos, proof that they weren't just bluffing. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I'd been poking around in the digital underworld and got burned? I felt trapped, unsure of how far these people would go or what they were capable of. One morning, after a particularly sleepless night, I received a package at my doorstep. No return address, just a small, nondescript box. Inside was a cheap burner phone and a note that read, "Keep this with you. We'll call." The reality of the threat hit home. I wasn't just dealing with digital ghosts anymore, this was real and tangible. I was on edge all the time, jumping at every phone call, every notification. Then, the burner phone rang. A distorted voice on the other end instructed me to stop investigating the sites I'd visited on the deep web, to pay the Bitcoin, and to forget everything I'd seen. The voice warned that if I didn't comply, the consequences would reach beyond just me. It was clear they knew enough about my life to make good on that threat. I had to make a choice, and I had to make it quickly. Could I really pay these people? The amount they wanted was more than the deposit I had saved for my house. They'd seen how much I had in my bank account, they expected me to take out huge loans, and detailed in the emails how I could claim I was a victim of fraud so that I wouldn't have to pay the loans back. What was to stop them from coming back for more? I realized then that I couldn't keep living in fear, jumping at shadows, waiting for the next email, the next call. I decided to leave, at least for a while, to get away from the reach of my home, the hacked devices, the constant surveillance I felt. Even if it was just paranoia, it was consuming me. I packed a bag with essentials and left the house, planning to stay at a motel out of town. But as I was leaving, my phone pinged with an email notification. It was another link, this time with a simple message. "Watch before you go." Against my better judgment, I clicked. It was a video of my own house. It was a video of me walking out. Someone was watching me in real time, and they wanted me to know it. I felt anger, and I realized that running wouldn't solve anything. They could still reach me, wherever I went. I needed help. I drove straight to the police station. I told them everything, from the deep web browsing to the emails and the video. It was out of my hands now, but the response was disheartening. They took my statements and evidence but warned me that cybercrimes, especially those routed through the dark web, were notoriously difficult to trace and prosecute. Their resources were limited, and without immediate threats to my physical safety, they could only offer surveillance tips and monitor my case from a distance. I tried explaining to them that there must be someone literally sitting outside my house all the time watching, but they really weren't interested in investigating. Fearing for my safety and mental well-being, I decided to consult a cybersecurity expert. The expert confirmed my worst fears. My system was deeply compromised and my personal data was probably being sold on the dark web. The advice was drastic but clear. I needed to wipe all my devices, change all my passwords, and essentially start my digital life over. Even with these measures, I would likely have issues for the rest of my life and would never be able to get a loan. I followed the advice, wiping every device and securing my accounts, but the damage was done. Every email notification and every phone call brought a wave of anxiety. I started receiving small packages at my home, no return address, sometimes just a small piece of tech or a cryptic note. It was a psychological game, a way to remind me that I was being watched. One night, as I tried to salvage some semblance of normalcy, an email arrived with a link. This time, I didn't click it. Instead, I forwarded it to the cybersecurity expert. They analyzed the link in a secure environment and reported back with chilling news. It was a live feed, a video of the front of my house, timestamped just minutes before. That was the final straw. Realizing that the threats had transcended the digital realm and could potentially endanger my physical safety, I decided I couldn't stay in my home any longer. I packed a bag with essentials, secured my house as best I could, and left to stay with a friend in another city, hoping distance might offer some protection. Now, living in this temporary haven, I spend my days looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, wondering if every stranger might be connected to the dark web ring that upended my life. The police haven't been able to make any arrests, their updates sparse and unhelpful. They tell me they're doing what they can, but their reassurances do little to mitigate my fear. Every day is a battle against the anxiety that they might find me again, that the next link sent to my email or phone won't just be a video but a real and final threat. The deep web had seemed like a distant, abstract danger, but I just had to keep digging deeper. My life is completely ruined. I don't know how I'll survive. My name is Alex. I'm a 28-year-old accountant living in Austin, Texas. About 3 years ago, while I was still settling into what I hoped would be a breezy life, my curiosity about the dark corners of the internet led me down a path I now regret stepping onto. I had heard of the deep web during my college days. I knew it was full of illegal stuff, but I had no idea just how bad things actually were. I began my journey into the deep web mostly out of boredom and a pinch of naivety. At the time, I was living alone, my days filled with work and the occasional video game during weekends. My experience with computers made me confident. I knew my way around the internet better than most, and I thought I could navigate the deep web without getting in over my head. One night, while digging through online forums about data security, I stumbled upon a thread discussing the deep web. The users talked about it as a kind of digital Wild West, a place without rules where anonymity was king. My interest was piqued. I thought, what harm could a little exploration do? I set up a VPN, downloaded the necessary browser, and jumped in. The first site I visited was relatively mundane. An online marketplace selling rare books. The interface was clunky, like websites from the early 2000s, and I scrolled through pages of old texts and manuscripts, amused that such a normal activity was considered part of the dark internet. This innocuous start made me bolder. I began visiting more sites, clicking through forums and black markets, intrigued by how vast this hidden part of the internet was. But as I went deeper, the content wasn't so innocent. It became darker. I stumbled upon a site auctioning off items that clearly shouldn't have been for sale, personal data, hacked accounts, and more sinister listings. The reality of what I was doing started to sink in. I remember pausing over a listing for a genuine haunted relic, complete with supposed proof in the form of eerie, blurred photos and testimonials from previous buyers. My rational mind told me it was all scams and theatrical flair, but a part of me couldn't help but feel unnerved. My descent didn't stop there. I found myself on a site that offered live videos. That night, I stumbled upon a site that was nothing like the usual fare of rare collectibles or black market tech. It streamed live surgeries being performed, not for educational purposes, but for an audience that seemed to get off on it. The first video I clicked on was a live surgery being conducted in what looked like a rundown clinic. Definitely not up to any health or safety standards I knew. The room was dimly lit, the walls stained and the equipment outdated. A man, presumably a doctor, though he wore no identifying scrubs, was bent over a patient lying on a bare metal table. There was no anesthesia from what I could tell. The patient was unnervingly still, perhaps sedated by less conventional means. The doctor worked with a calm precision that belied the grim setting he was in, removing an organ with an unsettling nonchalance. The scene was gruesome, and yet I couldn't look away. The stream had a chat feature, and the comments rolled in. Viewers were placing bets, discussing the condition of the extracted organ, some even praising the doctor's technique. Driven by a mix of horror and intrigue, I found myself returning to the site night after night. The surgeries varied, from amputations to more invasive procedures. And with each visit, my initial disgust battled with a growing morbid curiosity. I started paying for access to specific streams that promised unprecedented surgeries, telling myself it was just curiosity, that this was just another type of extreme content readily available on the dark web. Weeks passed, and my nocturnal viewings became a habit. But then, things took a sinister turn. One evening, as I stepped out for a late-night store run, I noticed a van parked across the street from my apartment. It was nondescript, but something about it felt off. When I returned, the van was still there, and I could see figures inside, their faces obscured. A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed off the paranoia and headed inside. The next night, after watching another disturbing surgery, I heard noises outside my apartment. Peering through the blinds, I saw the same van, and this time, I could make out the figures moving towards the building's entrance. Panic set in as I realized that the interest in these streams might have attracted the wrong kind of attention, perhaps from those involved in the broadcasts. I grabbed my keys and phone and slipped out through the back door, just as I heard the front door of my building slam. I sprinted down the alley, my heart pounding in my chest. As I glanced back, I caught a glimpse of the men following me. Their accents were distinctly Brazilian, shouting to each other as they searched. I didn't stop running until I reached a more populated area, my breath ragged, my mind racing. It dawned on me just how dangerous my viewing habits could have been. The realization that I could have been their next patient if I hadn't escaped was sobering. After that night, I wiped my computer, ditched my old email accounts and moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city. The deep web had shown me a world that was too dark, too real, and too dangerous to ever revisit. My curiosity had nearly cost me more than I could bear to think about. I learned the hard way that some things are better left unseen, and there are places in the digital world that are best avoided at all costs. Alright, so here's the whole saga of how a seemingly innocent dive into my family history turned into an absolute disaster, thanks to a sketchy dark web service. It's a bit of a journey, so buckle up. It all started when I hit a brick wall with my family tree research on those popular and expensive ancestry websites. You know the ones, they lure you in with the promise of free trials, only to clamp down with hefty fees the moment you actually want to dig deeper. Frustrated and a bit strapped for cash, I vented to a friend about how I wished I could uncover more about my heritage without going broke. That's when he half-jokingly suggested looking into alternatives on the dark web. Cheaper and deeper, he claimed. I laughed it off initially, but the seed was planted. A few nights later, fueled by curiosity and a stubborn reluctance to pay those exorbitant ancestry site fees, I started poking around online. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a forum thread filled with people praising these underground ancestry services. They promised comprehensive family history reports without the mainstream price tag. They were a little too enthusiastic, maybe, but their stories of discovering long-lost relatives and family secrets for next to nothing were incredibly enticing. Driven by a mix of skepticism and excitement, I ventured deeper. I found a service that boasted access to exclusive databases, claiming they could trace lineage back centuries. The catch? They needed detailed personal information to ensure accuracy. Names, dates of birth, places of residence, and so on. In hindsight, the red flags were there, waving frantically. But my eagerness to learn about my family's past clouded my judgment. I filled out their form, detailing everything from my grandparents' birthdates to the small town in Ohio where my mother was born. Weeks passed without a word from the service. I had almost forgotten about it, chalking it up as a loss, when suddenly I began noticing oddities with my finances. It started small, a phone call from my credit card company about a suspicious charge that I quickly recognized as not mine. I thought it was a one-off incident, but then I received a mailer for a credit card I never applied for, followed by another, and then another. That's when the full scale of the nightmare hit me. Someone was using my personal details to open accounts left and right. The realization was like a bucket of ice water, shocking and jolting. I scrambled to check my credit reports, and the extent of the damage slowly unfolded before me. There were multiple inquiries and several new accounts, all festooned with purchases I had never made. The stress was palpable, a constant weight on my chest. Each new discovery of fraud felt like another brick added to the load I was carrying. Dealing with the aftermath was a drawn-out affair. Contacting credit bureaus became a daily routine. I spent hours on hold, waiting to speak with someone who could help me untangle the web of deceit woven with my stolen data. I filed disputes for every fraudulent charge and account, a process that was as time-consuming as it was frustrating. As I waded through the bureaucracy of reclaiming my identity, I also had to deal with the emotional toll. The feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. My personal information, which I had handed over so naively, had been weaponized against me. The safety and security I once felt were shattered, replaced by a paranoia about every email, every phone call, and every letter that arrived in the mail. After weeks of researching how to recover from identity fraud and starting to think that I corrected my mistakes, I got a call. My mom called me one evening. Her voice was shaking, explaining that someone had just demanded she pay thousands of dollars on a credit card opened in her name. The caller knew everything about her, her address, birthday, even her social security number. I felt sick to my stomach. This nightmare was my fault, all because I'd been too curious and naive about a seemingly harmless deep web service. The calls became more frequent and more aggressive. My parents were bombarded daily by different people claiming to represent creditors, all demanding money for things my parents had never purchased. It wasn't just the phone anymore. Threatening letters filled our mailbox, and then the debt collectors started showing up in person. These visits were the most terrifying part. I remember the first time one of them came to our door. He was a large man, his whole demeanor very threatening and intimidating. He insisted on entering the house to resolve the debt issue. My dad managed to keep him outside, but the implied threat was clear. He wasn't just there to talk, he was there to intimidate us into paying. Things kept getting worse. More collectors came, each more aggressive than the last. My parents' credit scores were destroyed, new fraudulent accounts popped up weekly, and fighting all this became a daily, grueling task. The strain it put on my family was immense. We were all stressed, always on edge, and I could see the disappointment and fear in my parents' eyes. They tried not to blame me, but I knew they were hurting because of what I had done. It all culminated one night when a particularly menacing group showed up claiming we owed money on a luxury car. Their threats were barely veiled, suggesting that accidents could happen if we didn't pay up. That night, we seriously discussed moving, changing our names, anything to escape this terror. But the damage was too deep. My life unraveled quickly after that. I lost my job because I couldn't focus. I was too wrapped up in dealing with our ongoing security issues and trying to salvage what was left of my family's finances and safety. My relationship with my parents deteriorated. They couldn't look at me without a mix of fear and disappointment. We were all trapped in a constant state of anxiety, jumping at every phone call, every knock at the door. Now, I'm nearly broke, almost homeless, and the bond with my family is strained to its breaking point. The weight of the disaster I brought on us is crushing. I spend my days trying to repair what I can, but some days it feels hopeless. I've ruined our lives with one foolish decision, and there's no clear way out of this mess. The dark web isn't just a place for anonymous browsing, it's a dangerous world that has bled into mine, tearing everything apart. If you're thinking of going there, just don't. My dad passed away about 2 years ago, which left only my mom, my sister, and myself to help me cope with my father's passing. To help, my mom took me to the animal shelter to pick out a dog, since having a large dog was something I always wanted. In one of the cages was a small shepherd husky cuddled in the corner that I immediately fell in love with. When this incident happened, he was about 1 year old, 90 pounds, and my best friend. My mom worked nights, and my older sister, taking advantage of the fact that my mom wasn't home, would constantly leave me alone. I didn't mind too much, because then she couldn't boss me around. When she was home, she would try to be mom, telling me what to do and when to go to bed. We live in a small, middle-class suburb with low crime, so I wasn't afraid to be home alone. I was sitting in the living room playing video games and got up to head into the kitchen to grab a drink. In the kitchen, I had a clear view through the back door and could see the garage open. Thinking that I had just left it open after putting my bike away, I headed out the door to close it. My dog was sleeping in the basement, as he liked to lay on the cool floor during the summer months, and I didn't think to take him out with me. I stepped out the door and made it about 5 feet from him when I noticed a crouched shadow moving in the garage. I froze, trying to get my eyes to adjust to make out what the shadow was. It finally hit me when I saw the figure stand up and turn towards me. I was terrified and felt like I had been glued to the spot. I knew that this person could see me since the back porch light was shining above me. At that moment, the figure started running towards me. I was too scared to move and let out more of a yelp than a scream, but that was all it took for my dog to hear. The next thing I heard was him behind me, snarling and growling. I could make out it was a man, but not his features. When he now froze, seeing the 90-pound beast behind me, he turned and ran for the back fence. With my dog right behind him, the guy made it to the fence, and since it was only about 4 feet, he jumped over right before my dog got to him. After he got away, my dog came running back to me, and we went inside where I barricaded the doors. I don't know why, but I didn't call the police and never told my mom or sister what happened. One thing that bothered me was that he had to have known I was inside since the lights were on and the blinds open, so why take the risk to hit a house when someone was clearly home? The morning after, when my mom was home, I went outside to finally close the garage and notice what he had been going through, my dad's toolbox. I locked up the garage and never told anyone about what happened. I walked my dog to McDonald's and got him a burger and ice cream cone for being my hero. Most people don't even believe me when I tell them, but I have a job where I work from home. In my area, people mostly work with cars or in the medical industry. Thankfully, I was able to land a decent paying job that lets me work from my home office. It definitely comes with its struggles, but it is hands down the best job opportunity available to me right now. It isn't always perfect, it definitely comes with its pitfalls. Sometimes, you have to sit at your computer even when there isn't any work to be done. It's also very easy to get distracted. I think my biggest problem has to do with the house itself. It's kind of creepy. The house itself is an old Victorian, really old, we're talking mid-1800s. A family friend owned the house and sold it to me for a very fair price, basically gave it to me. I was super excited because it meant I got a nice big house to live in by myself, along with my girlfriend. I'm a natural loner and I don't really care for social interaction, so I had a nice big house all to myself and my girlfriend, and a job where I work from home with very minimal social interaction with other people. That was basically my ideal life, but the house's age meant that it was going to be scary at times. And I don't mean with ghosts or anything like that, but sometimes I hear the house settling or making noises that I can't explain. I've actually had quite a few instances where I'll be sitting down and doing some work, and then out of nowhere, I hear a noise that I just can't rationalize. I go exploring throughout the house only to find that nothing has changed. It's as ominous as it is frustrating. I did just about what anyone else in the world would do. I started to use background noise to drown out the disturbances. First, I tried those quiet instrumentals on YouTube, you know, the ones that last 5 hours and are supposed to put you at ease or something. It didn't really work for me because I couldn't get my computer to be loud enough to drown out all the noises. It was also not very good at keeping my attention. There was one week where my work was really slow, and there wasn't a whole lot to do. I still had to sit at my computer. There was an understanding that I was allowed to basically do anything I wanted as long as I was available to my coworkers if something came through that needed to be done. I didn't quite know what to do at this time and just started watching documentaries on YouTube. It was actually pretty fun. I learned a lot. So, that next week, when things started picking up again, I just instinctively turned on the documentary. I wouldn't be able to have all of my focus on it, but it was a lot better than having some ambient noise. It actually helped distract me from the sounds of the house. I guess I just didn't have enough mental focused energy to notice any of the other sounds going on around me, if that makes any sense. Well, it had been about 2 weeks of me watching documentaries while I worked. Everything seemed to be good, and so one Friday morning, I started work at 8 o'clock, and this must have been around 10 o'clock. I was sitting in my office chair, working while I listened to a documentary about certain conspiracy theories, when all of a sudden, I heard an abrupt banging noise coming from upstairs. Like I had said, I hadn't been distracted by any noises for a while by this point, so the fact that I noticed this noise meant that it was probably serious. My fight or flight kicked in. You might laugh at me, but when I work, I keep a knife next to me. I ran upstairs with the knife and looked around for any suspicious noises. The banging had stopped, and I didn't know where it had come from. I knew what section of the house I heard it from, but there didn't seem to be anything out of place. I stood there for a few moments, and then I heard it again. It happened right on the other side of my door. I immediately braced myself for there to be some kind of animal or something trying to get in. I didn't really know what to expect. I opened my door to see that the screen door had not been properly closed. My girlfriend didn't close it all the way when she left for work that morning, and it was also pretty windy that day, so it was just going back and forth, causing a banging noise when the wind got bad. This was kind of a breaking point for me. I didn't want to live my life in constant paranoia and fear of some kind of attacker coming into my home. We live in a safe area, there's never been a serious threat, and I have run around my house with a knife way too many times now. I honestly felt kind of stupid, so I made a decision. I was no longer going to assume that someone was breaking in if, and when, I heard a sound. I put the knife in my dresser in my bedroom and decided that I was going to just be into work while I was working, except for my documentary, of course. So there I was. The next week, it happened on Wednesday. I was sitting in my office. I was working, ignoring the noises, and listening to a documentary. I remembered the exact part of the documentary I was on when I heard it. The sound was the loudest sound I had heard in the house up to that point. At first, I reassured myself that it was nothing, and that I needed to fight against this paranoia. But the sound continued, and I couldn't take my mind off of it. After about 5 minutes of listening to what sounded like rummaging and walking, I went upstairs to check. Bear in mind, I didn't have any weapon on me, and I was expecting some kind of reasonable explanation. When I got to my kitchen, I saw that the front door was wide open, and the cabinets were all open, and there was a strange man rummaging through my stuff. I didn't notice until after the fact, but he had been eating something. I remember screaming at him. I don't remember what I said, but it was something to the effect of, "What are you doing in my house?" Obviously. And then he just ran off. He didn't say a single word. He took a loaf of bread with him, but I don't think he took anything else other than what I had eaten before I came upstairs. I reasoned with myself that he must have been some sort of homeless man or something. I don't know who would steal a loaf of bread from a very ordinary-looking house. And this was the worst thing that could have happened. On some instinctual level, it had proved all of my worst fears right. There was some kind of danger in my house, and of course, it was the one time when I didn't have my knife on me. I lucked out that he didn't try to hurt me or anything, but it's still horrifying to see nonetheless. I just work at a local coffee shop now. It's honestly my only way to stay sane. I was in my senior year of high school about 10 years ago. I grew up as sort of an outcast. I wasn't bullied, but I also didn't really have any friends. I didn't mind that solitary lifestyle. I went through school and then would come home to play video games. Losing myself in those digital worlds was my escape. My home life wasn't bad either. It was just my dad and me. I loved my dad, and he worked so much to provide for me. When I was young, maybe 10 or 11 years old, my mom got involved with some bad people and their hobbies, if you know what I mean. My dad didn't want to expose me to that world anymore, and we eventually moved away. It was messy, but it was for the best. He tried getting her help throughout the years, but she always turned it down until one day she was just off the grid completely. It was sad, but we both moved on. When I got older, he would have to leave for the weekend once a month for his job. I didn't mind it. It may seem crazy to some people to leave someone at that age home alone for a weekend, but my dad trusted me. One specific weekend during my senior year, when my dad left for the night, I started my normal routine. My pops would leave me some money to order a pizza and some soda. We never had soda in the house, so getting 2 liters of it with the pizza was like a double treat for me. My night was beginning to play out just like every other night that I was home alone. I demolished the pizza, drank most of the soda, and after a little breather on the couch, I went to my room and started playing my PlayStation. I would usually play Call of Duty, but Grand Theft Auto Online had just come out, so I had been spending some time playing that. After a few hours, I decided to play the single-player story mode. The older I got, I seemed to play the story in games less, but for some reason, on this night, I wanted to play something with some substance, even if it was GTA. Since I wasn't playing online anymore, I took my headphones off. As much as I game, I hate wearing headphones for long periods of time. I had been playing the story for a little while, and I thought that I could hear something coming from downstairs. There weren't any loud or jarring noises. It was just these sort of small vibrations and little bumps. Now, I'd been home alone a ton of times, and I didn't remember ever feeling any of those vibrations or hearing any noises like that. But at the same time, the noises weren't alarming enough that I was actually freaked out. It was a little after 1 in the morning, and I think it's just subconscious to be a little on edge when you're home alone at that hour. Every few moments, I would hear a little scoffing noise. I paused the game and tried to listen intently. When I listened, I would mostly just hear silence and maybe an occasional little bump. Just because I was home alone, of course, the quick thought of an intruder crossed my mind. I'm even embarrassed to say that at one point, I even thought to myself, are ghosts real? But then I would immediately shoot the idea down. This little internal debate would continue for about 30 minutes. I finally paused the game and went over and sat in my computer chair to just straight up listen for a few minutes without trying to listen over the sound of gameplay. The sound started to happen more regularly. The sounds of the little bumps that I initially blamed on cracking pipes or house noises started to happen more often. The little vibrations I could feel were now happening almost every second. It was like my dad might be downstairs. The only thing missing was hearing his voice. The thought of my dad coming home early even crossed my mind, but he would have called me or at least poked his head in the room to see if I was awake. I decided that I was just being paranoid and that I was getting myself all worked up for nothing. I decided I was going to go downstairs and check it out to prove to myself that nobody was in the house and that I was clearly just letting my imagination run away from me as the night ran on. I crept slowly down the upstairs hall and made my way to the top of the staircase. While I was slowly heading in that direction, the muffled sounds were much louder, and I started fearing the worst. The thought of calling the police crossed my mind right away, but I was actually too anxious at that moment. In my mind, I was thinking to myself, what if nobody's here, and I just waste the police's time? When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I saw a light illuminating the dark walls, coming from the other side of the house. It was the kitchen light. It's possible I left it on, but I'm fairly compulsive, and I was nearly 100% certain that I had shut the light off before heading upstairs. I was practically crawling to the kitchen. I was moving so slowly. When I was only a few feet away from the kitchen doorway, I could hear the sounds of rummaging, like someone was going through my cabinets in the kitchen, and that was accompanied by a soft humming voice. And that sound was so creepy. I was half expecting to see some big scary burglar, but the voice indicated something else. I peeked my head into the kitchen, and in the corner next to the sink was a very small woman. Her hair was wild, kind of flowing in every direction, and I had my phone in my hand, ready to call the police, but I think that situation just had me frozen in terror, but also incredible curiosity. Then I realized the melody the woman was singing. She was humming "I've Got No Strings to Hold Me Down" from the Disney Pinocchio movie, and I almost fainted right there because I knew who this person was. It was my mom. She would always sing that to me when I was very young, and it was one of the only memories of my mother that I actually had left. I couldn't move, and I must have been trembling because she had heard me turning around. A big smile lit up her face, and even though it was my mom, this was not the mother that I remembered. Her teeth looked rotten, and her eyes looked like they were sunken into her face, and a voice that should have been soothing but was somehow unnerving. She says, "There's my baby. What are you doing awake at this hour?" I didn't respond. I just stood there like some statue. She came over to me and put her dirty hand on my shoulder, saying, "What am I going to do with your father? He's always changing out cabinets around. I swear that man doesn't listen." And then she started to laugh. But it wasn't charming. It was like some disgusting cartoon character laughing, and she turned back around and started humming and going through the cabinets again. I broke out of my trance and went to my room and locked the door. I then called the police and my dad right away. My dad made sure that I was in the bedroom with the door locked. He didn't go into details, but he said that there was a chance my mother might be dangerous, and I needed to be safe just in case. The cop showed up, and I heard a minor altercation. I could hear my mom yelling at the police to get out of her house. The police knew the situation from myself and my dad, who called after me, and I heard a brief struggle and then silence for a few moments. I heard a cop shout my name and told me it was all right for me to come downstairs. I spoke with the police for a little while as another officer drove my mother away. One officer stayed parked outside of my house all night until my dad came home just to help me feel safer, which I really appreciate. My dad came home early the next morning, and he spoke with one of the officers. I could tell by reading my dad's body language that he was uncomfortable and that we were potentially fortunate to avoid something horrible happening. My mother actually had 2 knives on her when she was apprehended. One knife she must have had when she broke in, and the other knife was a sharp kitchen knife that belonged to my dad that she must have stuck in her pocket when she was in the kitchen. She never used them or even threatened to use them, but the fact that she had them was enough to freak me out. But maybe the most terrifying part of this horrible nightmare was that my mother had no idea where we lived. Well, she wasn't supposed to have any idea. When we moved away, we moved far away, and my dad never told my mom where we moved to protect me. She broke into the house by breaking one of the downstairs windows and crawling in. I didn't hear it at all, so it must have been when I had my headphones on or something. The thought of my mom just humming and walking around downstairs potentially waiting for my dad while I was upstairs, still freaks me out to this day. It's been about 10 years now, and I've only seen my mother twice since that night. She had been in some type of institution for years. She has no memory of that night, but in all fairness, she doesn't have much memory of anything at all. It's sad. Every time I hear that stupid song from Pinocchio now, I sort of freeze up, and I just hope one day I can forget about the fear that I felt that night, and find a way to remember my mom in a positive light. I grew up in a shotgun house in Louisiana. These homes are shaped like rectangles with doors at the short ends and are called shotgun houses because you can fire a shotgun through the front door and the pellets would fly out the back door. They were small homes built for low-income families, and my mom worked hard to purchase ours through a rent-to-buy scheme. However, her long hours meant that I grew up as an independent kid. Sometimes, I'd have to get myself to school in the morning because she was working crazy hours. Most of the time, when I got home, there'd be a hungry man frozen dinner in the freezer for me, along with a note saying when she'd be back. I didn't see her nearly as much as I wanted to, and I'm thankful for all the work she put into keeping us afloat. Her being away from home all the time opened the door to one of the creepiest experiences of my whole life. It all started when I got home from school one afternoon. I walked through the door, got my food, and then sat in front of the TV while I ate. I was just sitting there, finishing off my hungry man, when I saw something moving in the corner of my eye, near the front window. Immediately, I turned my head to see what it was, and noticed a black man standing there, looking through the window at me. For a few moments after, he just continued to stare at me. Then his lips started to curl into a creepy-looking smile. I remember how his face looked all those years later, how the lower half seemed to be smiling but his eyes were cold. I was so nervous that all I could think to do was look away. I was a shy kid and I still deal with a degree of social anxiety in my adult life, but back then, I barely engaged with anyone, let alone complete strangers. I just waited there, watching TV and trying to ignore the guy until finally, his face disappeared from view. I waited a few more minutes, too scared to close the curtains in case his face suddenly appeared again. Until eventually, I plucked up the courage to walk over and close them. I think I had been sitting down again for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, thinking I was rid of the guy, when I heard someone pressing the buzzer to our house. My mom always told me never to answer the door to anyone I didn't know, and that anyone that I did know would always announce themselves when they called over, so I knew it was safe. So, when I heard the buzzer but no one hollered, I just stayed there on the couch and carried on watching TV. The buzzer sounded a few more times, but I still didn't move. I remember praying that it wasn't the guy with the creepy smile at the door. But when I heard the voice that called out to me, I just knew that it was him somehow. The voice matched the face, and my skin crawled as the sound of it reached my ears. "Little girl, I know you're in there. I'm a friend of your mommy. Come and open the door because we need to have a little talk." I stayed still like a statue on that couch. I'd never seen that man before in my life, and to my knowledge, I knew most of my mom's friends, at least by their faces. I think if anyone else had said that, maybe even dropped my mom's name, I'd have opened the door to hear them out. But the guy's smile, the tone of his voice, even at such a young age, I knew that he didn't have good intentions. I was terrified, but I just kept quiet, didn't respond, and eventually, the buzzing stopped again. It took me a little while to settle down again, but when I did, I picked up my hungry man tray and walked into the kitchen to throw it in the trash. As I walked in, something once again moved in the corner of my eye, and this time, I just about jumped back and dropped my tray when I saw it. I ran over to the window and peered out into our small backyard. I didn't see anything, but that doesn't mean I didn't know something was there, and I strongly suspected it was the guy who had been trying to get me to open the door. Then, right as I was looking outside, I heard a low rattling then squeaking sound coming from the hallway. I backed up to try and spy where it was coming from, and it was definitely coming from the back door. I just couldn't figure out where, until one of the screws holding the door handle together fell out of its socket. I noticed as it fell and hit the wooden paneling, and then I watched as one of the other tiny screws started to turn, unwinding from its socket, loosening with every turn. Someone was trying to break into our home, and it was only a matter of time before they were inside. I just ran for the front door, bursting out into the streets and rushing towards a neighbor's place, the same neighbor that Mom had always told me to contact in case of an emergency. I started hammering on their door, praying they were home, and the whole time I was looking over my shoulder, expecting the creepy smile guy to appear from behind her house. To this day, I can still remember the rush of absolute terror as he suddenly appeared at the sidewalkway. That same grim smile curling his lips as he began to walk towards me. I started screaming, smashing my fists against the door of my neighbor's place, begging them to come to the door. I hear a voice on the other side just before it opened, and there stood my neighbor, a towel wrapped around them, asking me what I was crying for. I begged them to call the cops because a man was trying to get me. When they asked who was trying to get me, I turned, intent on pointing at the man with a creepy smile who just a few moments ago had been walking up the side of our house, but when I looked, pointing at the place that I'd spotted him, he was gone. When the cops showed up and my mom arrived home, they confirmed that someone had been trying to take the lock off of our back door. Mom was distraught and kept apologizing to me for not being there to protect me. After that, I always stayed with one of our neighbors until she got home from work. The man never showed up again, and I didn't see him around the neighborhood anymore, which was obviously a good thing, but I've always been haunted by the idea that he still thinks about the time he almost got killed. And if I hadn't noticed what was happening to the back door, he was maybe just minutes away from being able to do whatever he wanted. This all happened just recently, in summer this year. I'd been living with my parents until I had a good enough job to move out. About 9 months ago, I was finally ready to leave the nest. The place I found wasn't the nicest neighborhood, but it wasn't too bad. Some of my neighbors actually came over to welcome me and gave me some food. There was one neighbor though, the guy who lived to the right of me, who wasn't exactly welcoming, but immediately comfortable with me like we'd known each other for a long time. He'd see me leaving for work in the morning and run out of his house to tell me random stories, like how the last neighbor used to always turn the bathroom light on at 3 a.m. and leave it on all night. Or that they would sunbathe in the garden for 5 hours sometimes. It was all very random, boring facts, and I'd barely get a chance to react to his stories before he was asking me intrusive questions. Like, why did you leave for 83 minutes last night? It's worth noting that his voice was a bit odd. He spoke with a very particular inflection every time he'd say something. Like an enthusiastic nerd, if that makes sense. Sometimes it made his statements sound like accusations, and sometimes it made them sound like questions, but my response to his comments were never really met with conversation. I would kind of laugh it off and just give him a short answer, like, I had to grab some groceries for tomorrow. But he'd be really quick to interrupt and remind me that the last neighbor never took 83 minutes to grab groceries. And he'd say it with an almost accusatory tone, like what I was saying was ridiculous. I assumed he was just a bit odd and didn't call him out on his intrusive questions too much. This continued for weeks. He either ran out to come and question me about my day-to-day activity, or he'd come knocking at random hours to tell me facts about my life. He would tell me that he noticed that I left at 8:33 this morning instead of the usual 8:26. I had different ways of reacting to this, sometimes thanking him for letting me know, sometimes being rather dismissive, but always friendly. He was never interested in any other kind of conversation. He'd tell me his observations and then leave. The months went by, and his behavior continued. Almost every day he'd stop me in the morning or come knocking to tell me something about his observations. He seemed harmless, so I just let him do his thing. One evening while I was going for drinks across the road, I asked my neighbor if she ever had any issues with him. She paused almost immediately and looked at me with a serious expression. What happened? She seemed really worried when she asked me. I explained to her that he would approach me constantly to tell me that he'd seen me turning on specific lights in the house at night, or that he'd point out changes in my usual routine. Nothing terrifying, but still creepy. At this point, she turned the music off and put her glass down. You need to be careful around him. She seemed disturbed, like I'd triggered a repressed memory. The people who lived in that house before you were so sweet. I can't prove it, but I know that they're gone because of him. Gone? What did she mean gone? I pushed her to tell me more, but she apologized and turned the music back on and changed the subject, ending the conversation. She did stop at one point to just make sure I locked my doors and not to invite him in at any point. That night, as I made my way back home, I watched his house closely as I crossed the road. It was noticeably dark. I never really paid it much attention, but I don't think I ever saw his lights after dark. Whereas every other house on the street had at least a few lights in different rooms. I got to my door and paused. I looked towards his house one more time. I saw exactly what I was hoping not to. A glimpse of light. He was peeking at me. How long had he been watching the neighbor's house to know that I was over there? Was this all he did? Watch me? I went inside and remembered what my neighbor said. How often did I not even think about locking the door? Honestly, I think most nights I wouldn't even check. I clicked the lock and made my way to the back door. I took the key from the side and made sure it was locked. I put the key back in its usual place and made my way upstairs. As I dressed down into my underwear and made my way under my covers, I reached over it and turned off the lamp. It had been a long night, so I started to drift off quite fast. Did I hear that? Was that knocking? I sat on the side of my bed and waited, anticipating more knocks. About a minute passed and I didn't hear any more knocking, so I assumed I just dreamt it as I was half asleep. I lay back onto my bed and closed my eyes once again. No. I definitely heard something. I was in a weird state of being half asleep and a little bit tipsy, so I threw the light on and made my way to the window. I couldn't see anything or anyone outside. The sound of me opening my window was loud enough for any visitor to hear. I called out into the darkness, asking if anyone was there. At this point, any normal person would step into view and show themselves, but nobody reacted. Nothing. I know that someone was knocking. I threw on my dressing gown and made my way downstairs. I went straight to the front door. It had shaded glass that let me see partially through it. There was clearly a figure standing in front of the door. I was freaking out, but I was also angry. I didn't even consider the danger. I started fumbling with the lock and threw the door open. You left your house for 157 minutes. What the hell? I snapped. This was the latest he ever visited. Everything about his behavior had really annoyed me. The fact that I called out of the window and he didn't respond, and instead stood with his nose practically touching my front door. Why did you feel the need to tell me that? At this late in the night. I was falling asleep. You've been out very late. I know that. I'm an adult. I'm allowed to go out late. I realized I was reacting to his accusatory tone. Is that all? You wanted to tell me I'd been out late? He started to just walk away, back to his house. I yelled to him that I didn't want him to knock on my door again. He didn't react, just kept walking towards his house and went inside. I'd tolerated his weirdness for long enough. I convinced myself I wouldn't let him commentate my life schedule anymore, and that next time he talks to me I was going to tell him I don't care and just keep walking. I closed the door and went straight back to bed, still frustrated with how intrusive and weird he was. I closed my eyes and imagined what I would say to him the next time I saw him. I felt really tired and had no problems getting back to sleep. As expected, I had the weirdest dream. Whenever I'd had a few drinks, I'd always have such vivid dreams. I could hear that damn gentle knocking. I didn't jolt awake this time. I almost convinced my subconscious dream state to ignore the imaginary knocking. But I was fully aware of every creepy little thing that was happening. I started wondering if I'd locked the door. I knew I'd locked it earlier, but did I lock it after I opened it again to confront him? I couldn't remember. I hated how realistic my dreams were. Of all the scenarios I could think about, did I really have to imagine him breaking into my house and walking up my stairs? I feel like I'd never been so consciously aware during any of my dreams. I was dreaming that I was locked in place, sleeping on my side, with my back to the door. His breathing sounded so real. If it wasn't for the alcohol in my system, I would have definitely woken up. This was by far the creepiest dream I ever had. I dreamt that he was climbing into bed with me, wrapping his arm around my waist and playing with my hair. I felt absolutely disgusted, but the soft touches also felt relaxing and pushed me deeper into the dream. I was urging myself to wake up at this point. My mind kept racing back to the thought that I actually hadn't locked the door. I needed to get up. His breathing was so intense. It felt so real. His touch felt real. This was unlike any dream I'd ever had. I was urging myself to wake up. I felt paralyzed. Wake up. Wake the hell up. My eyes finally opened and I could still feel his touch. Why didn't you lock the door? I jumped up. His voice immediately jolted me awake. He was in my bed. I screamed and ran straight down the stairs and out into the night. I was still screaming as I ran across the road and started banging on my neighbor's door. I was freezing, only wearing my underwear and completely barefoot. I banged aggressively on her door and shouted her name until she came down. She opened the door in a daze and I pushed my way in. I frantically explained what had happened whilst begging her to lock the door and call the police. We watched out of the window. My front door was wide open, just as I'd left it. The cops were on their way and my friend was comforting me as I got into some of her clothes and told her all of the details. Minutes passed as we stared out of that window. My friend asked if I was sure he was there and it wasn't just a bad dream. I started to doubt myself when we didn't see him leaving. I wasn't the sensitive type. I wouldn't make up that whole scenario out of fear. I had a vivid memory of him lying in bed with me, and touching me, and talking to me. It was real. I know it was. The cops showed up after about 15 minutes and started to enter the house, guns drawn. We watched intently, waiting for them to bring him out in cuffs. They were in there for quite a while, and I started to think that he'd locked himself in my room or something. After what felt like forever, the cops started to leave my house. They were alone. He wasn't with them. I couldn't believe it. I was not crazy. He was in my house. I know he was. I made my way outside to speak to the cops and ask where he was, but they confirmed that they found nothing and searched everywhere. I frantically told them that I was not going back into that house with him still in there. That's when the worst thing that could have happened. He walked out of his house. He stood there, just watching. I was freaking out, demanding that they arrest him and insisting that he was in my house. His expression didn't change, he didn't even flinch. He just turned and walked back inside. Yes, I was drunk and I was pretty emotional at this point, but I couldn't believe that they didn't listen to me. They told me that they'd searched the entire place and there was no intruder. They said that the person who I claimed was an intruder was clearly in their own home, so I should just go inside and get some sleep. There were no signs of forced entry and no damage or evidence of an intruder, so there was nothing they could do. After a while of me practically begging them to at least go and interview him, one officer did go over and speak to him, but it seemed like a very short conversation. He confirmed that he did come over initially to check on me, as I looked drunk, but then went straight home. I was furious, but also terrified. I eventually went back inside and searched the house for any evidence that he was there. I was almost starting to doubt myself, until I checked the back door. It was unlocked, and the key was still in the door. I never left the key in the door, ever. He'd left through the back whilst I was hiding across the street. He'd been in my house and there was nothing I could do about it. I made my way upstairs after properly locking every door. The sick freak had made my bed. It was perfectly tidy and the covers and pillows were placed perfectly. He didn't even rush out after I woke up. He just tidied my bed and then left through the back door. I climbed in and tried to fall asleep, but there was an overwhelming musky smell. His unwashed body had tainted my covers and his odor lingered all over my room. It took me hours to replace all of my bedding and finally get to sleep. The next morning I couldn't shake the feeling of being violated, but I also doubted the whole night. The police had been inside my house, a bunch of men in heavy uniform. That could explain the smell. The key being in the back door, maybe they were checking to see if it was the right key for that lock, confirming that nobody had stolen it. Even the tiny pillows had an explanation. I told them he was in my bed. So it makes sense that they'd throw my bedding onto the floor if they were looking for him, and then maybe one of them just put it back and tidied it up for me. I followed my usual morning routine, and then at 8:30 as I approached my front door, I took a deep breath, anticipating his presence. I left my house and headed towards the road, looking in his direction as soon as I stepped outside. There he was, walking out of his house to greet me. Like clockwork. I froze and tensed up, ready to scream or punch him if he got too close. You're running 3 minutes later than usual. Did you remember to lock your door this time? When I was 12, we had this neighbor. She was an elderly woman, but she was surprisingly active. We'd always see her around, carrying weeks' worth of groceries up the hill like it was no big deal. She was outside doing her gardening almost every day. She was a tough old lady. The unfortunate thing was that she was the opposite of friendly. If you said hello to her, she'd tell you to run into the road. She hated people and was a very bad neighbor. She would complain about every little thing and show up late at night to tell you that you're too loud and threaten to call the cops. Our family got into quite a few arguments with her. Whenever she would come over to complain, she would aggressively insult all of us. My parents got sick of this and just started insulting her back, telling her she was old and miserable and she would die alone. I didn't like it, but I figured it was just adults letting off some steam. I'm sure I even caught her smiling on her way back home after shouting with my parents. She had quite a reputation around town for being a witch. There were all sorts of rumors about her being hundreds of years old and having the stamina and strength of a 20-year-old man. They were not wrong about that. People would say that they'd seen her performing rituals through her window and that she kidnapped children and ate them. It was all silly stuff, but at the time I found it fun to believe. Anyway, the real scary part happened when I was home alone playing on my Nintendo. I could hear an odd sound outside my window, like an animal scratching at a door. I paused my game and went to check it out. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. She was in our backyard, clawing at a window with a screwdriver, trying to get into the house. I opened the window and told her that I'd called the cops. She didn't hesitate to run back home. It was still so strange seeing this old woman running back at such speed. I actually did call the cops and told them what had happened. They told me they were on the way over and that I should go upstairs and lock myself in the bathroom. Within a few minutes I could smell something that made me panic. It was smoke. I immediately assumed she'd set the house on fire. I ran to open the bathroom window and that's when I realized what had happened. The smoke wasn't coming from my house. It was coming from next door. For whatever reason, her house had set on fire and she was still inside. Before the fire department could arrive, the whole place had gone up in flames. They announced that she died in that fire and we even went to her funeral. There weren't many people there. The last scary thing about all of this was that it only fueled the stories about her being a witch, and that after I caught her trying to kidnap me, she had to burn it all down and move elsewhere to conceal her identity. I don't know what to believe, but I do enjoy telling this story every Halloween. My neighbor is very weird. He never waves and has a permanent sneer on his face. When we moved in, we were told that he was on a certain bad list and that we should call the cops if we see him with kids. One day, he randomly knocked on our door. I'd never spoken to him before, and without even introducing himself properly, he proceeds to launch into his explanation of the reason that he's on the registry. Basically, he claims that he accidentally hurt some kid in a locker room while they both happened to not be wearing any clothes. He says it was plain old vanilla assault where both parties just happened to be in their birthday suits. He repeated multiple times that he is absolutely not into children. Then he left without even letting me talk. That was literally my first introduction to him. Other than the notification about him when we first arrived. And that wasn't even the creepiest thing about him. At some point, he started building a sign in front of his house. Not like a little poster. It's professionally printed on metal and mounted on two huge posts, like the ones you see outside a store or along the highway. The sign is a picture of a puppy and a long rambling story about how someone ran over his dog on this road 10 years ago. But it's written in a way where he seems to accuse the neighborhood of murdering his dog. Next to this sign, covering his entire fence, is an enormous banner saying, "We miss you." I don't know why it says that, since he lives alone. And finally, an even larger picture of the puppy, which isn't necessary, because directly in front of the banner, sitting on a folding card table, is the actual puppy. He must have had the dog stuffed when it was ran over. I could see from my window that he would hide behind his fence for literally hours, peeking at the puppy on the table, as if he were waiting for someone to mess with it. He did this for days, until finally bringing the stuffed animal inside. The puppy and the banner disappeared, but the metal sign was permanent. It stayed up for years, until a storm ripped it down. I always wondered what he does with the dog. Did it stay in a closet, or does he keep it out in his house? Well, one day I got my answer. I have a friend who does construction, and funnily enough, he was hired by the creepy neighbor to build a shed. Without even asking, he tells me that the guy keeps an ugly stuffed puppy in the living room like a piece of furniture, and then he talks to it constantly. There were plenty of other creepy things, but the big puppy shrine was the most notable. I never did see him with any children, but I'm constantly on the lookout. This happened when I was 11 years old. At the time, I was living in an apartment situated on a street with an ongoing construction. Needless to say, they often tapped into the electric supply and the power fluctuated quite a bit. Therefore, the street lights often served no real purpose, especially in the winters when evening dawned on us with pitch black darkness. That is relevant, so keep it in mind. From what I remember, it was a weekend I was supposed to spend at my friend's house. For an 11-year-old me, this was an exciting prospect, having been loaded with schoolwork the entire week. I was to spend what I believed to be Friday night sleeping over and spend the entirety of Saturday at her bungalow, to return home that very evening. What made it even better was the fact that her parents had an event they could not avoid and therefore trusted us to stay alone in their 2-floor house for the entirety of the 6 hours they were gone. Back then, the idea of spending a whole night alone with my friend was great, no interference and a whole 6 hours of games and movies on their huge TV. As it turns out, my friend had other ideas. I arrived at her house just short of 8 p.m. It was already pretty dark out, and her parents had waited for me to arrive before telling us about emergency contacts, dinner, and such. They also reminded us to get their 4-year-old Labrador inside as the weather was acting up and his kennel had a few loose panels which leaked when it rained. This is also an important fact to be noted. After they left, we watched a few cartoons, had dinner, and were chilling in her living room playing cards. That's when my friend Sid had the ingenious idea of exploring a fenced plot of land a few hundred meters down the street that she resided on. There was no construction happening in there, so what little of that area didn't have shambles was overgrown with plants and weeds. We got the dog inside, leashed it to its long chain that allowed it to roam within reason, got the keys, and left the house to make the short 10-minute trip. At this point, it was about 10 p.m. In retrospect, this is where we still had a chance to avoid this particular encounter, but being curious and daring kids, we ventured anyways. Rather uneventfully, we arrived and set to climbing over wall which was about 2 meters. Luckily for us, the wall was broken enough in places to make good holds to carry us over. Once inside, Sid suggested that we sit a few meters away from each other for as long as we could, until one of us was too scared to do so. We faced each other and walked backwards till there was just enough light to see the general silhouette of the other. After what seemed to me like a good 10 minutes, I saw Sid's hunched form rise and start to walk towards me. She seemed to be walking rather fast and in a haphazard manner, jumping over rocks at a daring pace, even getting cut by some thorns in the process. She came up to me, and just as I was about to laugh and call her out on being scared, she told me to get up because she needed to go feed Shaggy. I remember being really confused because her parents had already filled his bowl with food and he had this water thing which he could operate in case he was thirsty. But I saw her face, and let me just say I have never seen her this pale. She looked like she had seen a ghost. So without asking questions, I said okay, and we made our way back over the wall, albeit in a tense manner and rather quickly. The moment my feet touched the ground, I felt Sid grab my arm and straight up just start sprinting down the street. To put things into perspective, I had a bruise from the way she grasped it for 2 weeks straight. So we ran like hell and eventually arrived at her house and went in through her front yard fence gate. A towering metal gate without bars, and she told me to unlock the front door while she deadbolted the metal gate's various locks into the ground. At this point, I was starting to panic, but we got into the house and Sid then proceeded to run around the house locking and closing all possible windows and doors as well as pulling the curtains shut. I was very confused as to why she was doing this, and so was her dog, who stood there and followed her around while she made the place secure. After about 10 minutes she came back into the ground floor living room, and with a very scary expression, she explained to me that the reason she did all that was because while we were sitting apart, she happened to glance away to a few meters to my right to see another human silhouette crouching in the bushes. She thought she was imagining it until it moved closer to where I was sitting and seemed to be unaware that my friend was watching them. I would have loved to say that was the end of it, but what happens next has stuck with me until today, and I hold a fear of that situation from that point onward. To give you an idea of the layout of her compound, her house was surrounded on 2 sides by a lawn, and the lawn was then surrounded by a wall 2.5 meters high. The wall had one entrance, which were the tall metal gates I talked about previously. The house itself had windows all around the perimeter as well as 2 potential entrances. The first being the front door, while the second being a door to this small attached space next to the house, which was made of see-through metal like the kind which metal fences are made of but stronger. This space had a metal door with a lock only accessible from the inside, as well as a door which was on the wall. However, this door only had a deadbolt on and was made of light wood. This is also of importance. So an hour or so after the incident, we were upstairs in her air-conditioned room playing games on her computer and talking about whatever it is kids talk about when we heard the dog bark downstairs. It was growling and seemed to bark at random intervals. Keep in mind that her dog was a friendly Labrador who rarely ever growled or barked aggressively. My friend went to get the dog upstairs to her room, and after she returned she informed me that the dog was standing near the front door, growling at it. And that it took her quite a bit of effort to get him upstairs as he kept trying to go back there. We were really confused as this was unusual for him to do, and thinking that a stray dog may have caught his attention, we decided to go into the balcony attached to a room that gave us a view onto the front lawn and a part of the street directly in front of the house. Instead of seeing what we assumed would be a stray animal, we looked down to see a person standing very still in her lawn and in front of her front door. In the limited light we could make out heavy layers of muddy-looking clothing and a head full of hair that looked very matted. The dog was with us in the balcony and was whining to be let outside. We crouched in her balcony, and right as we were about to discuss the situation, we heard what sounded like the front door rattling, as if someone was trying to open it with the handle. We creeped back downstairs only to realize that this person had now moved onto the window next to the door and was trying to open that. The realization hit that he was trying to find an entrance into the house by going round the perimeter. Just as we were about to creep back upstairs, my friend grabbed me again and in a hushed tone told me that she had forgotten to lock the attached space door in her hurry before. We both looked at each other and paled as we realized that it would gain the intruder easy access into the house as the inner door had nothing but a deadbolt. At this point we heard the windows rattling behind the house, nearly 3/4 of the way back to the front again. The attached space door was a few meters away from the front door and we were lucky that he had chosen to go around the other side. She told me to wait by the inner door with the dog while she went outside and bolted the metal door. She then informed me to close the door as soon as she returned and that if she was caught to let the dog outside and to close the inner door as discreetly as possible as to not give myself away. We were both terrified and since we had no time to argue about it, I stood guard at the inner door while she went to the outer door, fumbled with the lock and returned inside practically running as quietly as she could. We closed the inner door and just then we heard the outer door rattle harshly. Had she not gone there and then, there was a big chance that we would have no choice but to hide in her house had he found his way in. After he tried opening all doors and windows, which took a while as he was doing it quite intently and forcefully. We found our way back upstairs and went back into her balcony to see if he had gone away, as we were standing still near the foot of her stairs for a while, listening for any further activity. As we looked down we saw him once again standing in her front lawn. However, this time we could see his head was tilted back and it felt like he was looking right at us. However, we knew that it was far too dark for him to be able to spot us, as we closed all the windows shut. We had proceeded to kill the lights in her room, as well as drawn the curtains as to not let her little bedside light escape the blinds. He then started giggling in the quiet of the night, and proceeded to go down on all fours, crawling around the lawn in front of the house while his laughter grew. In retrospect, we should have called the authorities at this point, but being the terrified kids we were, we did not want to get into trouble for not even being able to follow simple instructions. He did this for nearly half an hour, only to stand up once again facing the street. Then he started climbing on top of the kennel in the corner, up onto the top of the wall, and then jumping down to repeat the loop. We stood still in our balcony, waiting to see if he would return, but an hour passed, and that was the last we saw of him. At around 2 a.m. her parents returned. The next morning they were very confused as to why all the doors and windows were closed on such a pleasant night, and why there was mud on the front doorknob. We said we just wanted to play in the dark inside the house, lying about the actuality of the situation. To this day I do not think the man has been caught. Something strange happened about 3 weeks back, and I've struggled to even put it together cohesively in my head. But I'm going to try, because I think that what happened at my sister's sleepover might actually be more widespread than I imagined. Looking back now, I don't even remember how many girls were there. I think it was 10 or 12. All of them in the 8th grade and close to my sister Rachel. As they got into their sleeping bags and told each other stories, me and my best friend Kurt had a devilish idea. "We're going to scare these girls senseless," he said wickedly. I have to admit, it was just for cheap thrills. But I didn't see the harm. We got into my father's workshop and stole a few of his basic paint supplies to make Kurt look like a typical horror movie vampire. Then we went to the backyard and started to climb the tree outside of Rachel's window. Kurt was in place, ready to start making the usual boogeyman noises when he froze and squinted into the window. "What the hell?" he muttered as he tried to look in. "Hey! What are you doing? Don't be a peeping Tom." I shouted up at him, trying to figure out why he was hesitating to start the scare. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he started to fumble backwards. I watched as his feet slipped from under him and he fell to the ground. It happened in slow motion. But the sound of his head hitting the bird fountain in our backyard is one that I will never forget. Jesus Christ! Kurt, are you okay? I screamed. I looked up, waiting to see if my sister or one of her friends would stare out and see this horrific accident. I tried to prop his head up and stop the bleeding. Then I reached into my pocket to call 911. But I hesitated. I know it's dumb, but my parents were already going to give me a ton lashing for being stupid anyway. I didn't want the cops to find me for something like this, so I ran inside and used Kurt's phone instead. As dumb as that was, what I did next was even stupider. I went back out and after checking to make sure he was okay and not bleeding out, I decided to climb the tree and see whatever it was that had caused him to act so strangely. Slowly, I crawled up the branches and peered through the window to where my sister and her friends were sleeping. All except for one of them. It's been so long now and I still remember that ungodly sight. One of the girls was standing there, crouching over the other girls with a sharp knife, slashing wildly at the defenseless sleeping friends. I will never forget the look on her face as she swung that knife. That's when the girl looked straight at me. I nearly fell back like Kurt did. But instead I stared her down across the darkness. She'd already seen me, what good would it do running away? She could never make it outside in time to catch me regardless. Suddenly she started making her way to the door, and I could see that some of the other girls were moving. I scrambled to get out of there. I didn't even wait for paramedics to show up and help Kurt. I didn't want to be around if she was coming to get me. I ran for what felt like hours and ended up at my grandparents' house on the outskirts of my town. I frantically tried explaining to them what had happened. They called my parents and eventually they started putting the story together. Kurt was in the hospital with his head injury and apparently all the girls were fine. I went to see Kurt a while later to see what he remembered. Nothing. So now there's rumors that I attacked Kurt and put him in hospital and then ran away to avoid trouble. I tried talking to my sister about what I saw, but she denies that anything of the sort happened and treats me like I'm crazy. I've never been good at making friends or any type of bond with people in general. I'm not even close to most of my family members like I'm close to Jessie. Jessie is my best friend. I've known her only for a year and a half, but she's literally my world. She's the only person I can speak to, the only person who understands me. I've never slept over at anyone's house that isn't mine, and even when I'm supposed to be staying at a family member's house, I get anxious and they have to call my parents to collect me. This results in my parents having to cancel everything that they plan. My parents resent me. I'm a huge burden to them because of just how anxious I am. Jessie asked if I wanted to have a sleepover at her house. I'd never been to her house, or anyone else's house for that matter, and I'll admit I was ecstatic, but also hesitant in case I got anxious and ruined the sleepover and my friendship. I knew I was probably overthinking, but it still scared me. Jessie gave me some time to think, and I eventually agreed. I told my parents and they were pretty shocked, but decided to let me go because I had an actual shot at making a best friend for life. The car pulled up onto a large driveway, connected to an even larger house. It was huge, like mansion-sized. Probably the biggest house I'd ever laid eyes on. Me and my parents made our way over to the front door, which was about twice my dad's size, and he was 6'7". There was no doorbell, Instead, there was an abnormally large silver knocker in the middle of the door. I knocked. Jessie answered the door. When she saw me, her face seemed to light up and her smile grew larger. She instantly leaned in for a hug. Jessie's mother and father also approached the door and stood behind Jessie, also with a comforting smile on their face. Jessie's father was also tall like my own dad. He was your typical dad-looking person. It was the same with her mother. It was almost surreal. Jessie toured me around her huge house, which took about an hour in itself. Then we ventured off into Jessie's bedroom, which was huge and pink. Very pink. Like every object was pink. After staying in Jessie's room playing games and eating candy for a while, her mother walked into the room and placed a sheet of A4 paper on Jessie's bed. The way she walked was so elegant and graceful. I took my headphones and grabbed the sheet of paper. It read, "Sleepover rules. Follow these rules to ensure you have a safe and happy sleepover. 1. Don't eat too much candy. They can smell it from miles away. 2. Do not leave the bedroom after 1:45 a.m. Please remember this rule. Your life depends on it. 3. If you happen to wake up during the night for no apparent reason, hide under the bed within 25 seconds. That way they cannot see you. 4. Do not get snacks from the mini fridge during 8:56 p.m. and 9:47. You will not like what you find. 5. Make sure to turn off any light source, apart from the TV. You must keep this on all through the night. I can't emphasize how important this is. 6. If you wake up randomly and see Jessie sitting upright, awake in her bed, you must run. Lock yourself in the bathroom and do not come out for the rest of the night. If Jessie knocks and says she hurt herself and needs help, ignore her and do not reply. 7. If you wake up and hear the baby crying, ignore it completely. Don't even move, it isn't the baby. 8. Do not attempt to speak to Jessie during the night, and if she speaks to you, do not reply. This is crucial if you want to stay safe. 9. If you hear a dog whimpering and scratching on the bedroom door, drag Jessie under the bed and then hide behind the bookshelf. We do not own a dog. 10. If you hear a ringing in your ear, run, leave the house. This is the only exception. If you don't, we all die. Have a lovely sleepover, smiley face. It had to be some kind of joke. These couldn't have been real, but I still had a feeling that I should follow these creepy rules. I folded the piece of paper and placed it in my right pocket. Then sat down again to play with Jessie. After about an hour, Jessie's dad opened the door. "It's bedtime, girls. You must go to sleep." I suddenly got very anxious, because this is why I had to start following the creepy rules. I held back all of my emotion because I didn't want to lose a friend like Jessie. Me and Jessie both got into bed. We top and tailed so my head was at the bottom end of her bed. "Good night. Sweet dreams," she said, in between yawns. I don't know how my dreams were going to be sweet after reading those rules. Surprisingly, I fell asleep pretty quick. My sleep was pretty deep, and I didn't have any nightmares like most nights. And that's when I woke up. My stomach sank. I turned to see Jessie sitting upright, in her bed. Wide awake. I didn't want to believe that these rules were true, but my instinct was to just run. I bolted into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. After a solid few minutes of hyperventilating in Jessie's bathroom, I decided to unlock the door. I thought it was all probably stupid anyway. Just before my hand reached the lock, someone knocked on the door. I froze. "Tina, help me. I've hurt my head and my vision's going blurry." I desperately wanted to open the door, but something in my head advised me against it. Jessie kept screaming for help. I slumped into the corner, shaking with every breath I took. She was screaming for hours. It was unbearable. Her voice got less human-like and more distorted with every screech. By the time she stopped, I was already half asleep, to put into perspective just how long her screaming went on. I woke up. The light from the sun outside made my eyes sting. My ears were still throbbing. I slowly got up from the corner of the bathroom and unlocked the door. Jessie was playing on her PS5. Everything was totally normal. "Hey Tina," she said in her usual jaunty tone. "I think your mom and dad are already outside waiting for you in their car." I couldn't take speaking. Everywhere in my body ached. I picked up my stuff and started walking downstairs. Jessie's parents waited at the bottom of the stairs. "Your parents are outside waiting for you," said her mother with a smile. "How did they get here so quickly?" It was only 8:45. I could see the open door and my parents' car outside. I was so relieved. I was gonna leave this place finally. Jessie's dad showed me out, and I hopped into my parents' car. I can't begin to explain how relieved I was to see my parents' smiling faces again. Jessie and her family waved at me as I drove away. "How was the sleepover, sweetie?" I was about to reply when I got a notification on my phone. It was a message from my mom. It said, "Hey, I was just messaging to ask what time you wanted me and your dad to pick you up from Jessie's house." I looked back up at my mom, who was driving, and then to my dad, who was smiling eerily at me. Shit. I forgot to leave on the TV. I felt sick to my stomach. "Forgot something?" my dad asked me. I've always been good friends with one of my cousins, Cole. We're both the same age. The two of us were not quite inseparable, but we always did get along very well together, and were often found together, both in school. As we'd always end up in the same class together throughout elementary school and outside of it. When we were 12 and in the 6th grade, I was hanging out with Cole on a Friday afternoon around the later part of May, and we were psyched at the start of the weekend. We'd wound up at his house, since he didn't live too far from me, and at one point my mom called to say that our grandpa was in the hospital. While the issue with our grandpa wasn't expected to be life-threatening, he was being kept at the hospital overnight for observation, and both my parents and Cole's were planning on staying with him and Grandma at the hospital, since my mom and her sisters were the two of their siblings who lived close by. I was told that I was given the okay to stay at Cole's house for the night, with Cole's 15-year-old brother Hunter being in charge while our parents were out. This was fine by us. I got along well enough with Hunter, and he was never the bossy older cousin that some of my other friends said they had to put up with. We ordered out for pizza, and enjoyed goofing off. At around 9 or so, there was a knock at the front door, and Cole went to answer it. I was a bit curious as to who it could be at that time of the night, and so I watched from a ways back. At the door were two older guys. They said that they were with the city and that they were investigating reports about the water pressure supposedly being bad in the neighborhood. They asked Cole if his parents were home, and when Cole said they were unavailable at that moment, which we were told to say to strangers if our parents weren't home, the guys started asking a bunch of questions about how the water pressure was in the house and if they could come inside to check. Hunter came over at that point and politely told the guys that the water pressure was fine and perhaps they should move on to check on other homes in the neighborhood. The guys seemed reluctant to leave, but turned and walked away after Hunter started closing the door. After the door was shut, we looked at each other and shrugged, but didn't think too much of it after that and went back to goofing off. Eventually, we decided to go to bed. Cole and Hunter shared a bedroom, and we all agreed that I'd sleep in there with them, rather than me hitting the sack on the couch or something like that, so that we could talk while we fell asleep. Hunter grabbed a sleeping bag out of their camping supplies for me. When we got into their bedroom, they stripped down to their briefs, and I remembered Cole had mentioned to me once a while back that they had started sleeping in just their underwear. Since I hadn't originally planned on staying the night, I hadn't brought anything with me from home as far as overnight stuff, but since I wasn't in the mood to sleep in my clothes, I stripped down to my briefs as well, though I felt a bit embarrassed, even though we were all guys there and I knew they wouldn't say anything or be judgmental. They climbed into their beds and I quickly crawled into the sleeping bag, and after talking for a while about random stuff we eventually fell asleep. Early the next morning I got up because I had to pee, and so I quietly got out of the sleeping bag and did my business in the bathroom. On the way back to the bedroom, I heard something in the family room, which was on the opposite end of the house from the bedrooms and particular bathroom I was using. I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time, thinking it must be either Cole or Hunter, until I got back into the bedroom and realized that both of them were still in there. Trying not to panic, I woke them and told them that I thought someone was in the house. They quietly followed me, and the moment we walked into the family room we saw the two guys from the night before in there, and it was rather clear they were robbing the place. One of them started moving towards us as he pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The three of us promptly raced to the front door, somehow managed to get it unlocked and open, and we fled outside. As luck would have it, a cop was driving by at that particular moment. We quickly flagged him down and told him about the two guys in the house. The cop called for backup, and within a couple of minutes several other cops were there, and they proceeded to enter the house, and after some searching they caught the two guys. The cops figured out that the two guys must have entered from a window in the laundry room that had a broken latch, and had probably targeted the house because, while it wasn't empty, they probably realized that there were no adults there and figured that if we discovered them, we could be more easily dealt with than adults. To add insult to injury, while we were waiting outside while the cops searched the house, some of the neighbors came out to see what the commotion was about. This included some kids who went to the same school as Cole and me, including a few who were in our 6th grade class with us. It was during that time that the three of us realized that we'd never had the chance to get dressed. So just like in the stereotypical nightmare, we had to stand outside in full view of everyone in just our briefs for what seemed like forever, before being allowed back inside. When we went back to school on Monday, we had to put up with more than a bit of snickering, stares, and mockery for the next few weeks until school ended for the summer. This happened to me several years back. I was living with a friend at the time and was en route back to my apartment from a night with my family. I was kind of in a foul mood and was out of cigarettes, so I stopped at a gas station on my way back home. This gas station was dingy. I mean, just absolutely run down. The sad thing is that it was built that way. It was built to be barely functional. The lights outside didn't always work, and the place always smelled of burnt rubber. It was kinda sketchy during the day, but at 10 o'clock at night, it took on a whole different air. However, I was seriously in need of cigarettes, so I stopped. I got out of my car, went inside, grabbed a bottle of Gatorade, and made my way to the counter, only to notice that there was no one standing there. I'd stopped by this gas station before and had the same thing happen, figuring they were either in the bathroom or at their house. The employees were all part of a family who lived on the premises, so I hung around for a few minutes. Soon enough, the door to the restroom flew open, and out lumbered a rather angry-looking female. She rang me up for the Gatorade, and gave me attitude when I said I wanted cigarettes. Which I totally didn't understand. It's like, you never get business. So on the rare occasion that someone wants to buy something, you should be grateful. And with that awkward encounter, I was on my way. Total time that had elapsed from when I got out of my car to walking out of the door was maybe 5 minutes. I have a hanging light in my car that is always on when I'm driving. I was sure I'd left it on whilst I was in the store, but as I approached the car I noticed it was off. Not thinking much of it, I went to open my door and noticed that the car was unlocked. I never leave my car unlocked. But then again, I figured I was kind of in a hurry, so it was possible. I got in, started my car, lit a cigarette, and kind of blindly backed out while opening my Gatorade. I recapped the bottle, put it in the seat next to me, and was about to pull onto the road when a hand reached out from the back seat. I was panicking, and my immediate thought was to turn around, but suddenly he says, "Don't turn around if you know what's good for you." I sat facing forward and asked him what he wanted. He said he wanted a ride somewhere. My phone was in my backpack on the floor of my passenger seat, too far to grab discreetly. I asked him where he wanted to go. He gave me directions to a well-known crack alley about 4 miles from where we were. I'd been to the area before. I used to deliver pizza in that part of town before switching to a relatively safer delivery area. As I drove, I kept trying to sneak glances at him in my rearview mirror, but it seemed like every time I did, his face was encompassed by shadows. We got to the place he wanted to go, and he rolled the window down, yelling out some guy's name. That guy came over to my car and sold this intruder some gear through my back window. The whole time he mocked me and called me his new driver. After about 15 minutes, they were done. As we drove back, he started trying to talk me up, which I thought was weird. I gave reasonable answers without revealing anything personal about myself. We were about halfway through our trip when he asked me to pull over on the side of the road. This stretch of road went over one of those man-made concrete ditches, which meant that there was a significant paved shoulder over that ditch. He had me pull over there and turn off the car. "Do you believe in God?" My heart started racing. "I'm not sure." "If you died tonight, do you think you'd see God?" "I don't know." "I'd like to think so." "Close your eyes. Put your hands on the steering wheel, push your head forward, and let it rest on the wheel." Trembling, I did as he commanded. "Now count." "What? Are you deaf?" I said count. So I did. I started counting, slowly counting. My pace matched the seconds ticking by. I wondered how many more I'd have. Once the dealer walked away, the man in the back seat told me to bring him back to the gas station where he had gotten into my car. The stretch of road to get back there is not well lit or well traveled after dark. But it's not like I've run into any more danger than I was already in. I just wanted him to get out of my car. I could tell he was shifting in the back seat. I thought I was about to die. Then he simply got out of the car and ran off. I kept counting. I counted to at least 1,000 before I felt it might be okay to look up. I didn't want to look up to him standing in front of my car waiting for me to disobey. When I did finally look up, he wasn't there. I sped off toward my apartment, grabbed my phone, and called the cops. Naturally, they said there was nothing they could do. I didn't have a description of the guy other than that he was a male. I thought he might be black because I think that was the color of the skin I saw when I initially started to turn around, but it was so fleeting that I couldn't be certain. He didn't take anything out of my car or leave anything. I learned a few things that day. 1. I never, ever leave my car unlocked. 2. I always check my car before I get into it. 3. I'm never stopping at that gas station again. I no longer live there, so that helps. 4. If someone still somehow manages to get into my car to try something like that again, I'm running full speed into the nearest light post. I'll be wearing a seatbelt, and I doubt that some hijacker would worry about putting their seatbelt on. This happened to me during the summer of 2017. I was a 19-year-old girl at the time. I will be vague regarding details, country, origins of people, names of places, to avoid being recognized or causing a bad reputation to any community. While it isn't really scary, this story is still creepy, and the end is so crazy that I still can't believe it to this day. I was living in an apartment with my family. In the parking lot, there were always several guys repairing cars. I would often get home late at night and see these guys just talking. They would sometimes say good evening, and one time joked about keeping me a parking spot, but nothing inappropriate. I would just answer politely. I had noticed that one of them had a tuned-up sedan and must have been living in the same building, but used a different entrance, because in the morning the car was parked there. It was really recognizable. One morning, I was heading to work and realized this car was parked next to mine. Since he didn't live far, it wasn't that weird. But when I sat in my car, I realized the owner was actually sitting there, looking at me and smiling. Well, okay, it's 8:30 a.m., it's not completely out of the ordinary. I started to drive to work and entered a special roundabout where you have to stop inside if a car on the right is coming, so I stopped. I was looking to the right to see where I could go and realized that in the second lane, the car was there. As soon as I took the road to work, he was behind me. Even when we got close, he was still there. I was working in a mall with the biggest hypermarket in the neighborhood, so I thought maybe he was going for groceries. I got into the underground parking lot and parked. He did the same, right next to me. I chose to ignore him and headed for the escalator. He did the same and started to talk to me. Hello, I'm Steve. And you? I'm Anna. How old are you? I'm 19. I'm 27, is that a problem? No, why would that matter? Okay, so you work here? We arrived at the place where I worked. Yes. Okay, well, see you tonight. At that moment, I realized he wasn't speaking the language well. I answered his questions because he didn't seem scary, and I didn't want to make a scene. When he said bye, I thought, yeah, I see him every night in my parking lot with his friends, so it's normal. But when I finished work, the exact same thing happened as in the morning. While I sat in my car, I realized the guy was right next to me. Surprised and seeing how eager he was to talk, I got out and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I have something for you." He had a big smile and approached me. "What?" "No." He gave me a red rose. Embarrassed and shocked, it was the first flower anyone had ever given me. I refused it a couple of times, but he kept insisting. I knew the only way to get rid of him was to accept, which I did, and he left. I kept the flower in my car so my family wouldn't realize something was happening, and I threw it in a trash can outside later. This was the beginning of the week, and he started to wait for me after work, giving me drinks and asking me out to the cinema or restaurant. I refused everything but ended up accepting the drinks to make him leave. During the weekend, I had a second job with late shifts at a fast food restaurant. On my first shift there, since everything happened, I was closing the restaurant with 3 other colleagues. Since it was dark and late, one of us had to leave first and drive around the restaurant to ensure it was safe for everyone. I wouldn't normally do this, but that night I had a weird feeling he might be there. So, I volunteered for the drive, and right on the spot, he was parked next to my car. It was 1 a.m. How long had he been waiting? I told him to go a bit further, otherwise, we couldn't leave, which he did. After my colleagues left, I stopped next to his car and opened the window to explain why I reacted that way. Not that I had to explain myself, but I thought maybe he'd follow me until I explained. Before I knew it, he opened his car door and got into my car. I just want to remind you that this man knew where I worked, where I lived, what my car looked like, and who my family was. And he was a neighbor, that's why I never wanted to make a scene. But at this very moment, I was scared for my life. A 27-year-old muscular guy, who I didn't really know, was in my car at 1 a.m. in an empty parking lot. He seemed talkative, and I didn't have any other choice, so I decided to listen to him. He said he arrived in the country in 2014, stayed in the capital for 2 years, and moved to our neighborhood in 2017. I did the math and realized a year was missing. I asked him about it. He answered, "I was in jail." Just imagine how scared I was. "Why were you in jail?" "Well, I didn't have papers, and I had a car accident." Okay, it wasn't that scary in the end, which did reassure me. The guy said good night and left. There were many times I checked the rearview mirror and saw he was right behind me. I wouldn't know since when, and even to this day, I check often to see if a car is following me. Once, during a late shift, I was washing dishes and texting friends, 2 guys, to let them know I was finishing so we could meet. I had to leave my phone, and maybe half an hour later, a colleague came to me and said, "Hey, your friend ordered at the drive-thru and asked for you." "Oh, yes," I told him I wanted to meet later. I took my phone and messaged my friends asking why they were asking for me at work. "What are you talking about?" At that moment, I realized that they weren't talking about the friends I had plans with. I rushed to my colleague and asked her to describe the guy and the car. It was Steve. There were so many instances of things like that happening. He followed me to my friends and would threaten to tell my dad that he'd seen me drinking with boys. Also, one of his friends, Carl, who I spotted in my parking lot, had also started following me. A friend who knew Carl told me he was married, had kids, and was 40 years old. I was so shocked. One evening, around 10 p.m., and it was already dark, I parked and saw a neighbor getting home. It had been a while since we talked, so he said he'd be back in 2 minutes so we could chat. While waiting, I was getting my stuff from the trunk. This is when the car parked behind me flashed its lights at me. I didn't have to turn around to guess who it was. I had been patient since nothing too crazy had happened, and I didn't want to scare or create problems for my family, but that night I was pretty pissed off, and it was happening right next to my place. I threw my stuff and rushed at the car. Both Steve and Carl were there. I told them to leave me and stop following me. Steve didn't say a word, and Carl just smiled and said good night. I didn't answer and left. It worked because they didn't bother me for months. Steve changed his car to a black one, which was still very recognizable. He followed me a few more times, and one day he tried to talk to me with a friend who could translate what he had to say. I explained to his friend that I wasn't interested, and that was the last time I talked to him. Months later, I saw a guy in my neighborhood, and I knew he lived in an apartment near where Steve lived. The whole thing was over, but it was always in the back of my mind. I didn't really know who the guy was, and didn't know if this would start again. I was curious, and you know how curiosity is a bad thing. I started to talk to him. "Hey, do you know the guy Steve that lives in your building?" "Oh yeah, the mechanic?" "No, the guy who owns the black car." "Oh, you mean my dad?" I froze. I have no idea how this conversation ended, since it is still a big shock even to this day. I know I didn't tell him anything about his dad's behavior. I had known this kid for so many years, and he was actually the son of this guy. And he had 4 brothers and sisters. Then I realized the guy had lied about his age because the kid was about 15, and I believed him like an idiot. This is not the end of the stunning discoveries. A few days later, I met a friend who knew about these events and told her that the kid was his son. She looked at me, shocked, and said, "All this time it was this guy?" "What? You know him?" "He left his country because he stole money from powerful people and joined his family here, but got jailed for suspicion of badly assaulting a woman." "What?" I remembered that when he followed me, he would stop when I drove in the direction of the police station. I thought it was because he still had issues with his papers. She kept talking and showed me a video. This is his wife here, and the second woman is his second wife. She was so tired of him talking to other girls that she went to their country to find a second wife. I want to clarify that my friend was from the same country as this guy, but she was born here, which is why she had this kind of information. Small community, so they kind of all know each other. I was very lucky that nothing happened to me. I still can't believe it, and I wonder how it could have gone if I had acted differently. I was young and naive back then and didn't want to be offensive to anyone's culture, but in reality I really should have reported it sooner. The following story took place 20 years ago. The dialogue is paraphrased but accurately conveys what happened. Every year during March, my family would drive roughly 2 hours into the city from our rural town to enjoy a college basketball tournament. We routinely stayed at a large reputable hotel, and we were no strangers to the city. However, this year was different. There had been a rash of violent muggings, leaving many severely injured. I remember reading about these attacks in the newspaper. I've always enjoyed reading the news, even as a young child. The reports about the city would scare me more than usual because I wasn't used to the threat of violence so close to home. It was Saturday night around 11 p.m., and my mom, dad, and my little sister were winding down and preparing for bed. It's worth mentioning at this point that my mother is naturally paranoid, much more so than other moms. While it can be annoying at times, it often leaves us prepared for bad situations. Tonight would be one of those times. I was sitting on the second of 2 beds, furthest from the entrance to the room, when there was a knock at the door. "Room service," a voice called out. My parents glanced at each other, and my mom motioned for my dad to look through the peephole in the door. "We didn't order anything," said my dad, as he sized up the short, stocky male standing outside our door. He had with him a trolley with what appeared to be a meal on it and was wearing a green hotel uniform. "Are you sure?" he responded. "I've got an order here for room 4109. The guy at the door didn't sound pushy or out of place at all. In fact, if it wasn't for the recent violence in the city, we probably wouldn't have had our guard up in the first place. However, that night my parents were certainly cautious, and my father firmly told the man at the door that we didn't order any food. He left politely, without incident. We had little reason to be suspicious, and my dad wanted to chalk it up to a mistake on the hotel's behalf and get to bed. However, my mother eventually persuaded him to call the front desk to check that everything was legit. 15 minutes or so after the man had left our door, my dad got off the phone with the front desk. They have no record of us ordering food, and their room service staff were white, not green, he said grimly. I noticed my mother's face whiten and my sister looked scared. The hotel immediately sent security up to our floor to see if the intruder was still around. They checked on us and then went about searching the floor. Security came back to our room a few minutes later, telling us they had found an empty trolley in the stairwell, but there was no one to be found. With that, they departed, and we triple-checked the locks on the door before eventually sleeping. The next morning I was the first one awake. I didn't want to turn on the TV and wake my family, and there was no newspaper in the room, so I booted up my dad's laptop and checked the local newspaper's website. The first headline immediately made my stomach twist. Man stabbed outside City Hotel. Apparently, at roughly 11:30 the previous night, right after we had turned away the fake hotel employee, a pedestrian had been attacked outside our hotel in the middle of the sidewalk. He had been stabbed twice and then badly beaten in plain sight, yet his wallet wasn't stolen. The article went on to say that there was no apparent motive for the mugging, it was pure violence for violence's sake. It also mused as to why the pedestrian had been stabbed to the point where he couldn't fight back, but then beaten by hand. I woke my parents up right away and showed them the article. My mother became very nervous, while my dad looked very angry and reached for the phone. Naturally, we contacted the police and told them our story about the previous night. We provided as much information about the man at our door as possible, thinking he may have been responsible for the assault, but no one was ever caught. Thankfully, we had several inches of locked door between us and the fake employee. It may have just saved our lives. One of the hottest trends on YouTube right now is ordering random mystery boxes from the deep web and opening them on camera. I don't know why I didn't realize that most of these videos are fake. They're almost all staged. I thought it was a great idea and jumped on the bandwagon to claim the YouTube stardom I desperately longed for. For those who don't know much about the deep web, it's simply a part of the internet that isn't accessible from your basic search engines like Google. You have to download an encryption program. It's not illegal to access this part of the internet, but since it is anonymous, a lot of illegal activity happens here. The possibilities are endless. I grabbed my laptop, the one I'd had since I graduated in 2011, and downloaded the required programs. I preferred to use my laptop over my desktop in case of viruses. My 7-year-old laptop was a little more disposable. I went through a Bitcoin phase a few years ago when it was blowing up, so I already had a little saved. It wasn't much, roughly $632, but it was enough for what I was looking for. After the downloads were finished, I opened the browser and started my journey at the Hidden Wiki website. They provide a lot of useful links to get you started on the deep web. I scrolled through the warnings and general information and found the links I was looking for. Almost forgot, I muttered to myself as I grabbed the duct tape from my desk drawer. I cut a tiny square piece off the end and placed it over my webcam. Call me paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I clicked on the first link and waited what seemed like forever for the page to load. It was another very plain page with a list of popular websites that you could scroll through on the side. I continued my search through the web links until I found a page dedicated to mystery boxes. I wanted to find one around $500 so people knew I meant business on my channel. I was worried about being scammed. I decided to continue my search after a quick bathroom break. When I came back, I noticed my mouse was off to the side and I couldn't see it on the screen. I wiggled it around to see if it would appear, but the web page was a similar color to the mouse cursor, so I couldn't see it. I clicked a few times to see if my mouse was working and accidentally clicked a link. I was taken to a pitch black page with small white text near the top. I'm selling one random package to anyone brave enough to receive it for only $400 or best offer. I thought to myself and decided I'll take my shot. I hit the small payment button and was asked how much I'd like to spend. I entered $300 with my fingers crossed. The payment went through without any hesitation, and I was instantly met with a chat box asking where I'd like my package sent. I know this wasn't a good idea, and I regret it to this day, but I assumed the other YouTube channels used their own addresses often, so I thought nothing of it. Without much consideration, I gave them my full name and address. I waited over a month for the box to arrive. 36 days to be exact. It came directly to my front porch. It was wrapped numerous times in tape and looked really suspicious. I set my camera on the tripod and adjusted it to show the box on a small wooden table. I draped a sheet in the background to make it look a little more professional. I collected some gloves and scissors so I could film the video in one go. Hey everybody, welcome to tonight's vlog. I continued my monologue, mentioning how I got the box and how much I paid. Without wasting further time, let's open this deep web mystery box. I grabbed the scissors and cut along the red tape. I made sure my gloves were on tight and I ripped the box open. My brow furrowed as I saw just one book. Without saying a word, I took the book out of the box. I was pretty pissed that I'd spent $300 on a book. Well, looks like we got a dud. These pages better be made of gold. The outside of the book was old and tattered, and it smelled of mildew and mold. I cracked the book open to the first page and glanced over the contents. It's an old photo album. Smells like rot. Let's look at these pictures. I showed the camera a view of the page's contents. It had 4 pictures on the first page, all labeled by days. The pictures were taken with an old Polaroid camera. There were pictures of airplanes, random suitcases, a couple of taxis, and some pretty shady motels. Looks like someone's old travel photos. I continued flipping through the pages. Every day was a different photo of nature, cars, or trains. Day 18 held the oddest photo yet. It was just a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug. These people had one hell of a party, I said to the camera, trying to keep the video interesting. I zoomed in on the picture with the camera, so everyone could see it. Around day 30, things started getting weird. There was a picture of a house, but not just any house. It was my parents' home. I covered my mouth with my hand as I gasped for air. How is this possible? I was unable to form a sentence. I was at a loss for words. These were undeniably personal photos. Day 33, I turned the page and there was a woman handcuffed and gagged. I immediately vomited as I saw my own mom scared and crying. And then I noticed that my dad was also in the photo, face first in a pile of what looked like black tar. Day 34, this photo was taken inside what looked like a vehicle. I focused my gaze on the dashboard where a small photo was barely visible. It was an old school photo of me. They were in my dad's truck. Day 35, another house, but this one much smaller. The photo was too blurry to make out the details. My hands were trembling and all I could hear was my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I flipped to the last page. I immediately threw the book to the ground and ran to the window. I jiggled the hatch frantically and threw it open. Without hesitation, I jumped out and ran to the neighbors. As I was running, I turned around for a brief second. What I saw haunts me to this day. A tall hooded figure stood in my room, looking at me through the window. He stood motionless before lifting his hand and waving. I screamed for my neighbor who hurried me inside and called the cops. I sat and just cried. I cried out of fear for my life. I cried for my parents. I cried because it was all my fault. My lack of common sense got my parents killed and I will have to live with that forever. If you access the deep web, do not release any personal information. Even if people on YouTube do it. Most of it's not real. And always check your boxes. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I had noticed it had no tracking sticker on it. It was hand-delivered. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most disturbing stories from people who dare to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring hitmen, and even watching people through their own security cameras. It's messed up. But honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit interested. There was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it really was as bad as people said it was. The first thing I stumbled upon was a website centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling, so I didn't stay there long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so I was surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website I clicked on. But it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked on a website dedicated to watching people through security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly decorated rooms, like one packed with stuffed animals and another eerily decorated with Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga, which had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one for long. Something inside me felt off. Like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I clicked, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." I bit down on my back teeth, internally yelling at myself to leave the page. It could be something horrible, which would make me an accomplice. What if it was someone skinning an animal or something like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what drove me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead, but that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling that lingered over my head was, I had to click that link. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So, I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple, feeling my mouth go dry as the screen slowly loaded. The page consisted of a large screen, like the security camera page. The room was concrete and dark. There must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird green tinge, but you could tell there was little to no light. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention, and I immediately perked up in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey," I said before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. "Stupid." Then, the person walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, and felt bile rising in the back of my throat. I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, my face twisted in an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark, and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her leg was dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped around. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile, but now it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth, to scream. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax. My eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting. Twisted. Once I was finally done, I laid on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cold towels try to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself that I shouldn't have clicked the link, I should have left, I should have closed the window and told my inner curiosity to go away. Instead, I was lying on the floor, with the bathroom reeking of vomit, and my mind a complete mess over what the hell I just watched. Should I get the link and send it to the police? My first instinct was to copy the link, just in case, then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers, but I wasn't about to gamble. Not with what was at stake. I tried to ignore the dizzy feeling that was flooding my head as I started to pace around my room. My phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket, scaring the living daylights out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands. I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately answered. My voice was a complete wreck, my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt so sick. "Madeline, you're not going to believe what I just saw." "What? Are you okay? Have you been crying?" "I'm not okay," I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. "I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but... Are you kidding me?" Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. "I told you to stay away from that place. You never listened to me." "There's a girl," I said. "She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands. I don't know what to do, Madeline." The woman's cries got louder and more desperate, but muffled. "I'm so sorry. Close it out, clear your history, and never go back there again." "I'm not kidding. But, should I call?" "No." Her voice was stern. "You don't know if it's real. It's probably staged to get attention. Apparently idiots click on things like that. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you just stayed away from there. You could get yourself into a lot of trouble." I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hands shook as I moved the mouse to the small X once more. My eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher before I closed the window. I felt even worse than before. "We can file a report tomorrow, but go to sleep and stay away from the deep web. I can't believe you even went there in the first place." I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body. It was all I could feel. I told her good night, that I was sorry and that I loved her before I made my way to the couch to sleep. It didn't feel right being in my bedroom or anywhere near my computer. Not while that girl was still trapped, unable to scream for help, unable to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches about what was fake on those kind of websites and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little bit better. But it didn't make the guilty feeling go away. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips, the blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill just in case it didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to rehydrate after vomiting earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. The cold air felt amazing and did wonders to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal, the store was only a few minutes away from my house. My heart immediately began to thud against my chest. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. "Who is there?" My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence. Keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike, I walked to the couch and felt for my phone. As soon as I found it, I hit the emergency button and waited until I got a hold of a 911 operator, letting her know that I thought my house had just been broken into. She told me police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything out of place, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang and just kept ringing. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up and walked around with them like a scared puppy as they checked every room. They ended up just having me fill out a report, telling me they'd keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone else got hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet, but there weren't any missed calls. However, I did notice several outgoing calls to her cell phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m. There were multiple outgoing calls to her, almost every 2 minutes. They stopped at 3:56 a.m., which was around the time I'd gotten home. My mind went into automatic panic, knowing for a fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my texts, reading what I apparently sent out at 3:23 a.m. Hey, can't sleep. Gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in? I did not send that message. My stomach dropped, my heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked, don't be too late. Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows in my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow, all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. It only took me 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it'd be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot, my hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat, ready to swing. I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. Madeline? I called out. Are you okay? Nothing. Silence. Madeline? A small scream came from her bedroom just up the stairs. My legs jerked to a run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room. Confused, I heard the scream again. Only this time, I heard it coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier. This time there were 2 women. The first woman was lying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid. I recognized the second girl, just as I had recognized her voice. My heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood, the same threading sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounded my body, it was all I could hear. Her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and more rasped. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell and dialing the cops for the second time, only this time it barely rang once before the deep gravelly voice of another man answered. You should not have called. Chills shot down my body, and I heard the phone thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded on the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it, her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what had happened. I'm typing this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut her phone line, but we're going to keep trying. I don't know what's going to happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. I've always had a morbid sense of curiosity. That's not something I'm particularly proud of. I've always just chalked it up to teenage curiosity. To be honest, it probably started back in middle school when people thought it was fun to send around horrible videos of executions and videos like 2 Girls 1 Cup. Just mentioning it makes me feel old. These days, there's an overabundance of these sites. Places to watch people die, blurry videos of car crashes, beheadings, and animal abuse. Of course, it's not something I actively seek out, but when I stumble across it, I feel compelled to watch, to prove to myself that nothing can affect me. For the truly gruesome stuff, one needs to visit the so-called dark web. As someone who has fallen far behind in the advancement of technology, it absolutely baffled me that only a tiny fragment of the internet is available through a Google search. The rest, which makes up approximately 99.9%, is hidden and requires a special browser to access. With the help of a YouTube tutorial, I quickly downloaded the Tor browser and went on my way to search for the hidden aspects of the internet. It couldn't have taken more than half an hour of clicking on links before I stumbled across something that quenched my thirst for the horrible forever. The website itself was rather plain. Just a black background with a video player in its center and a chat box beneath. Within a few seconds of entering the website, the video had loaded and automatically started playing. What was depicted before me was a scrawny-looking man in his early 20s, strapped to a chair and covered in wounds. In the upper left corner of the video, a timer was counting up each second. 24 minutes and 14 seconds. "Please, stop. Please, it was an accident, I swear," he yelled. A larger man entered the picture, holding a large needle connected to an empty syringe. Without speaking a word, he stuck the needle as far as it could go into the victim's abdomen. The victim let out a loud scream as the man removed the needle and plunged it back in. After a few stabs, the man grabbed a hammer and hit the victim straight in the jaw, shattering his mandible and leaving him unable to form any coherent speech. The victim let out a gurgled whimper before passing out. I tried to fast forward the video, sure it had to be fake, but that's when I realized it wasn't pre-recorded footage but a live stream. 26 minutes and 12 seconds were the words that lit up the screen. The chat beneath the video went wild, calling out the victim as a pathetic excuse of a human being, demanding that the man continue the torture. A few seconds passed, and the chat was replaced by a voting form containing only two options: life or death. The votes were quickly counting, the bar for death rising rapidly. As much as I could stomach, I couldn't be part of an act of murder, so I quickly voted for life. In the end, the results were displayed on the screen. Out of 200 people, the results were 95% for death, 4% for life, and 1% did not vote. 10 people had tried to save the poor kid, but it wasn't enough. Without further warning, the man grabbed the hammer and started repeatedly hitting him, starting from the legs and working his way up until all that remained was a bloody pile of broken flesh. I sat speechless, staring helplessly at the screen as I noticed that my camera light had lit up. The video player vanished, and in its place, 10 smaller boxes popped up, all displaying people from various places around the world, all being unknowingly filmed by their own webcams. To my absolute horror, one of the boxes showed my bedroom and myself wearing a terrified expression. It quickly dawned on me that these were the people who voted to save the poor kid. Who will be next? A message appeared as a timer counted down towards 0. A few boxes turned black, to which the chat responded with laughter, a hopeless attempt at escape. 3, 2, 1. 9 of the 10 pictures disappeared from the screen, including my own, leaving the screen occupied by a middle-aged Asian man, frozen in fear. "We'll see you soon. Good luck." I let out a sigh of both relief and panic. I'd escaped unharmed, but not everyone was that lucky. Of course, I called the police, but by the time they could even look into it, the link had long since expired. I don't know what else I could have done, but it taught me not to look too deep into the depths of the dark web. This is my last resort. I need help. A couple of weeks ago, I swallowed a tapeworm I bought illegally because I wanted to lose weight, but now I think I am having some negative side effects. The whole thing started when my family bought tickets for a cruise to the Caribbean. I have always been overweight. It runs in the family. I'm 19 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, female, and I weigh 200 pounds. I was scrolling through some weight loss websites when an advertisement popped up on the side of an article. Lose the weight without the effort. Normally, I wouldn't fall for clickbait, but I was desperate. The cruise was in a month and a half, and I had 90 pounds to lose. So I clicked it. It took me to the dark web, which I didn't know was possible by just clicking on an ad. But it ended up being really cheap and really easy. They basically sent me 2 things, a little jar with the worm inside and directions for taking it, which were oddly specific. I had to swallow the worm after eating raw meat, preferably red. It had to be taken between the hours of 9 and 11 p.m., and all the lights had to be off. The worm would pass once my appetite curbed, and I had adjusted to my new lifestyle. I figured maybe these things had an effect on the tapeworm's behavior, so I thought nothing of it at the time. I forced myself to choke down an uncooked hamburger, then swallowed the worm shortly after 9:30 in pure darkness. The first week went by, and nothing happened. No weight had been lost, and I had 0 side effects that the directions warned me of. No nausea, abdominal pain, strange cravings, or feelings of hunger. I was starting to think that I had passed the worm or it had died. Whatever had happened, I was upset. The week following, however, was completely different. I woke up that Sunday morning starving. I ate all the bacon my mom had made, including 3 eggs, and the 2 she made for my 5-year-old sister, Maria, after she complained of not being hungry. I spent almost the entire day eating and never felt completely full. That night I stepped on the scale and was pleasantly surprised to find that I had lost 8 pounds. The next few days followed the same routine. Eat everything in sight and still lose weight. My diet did change, which was another side effect. I craved all the protein I could get. I was constantly finding myself in drive-thrus, ordering at least 6 hamburgers and inhaling them with no effort whatsoever. But then, the stomach pain started. I couldn't hold down anything but meat. But I had gotten down to 120 pounds. Who was I to start questioning the process now? My breakfast, lunch, and dinner consisted of nothing but ham and plain cooked hamburger. A few days later, even those meats would not satisfy the worm in my stomach. Raw meat became its meal of choice. It's disgusting. That's what I thought at first. But I've come around to it since. My mom has wondered why I no longer eat the food she makes. I keep telling her that all the weight I lost means I don't have the same appetite. Which is true, to a point. None of this is the reason I am telling this story. The reason I am writing this is because of a conversation I had after my mom left the room. Maria was sitting at the table eating chicken nuggets with ketchup, happily humming to herself while Mom and I talked. But once it was just me and her, she stopped eating and looked at me. "What's wrong with you, Angie?" I smiled softly. For her age, she was so mature and caring. "Nothing, Maria. I am on a diet. I'm getting healthier, so I'm not as hungry as I used to be." She frowned and widened her big eyes at me. "But, I watched you. The other night you pulled raw bacon out of the fridge and you ate it all." I knelt beside her to comfort her, which is why I smelled her. She was sweet, so small and plump. The pangs in my stomach grew stronger, and I felt the roof of my mouth start to salivate. I even got a little dizzy. I was just so hungry. I looked at her little arm resting on the table, and I could practically hear all of her fresh blood running through her veins. I blinked rapidly a few times and stumbled away from my little sister and into my bedroom. I stayed there the rest of the night. That was 3 days ago. I'm down to 99 pounds. I can smell my family from my room. I snuck out last night and tried eating some uncooked hamburger, but I threw it all up. I'm so tired. I haven't slept much lately because my dreams have all been the same. I am looking down at myself. I'm at the dinner table with a full belly and a smile spread across my lips. I can't see what I'm eating, but I can taste it. Rare, bloody, tender, and so savory. It's heaven, nothing I've ever had before. Then I slowly look over to the table, and there she is. Unmoving, but certainly alive. I'm looking at Maria, she's looking back at me. She is splayed out for me like a display, teeth marks and full bites taken out of her chunky little thighs and arms. A part of her cheek is missing, and through the bloody mess, she is silent, smiling at me with those eyes. I smile back at her, and with pieces of bloodied flesh dangling from my teeth, I swallow and lean down to take another bite of my sister. That's when I wake up, crying and starving. I would go to the doctor, but I'm terrified of being out in public. There's so many tasty people out there. I can't even track down the website where I ordered it. I think I'm running out of time. I weighed in at 90 pounds 2 hours ago. I can feel the urges growing, pushing me to feed. I'm starting to really worry that my sister might not have much time left. A little while ago, when the sun was just setting, I decided to go for a drive with my friend Rose, up to the mountains. I grew up near the city limits and often drove the mountain roads. Rose, a newer friend in my life, had only been up to the mountains a few times before. I was eager to show her how cool it was at night, especially when you're headed back to town and can see all the city lights as you're leaving the foothills. I love listening to creepy videos and watching scary movies, which may have been a big help for us on this particular night. We headed up in my van, a dependable '03 Toyota that had made the journey dozens of times before. There is a part where the pavement ends, and the gravel road takes you deeper into the mountain. Just beside the stretch from asphalt to gravel, there's a stretch of dirt where people used to park their trucks and trailers. Rose and I drove by, and I noted that the pullout was empty, as was normal for this time of night. It was about 10 p.m. The sun had set, and the lights with timers had all turned on in town. I had never seen any lights up on the mountain. Almost every farming field on the mountain is fenced off with a locked gate that will say private property, normally with bullet holes in the metal to show that the owners are armed and generally pissed off at idiots who try to break into their fields. Every field in the mountains is watered with the central pivot irrigation system. Those are the long, repeated arch systems with metal frames and wheels that are commonly seen all over the United States as agricultural districts. I'd seen a few irrigation systems in town that have lights with timers on them, so at first, I wasn't too surprised when I saw one light in a field. We'd only gone a quarter mile by now, but then I remembered that not only had the light not been there before, it was in the wrong place. "Oh no," I said, which was probably not what Rose wanted to hear in the middle of her first nighttime mountain excursion. "What's up?" Rose asked me. "Well, I know farmers are harvesting now, so I guess a light in the field makes sense, but at the same time, I have never seen that one before. I gestured off to our right where there was a very random amber light at the edge of the field. It was dark enough that I couldn't see any fences or any of the boulders around it, but I was familiar enough with the mountains to know that it was the edge of a property. I started to tap on the wheel anxiously as I was filled with mixed emotions. I was eager to keep going because the mountains were going to be beautiful in the half moon, and Rose had never seen them at night before. At the same time, my brain told me that if I'm going to listen to a few dozen hours of horror stories per month, I'd at least better get some meaning out of them. I'm sorry, Rose. I'd keep going if those were tractor headlights, but I've never just seen one light right there, especially in that field. I've never even seen it farmed, so it wouldn't make any sense to waste energy or money lighting it. Rose is amazing and didn't mind that we were turning around only a quarter mile in. We turned around and headed back towards the asphalt. I had no idea why, but I felt like there was a clock that had suddenly started ticking. Hey, Rose, could you please hold the handle? I'm going to go fast enough that you might want to hold onto something. I promise we're safe, I said. Rose silently clutched the handle above the passenger side of the car, and I went faster. I felt the sense that it was time to hurry up, so I did. I zoomed back towards the asphalt as fast as I dared, my sense of trepidation only intensifying when we reached the truck parking zone. There was a white truck and a flatbed trailer that had not been there less than 10 minutes before. About 6 guys were around the truck that had its headlights on. One guy was in a UTV, backing it off a flatbed trailer so fast that I thought he was going to crash into one of his friends. I raced by, and someone ran behind the car. I turned onto a road that would lead me to a main road. Rose, I asked while accelerating up to 70 miles per hour, were those people there when we drove by earlier? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy. No, Rose said. I sighed, copying her tone even as I jumped up to 75 and glanced in my rearview mirror. As far as I could tell, they weren't following us, but we had 8 miles of straight, flat roads with no cover before we actually managed to reach civilization. Did they seem like they were in a hurry to you? There was no other traffic, so we didn't have to slow down for anyone, which helped us both remain as calm as possible. Just a bit, she laughed nervously, looking over her shoulder to check for any cars as well. Thankfully, nobody came. We drove to a crowded restaurant and sat in the car while we calmed down. We tried to think of a reason why this guy had shown up so abruptly in the middle of the night. Rose suggested that maybe their friends were camping and in trouble. All the land in the mountains is private property, so nobody can camp out there. I'm glad Rose and I left so we didn't have to find out why 6 guys decided they needed to rush up the mountain in the middle of the night. Since high school, I've come to realize that some of the most rewarding purchases result from the most annoying transactions. When I was about 17, I decided to get my driver's license because I was tired of spending so much time at home with my parents. They weren't bad people, but my mom had a habit of loudly arguing with the political news channel alongside my dad, and it got old pretty fast. After getting my license, I initially used a texting service called QWERTY, but it went out of business, leaving me without a phone. Since having a cell phone was deemed necessary by my parents, it fell to me to go purchase my own. They agreed to pay for it, and I would work around the house to pay them back. I had to handle all the legwork of getting it. I didn't live in a bad area, but the Radio Shack, where I needed to go, was in a sketchier part of town, known for its escorts and dealers. While I never heard of anyone getting hurt there, the vibe was definitely off, and one particular apartment building on the way to Radio Shack was notoriously dangerous, a hotspot for addicts. At Radio Shack, the purchase process was unnecessarily complicated. The girl who first assisted me not only activated the wrong phone, but also broke it. It was a long ordeal, but finally, we got everything set up, and they instructed me to set up security on my new phone and add a backup passcode. I opted for one of those swipe pattern codes and promptly forgot it as soon as I got back into my dad's truck. It was around 8 p.m., and I had to stop at the intersection near the notorious apartments, heading west. The road was nearly empty, except for 2 other vehicles also driving west. As I stopped at a red light behind an orange PT Cruiser, a truck turned right, and a man stood at the northwest corner waiting to cross east past us. The light turned green, but the PT Cruiser didn't move. I waited a second before honking my horn, prompting the car ahead to back up slightly, which panicked me. In my confusion, I didn't shift the car into reverse. Instead, I put it in park and frantically pressed the gas, but the car didn't move. I struggled to find the right gear, and by the time I figured it out, the PT Cruiser had taken off. The man who was waiting to cross then approached my vehicle. He was about 5'6", slim, with long limbs and a sunken face that screamed zombie. His expression was twisted in anger. He wore a dirty, neutral-colored hoodie, and as he got closer, I could see how bloody he was. It was hard to tell how badly injured he was because his face was so dirty and bloody. As he tried to open the driver's side door, I finally managed to shift into neutral. The truck made a strange noise, which startled him, but I still wasn't moving. He then slammed his face against the window, looking as if he was bleeding from his eyes. He wasn't showing any signs of pain. As he tugged at the handle, I was finally able to find the right gear. Despite being terrified, I didn't want to harm him by driving off too fast. However, when he pulled out a gun, I shrieked, slammed on the gas, and inadvertently dragged him a bit as his arm was wrapped around the side mirror. He yelled and let go, and I sped off at 60 miles per hour down the road to my house. Arriving home in a full panic, I was chastised by my mom for barging in. As I tried to explain, I was so overwhelmed that I started to throw up and had to run to the bathroom. After I explained this situation, my parents were skeptical and thought I was exaggerating, prompting them to call the cops. The police dispatcher informed us that I wasn't the only one calling about a man with bleeding eyes. Shortly after, a deputy arrived at our door. My mom, still thinking I might have staged the whole ordeal, sent me to talk to him. I gave him a description and showed him the bloody face print on the window of the truck. The police took a sample and later confirmed they had a suspect in custody who matched my description. The man had road rash and a dislocated shoulder but was in no mortal danger. He appeared on the local news, linked to a string of attempted carjackings while under the influence of cocaine. He was eventually sentenced on a drug charge, and since then, I haven't heard any more about it. About 29 years ago, after graduating from high school, I moved to Saitama, a prefecture in Japan that neighbors Tokyo. I bought a second-hand car a few months after moving there, which was almost a necessity for getting around. I really enjoyed taking long, relaxing drives after work, listening to music and smoking cigarettes. One night, during a particularly extended drive out in the mountains, surrounded by nothing but darkness and the sound of cicadas, an unsettling event occurred. I drove with the windows down, usually just the driver's side since I was smoking. As I navigated along this dark, secluded road, I heard a scream. It wasn't just any scream, it sounded like a child's, blood-curdling and chilling. It's a sound that haunts me to this day, so much that I hesitate to talk about it. Instinctively, I slammed on the brakes. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal, always trusting my five senses, but something felt wrong. Pulled over onto the hard shoulder, I got out of the car, feeling chills up my spine. It was the dead of night, and there was no logical reason for what I heard. Scanning the area as best I could with my car's headlights illuminating the dark woods ahead, I was overwhelmed with fear and paranoia. I began to tremble, a physical reaction I'd only heard about but now knew all too well to be true. Apart from the sound of my own heartbeat and the shuffle of my feet on the dirt road, the night was eerily silent. I tried to convince myself it was just an auditory hallucination, perhaps due to fatigue. Hearing nothing further, I decided to drive home, trying to put the incident behind me. 3 weeks later, while watching TV, the same mountain roads and passes were displayed on the screen. The newscaster reported that Tsutomu Miyazaki had confessed to murder, identifying the scene of the crime to the authorities. It became clear that the scream I heard, while not occurring in real time, might have been a distant echo of past horrors. That scream was no ordinary one, it was what I can only describe as an end-of-life scream, full of terror and despair. The area I had pulled over was shown on screen, the very site of unspeakable acts. As details of Miyazaki's crimes were later documented by the media and by himself, the full scope of the horror unfolded. If you look up Tsutomu Miyazaki, you'll find chilling details, but I refuse to give his actions any more recognition here. That experience profoundly changed me. I never went for night drives in the woods again. The echo of that scream, and the grim reality of what occurred in those mountains, has stayed with me ever since. I was about 8 years old when this incident occurred, and although my memory of the event itself is patchy, I vividly remember how my mom reacted, which tells me just how serious it was. I was with my mother and my little sister on a road trip across Wyoming. This was a common activity for us since we had family spread across the state, and my mom loved taking long drives. Anyone familiar with Wyoming knows that the roads there can be mostly deserted. On this particular day, we had been following an older green and white truck for several hours. As we approached a gas station, my little sister got excited about picking up one of those wax juice bottles she loves so much. The green and white truck pulled into the gas station just ahead of us. We stopped too, used the restroom, grabbed some snacks. My mom filled up the car with gas, and soon we were back on the road. Not long after, my mom asked from the driver's seat, "Is that truck behind us the same one that we followed into the gas station?" I turned around, confirmed that it was indeed the same truck, and then settled back into my seat, continuing to indulge in snacks. However, I could sense my mom's growing unease. She kept glancing in the rearview mirror at the truck. For the next stretch of road, the truck would speed up, getting dangerously close to us, then slow down again, maintaining this pattern for several miles. As we neared another gas stop, my mom spoke with a seriousness that immediately alarmed me. "I'm going to pull in and open up my door like I'm getting out. I don't want you to open your doors. Don't get out, just sit tight and hang on," she instructed. My sister and I exchanged puzzled looks, sensing the tension but not fully understanding the gravity of the situation. We pulled into the station and up to a pump. My mom fine-tuned the rearview mirror to keep an eye on the truck as it pulled in and parked to the side of the entrance. The driver, a large man, popped his hood, got out, and started fiddling under it with his back to us. My mom seized the moment. She slammed her door shut and sped out. I twisted in my seat to see the man turn around abruptly, startled by the screech of our tires. He quickly closed his hood and stared as we drove off. My mom drove faster than I had ever seen her drive before. The road ahead bent sharply, and just before the bend, she slammed on the brakes, yanked the steering wheel to the right, and expertly maneuvered the car around the corner into a small parking lot behind a building. We were hidden from the road but could still see the green and white truck speed past the bend. Terrified, we sat in silence until my mom broke it to check if we needed to use the restroom. I said yes, but she decided it was safer to wait and drive to the next station. Then she said something that has stuck with me ever since, completely out of character for her. "I'd rather piss my pants in this car than be murdered on the side of this road." We eventually continued our trip and never saw the green and white truck again. This chilling experience, driven by my mother's quick thinking and fierce protective instincts, remains vivid in my memory. A stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk on desolate roads. Back around April 2005, I was leaving a buddy's house, headed home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Wayne County, Pennsylvania. I was a good 15 miles away, so I decided to take the back roads to save time and avoid the cops. As I crossed the mountain road, I saw a van off to the side, doors open and lights on. It was well after midnight, and there was no one on the road. I slowed my car, a 1989 VW ragtop, down to first gear, looking for any person or persons that might be hurt. The woods were quiet, and the van off the road was not running, but all the lights were on, even the driver's door was open. I remember thinking to myself, shit, I don't have cell service until the top of the mountain, I gotta call the cops. So, I proceeded to go towards where I knew I had cell service, maybe going 30 miles per hour tops. I knew this situation was funky, but then it got worse. No more than 3 or so miles away, as the brush thinned on the roadside where you had a better view of the woods, I saw movement. I let off the gas, thinking I didn't want to hit a deer. As I let off, this man, soaked in fresh blood, came from the tree line and into the road. He was so covered in gore I couldn't tell it was a man at first. He stumbled out in front of the car and waved me down. I was in my ragtop, top down, of course. He was yelling and grabbing at my door. I dropped it into first and took off. Another mile or so, I had cell service and called the cops. The guy was obviously hurt. His grab from my door scared me. There was a wide space on the mountain where I agreed to wait for the cops. They met me there in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I put the top up and locked the doors. An officer took my statement, and he looked over my car with a torch. The guy from the woods left a bloody smear down my door. Another officer found the van, but they couldn't locate the guy who came out of the woods. The cops let me go home and said they'd call if they needed anything further. Within a few days, I did get a call. They said the van was stolen, and they asked if I could describe the man. They never found him that night, and as far as I know, they never did. Apparently, the van was stolen, and the cops surmised this guy banged himself up and took off in a panic. As far as I know, they never did track him down. To this day, I keep a lookout for a bloody man running out of the woods. This experience has stuck with me, and it is 100% true. I've been dating my girlfriend for a few years. She's petite, blonde, and always has a positive attitude about everything. We both attend different colleges, hers in New Hampshire and mine in Massachusetts. Since she doesn't have a car, I drive up to see her in my old little red car that I got from my grandmother. I'm not a huge fan of the car, but since I got it for free, I can't complain. I've never had an issue with the hour-and-a-half drive, but a few weeks ago, I got more than I bargained for. I was visiting my girlfriend, and the day was already turning rough. We wanted the dorm room to ourselves, but her roommate wouldn't leave, so we hung out in the common room. After spending most of the day together, we finally called it time for me to head back to my own college. I said goodbye and told her I would text her when I got back. It was 6 o'clock, and it was getting pretty dark outside, given that it was winter. I normally take the New Hampshire back roads for a more scenic route and to avoid traffic. It doesn't affect the travel time at all, so I guess that's a plus. Most people who live in or visit New Hampshire know that most of the back roads are not well lit with street lights, or are not lit at all. This isn't too much of a problem because I can just put my high beams on. About 30 minutes into the drive, I turned down a road that looked as if it was just a wide path. The GPS said I would be going straight for about 7 miles, and knowing what New Hampshire roads could be like, I didn't think anything of it. The street was narrow, enough for a car and a half, and surrounded by woods. It was not lit with streetlights at all. I got about 3 or 4 miles in when I saw a guy in my I-beam standing in the middle of the road, waving down my car, asking for help. The road wasn't big enough for me to pass around him, so I had to stop. The man then came around to my driver's side window and gestured for me to put it down. I wasn't fully thinking straight, so I put my window down about halfway. He looked like an average 40 to 45-year-old man, but he gave off a disturbing presence. He told me he was having car troubles and asked me to get out of my car and help him. Now, I am a 19-year-old with an average build. None of my physical qualities hint at me knowing anything about cars. I told him that I knew nothing about cars and that if he really needed help, all I could do was call a mechanic or tow truck. He kept gesturing to his black, rusted pickup truck and insisted I got out to help him. This started to give me the chills, and I didn't know what to do. That's when I noticed there was someone crouching behind the truck. The man couldn't tell, but I began to internally panic. My fight or flight senses kicked into gear, and I chose to try something risky. I told the guy I would pull over on the side of the road up ahead and then get out to see what I could help him with. This seemed to work, and the guy began to smile. He backed off from my car, and I stepped as hard as I could on my gas pedal. I sped off and looked in my rearview mirror to see both men run out into the middle of the road and then just stand there. I kept driving as fast as I could until I got off the road. I got to a nearby gas station where I stopped to call the police. I told the dispatch about my experience and asked them if I needed to stick around for questioning. They told me they would send some officers to check out the street and that I was fine to continue on driving. I then called my girlfriend and told her what happened. She was just happy I was safe. I have no idea what the intentions of those men were. I don't know if they were actually having car troubles or if I was going to get carjacked, or worse. Needless to say, after that night, I will not be driving the back roads alone at night anymore. This happened nearly 20 years ago, but I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I went to college in a very small town in northwestern Maryland. Our school was nestled in the foothills of the Catoctin Mountains. My friends and I would drive around the mountains. We became very comfortable on those roads and knew them well. However, this story takes place before we knew the roads, when we had just started school. One night, several of my girlfriends and I went out for a ride. The roads are winding and narrow, with some parts dropping right off the side of the mountain. Since it was nighttime, we were taking our time. We rarely saw many cars when we drove around, which was perfect. That night, however, as we pulled down to the parking lot, another car did as well. We didn't think much about it, assuming it was another person looking for some solidarity. We entered the back roads, and initially, the car was no longer behind us. But as we went deeper into the mountains, the car came up behind us. It was getting very close to us, and we were getting freaked out. Mind you, we didn't know the roads very well yet, and they were backward roads, unpaved, with nowhere to turn around. I tried to drive as quickly as I could to get away from the car. All of us were freaking out, convinced this person was out to kill us. Finally, we saw a chapel with a parking lot. We pulled in, turned back to the road, and watched as a red-haired man drove past us, slowly staring at us. We booked it down the mountain, parked the car, and called public safety to tell them what had happened. A day later, we received an email from campus security telling us to look out for a man with red hair, glasses, and a beard. He had been trying to get into the campus doors and was following women around campus. I know it sounds a little bit uneventful, considering we got away from him so easily. But I'm fully convinced that if he caught us when we were parked up, we wouldn't have been seen again. This happened a few weeks ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. My name's Kyle, and I have rented a remote cabin in the woods for a weekend getaway. I was looking forward to some peace and quiet, but what I ended up experiencing was anything but relaxing. The cabin was deep in the forest, miles away from the nearest town. I arrived on a Friday evening and spent the night settling in, enjoying the solitude. Everything seemed perfect until around midnight when I heard strange noises coming from outside. At first, I dismissed it as branches scraping against the walls or maybe some nocturnal animals. But when I heard a loud thud, I decided to investigate. I went outside with a flashlight and checked around the cabin. The night was eerily silent, with only the occasional rustle of leaves. I inspected the locks on the doors and windows, and everything seemed secure. I went back inside, feeling a bit uneasy but hoping it was just my imagination. The next day, I spent the afternoon hiking and enjoying the scenery. When I returned, I noticed that the lock on the back door looked tampered with. My heart sank. I was certain I'd locked it before heading out. I checked the cabin thoroughly but found nothing out of place. I tried to call the rental agency, but there was no cell service. I felt increasingly uneasy but decided to stay put and make the best of it. That night, I took extra precautions. I set up makeshift alarms with cans tied to strings around the cabin and checked the locks repeatedly. I went to bed, but sleep was elusive. Archer, my German shepherd, was unusually restless, pacing and growling intermittently. Around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud crash. My instincts kicked in, and I grabbed a large kitchen knife before heading into the living room. To my horror, the back door was wide open. Archer was barking furiously, and I could hear footsteps moving quickly outside. My heart was pounding as I stepped outside, clutching the knife. The forest was pitch dark, and I could barely see anything. I heard the footsteps getting louder and then saw a shadowy figure emerging from the trees. Before I could react, the figure lunged at me. He was a frail, disheveled man, his clothes tattered and his face twisted with desperation. I swung the knife instinctively. The man, clearly weak and unsteady, staggered back. He tried to grab me, but I managed to push him away. He let out a guttural cry and tried to scramble back into the forest, but he was slow and uncoordinated. I could see the fear in his eyes as he fled deeper into the woods. Shaking and adrenaline-fueled, I quickly secured the door and windows once more. My first instinct was to leave immediately, but the thought of navigating the dark, unfamiliar forest alone was daunting. I realized I had to get out and find help. I grabbed a flashlight, a few essentials, and Archer, and headed for the trail I had hiked earlier. The forest was terrifying at night, with every shadow and sound making me jump. Archer was on high alert, and I kept a tight grip on the flashlight, using it to illuminate the path as best as I could. The darkness seemed to stretch on forever. The trail was overgrown, and I had to push through thick underbrush. Every snapped twig and rustling leaf felt like an imminent threat. My anxiety mounted with each step, but I knew staying at the cabin was not an option. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon a small clearing and finally got a weak cell signal. I called the police and explained this situation as best as I could, though I was breathless and panicked. They assured me they'd send help and advised me to stay put until they arrived. I waited in the clearing, clutching Archer and trying to stay calm. It was nearly dawn when the police finally arrived. They took my statement and conducted a search of the area. They found evidence of the man's presence but couldn't locate him. They advised me to leave the area immediately and head to the nearest town. I was exhausted and shaken, but I followed their advice. The drive out of the woods felt surreal, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. When I finally reached the town and got to a safe place, I was relieved but still rattled by the night's events. I've since been in contact with the police, who are still investigating. The whole experience has left me on edge, and I'm wary of venturing into the woods alone. The sense of vulnerability and fear has stayed with me, and I'm trying to move past it. This happened just a few weeks ago, and it's left me feeling very paranoid. I live alone in a small apartment in New York City. My name's Lucas, and I'm used to the hustle and bustle of city life. I've always felt safe in my apartment, but that changed dramatically a few nights ago. I was alone at home for the weekend. My friends had all gone out of town, and my girlfriend was staying with her family for a few days. I spent Friday evening just relaxing, catching up on some TV shows, and ordering takeout. Everything seemed normal. By 11 p.m., I was ready for bed, so I locked the front door and double-checked the windows. I live on the 10th floor of a high-rise, and my apartment has a decent view of the city. The streets below are usually bustling, but at night, it's quieter. I turned off the lights and was in bed by midnight. I had just started drifting off when I heard a faint scratching noise. It was coming from the living room. At first, I thought it might be the sound of something from the building settling or maybe a stray cat on the windowsill. I decided to ignore it and tried to go back to sleep. But the scratching sound continued, and then I heard what sounded like a muffled thud. Now fully awake, I got up and grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. I tiptoed out of the bedroom and into the living room, scanning the room with the flashlight. The apartment was empty, and nothing seemed out of place. I checked the front door, which was still locked, and the windows, which were securely shut. I tried to convince myself that it was probably just the building's old pipes or some other city noise. Just as I was about to head back to bed, I heard the scratching noise again, this time coming from the kitchen. My heart started racing as I slowly approached the kitchen door. I took a deep breath, turned the handle, and flicked on the light. Nothing seemed out of place in the kitchen either. I decided to check the small utility closet, where I kept some cleaning supplies. As I opened the door, the scratching sound grew louder. The closet was empty except for a few mops and cleaning products. I turned around, feeling increasingly anxious, and noticed the back window was slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed it before bed. I immediately closed and locked the window, but my sense of unease only grew. I called the building's security to see if they could do a quick check of the hallways and exterior. They assured me they'd send someone up right away. While waiting for security, I decided to take a quick look around the apartment once more. That's when I noticed something chilling. The window to the fire escape was open. I was sure it had been closed earlier, but now it was wide open. My stomach dropped as I realized that someone could have easily climbed up from the fire escape and entered my apartment. Just then, the security guard from the building arrived. He did a thorough check of the apartment and the fire escape, but he didn't find anything unusual. He assured me that the fire escape was secure now and suggested I stay alert, as there had been a few reports of petty thefts in the building recently. After the security guard left, I struggled to get back to sleep. I kept the lights on and stayed in the living room, listening for any unusual noises. I didn't hear anything else that night, but the sense of vulnerability lingered. The next day, I went to check the locks and security measures on all the windows and doors. I had a locksmith come over to install more secure locks on the windows and the escape door. I also signed up for a new security system with cameras, just to be safe. I'm still shaken by what happened. It's disconcerting to think that someone could have been trying to get into my apartment or that the building might have security issues I wasn't aware of. I've become much more cautious and check the locks on my doors and windows more frequently. One final thing I thought I should add. I've not been able to find 2 of my knives for the past month. I had a set of 5 large knives that were always either in the sink or on the stand, and I can't find them anywhere. They weren't exactly expensive, so I don't see why anyone would take them, but there's no way I've just misplaced them. This is a follow-up to the story that I sent to Mr. Chilling last week about the unsettling night I had while home alone with my dog, Charlie. I wish I could say it was just a figment of my imagination, but it turns out there was something far more sinister going on. I'm sharing this because I need to make sense of it all and warn others. After that night, I was still on edge, and I'd been extra vigilant about locking doors and windows. I decided to have a security system installed just to be safe. The following Monday, a technician came over to set it up. While he was installing the cameras and sensors, I mentioned the strange noises and Charlie's odd behavior. He listened carefully and assured me that having a security system was a good move. A few days later, I received a notification on my phone from the security system app. It was a motion alert from a camera in the hallway. I was at work, so I opened the app to see the live feed. I nearly dropped my phone when I saw what was on the screen. A person, dressed in dark clothing, moving around my living room. They were clearly trying to be stealthy, but the camera captured their every move. I immediately called the police and told them what was going on. I was frantic, trying to get them to understand the urgency of the situation. They told me they'd send someone over right away and instructed me to stay put and not return home until they gave the all clear. It felt like hours before the police arrived at my house, though it was only about 20 minutes. They checked the footage and then went inside to investigate. I was waiting outside, pacing nervously and trying to keep my mind occupied. When the officers came back out, they had some troubling news. The intruder had indeed been inside. They had accessed several rooms, including the kitchen and the living room, where they had moved a few things around. They didn't seem to have taken anything significant, which was puzzling. The police found no signs of forced entry, and it appeared that the intruder had either entered through a window that wasn't properly locked or had found another way inside. The police collected fingerprints and took a detailed statement from me. They also checked the entire house for any potential security breaches or overlooked evidence. They advised me to review the security footage carefully to see if I could identify anything that might help them catch the person responsible. The footage showed the intruder moving through the house, but their face was obscured by a hood and mask. They seemed to be methodical, checking various rooms as if looking for something specific. The most chilling part was seeing them approach the door to my bedroom while Charlie was asleep on the other side. Fortunately, they didn't enter the bedroom, but the fact that they were so close to where I was sleeping made my skin crawl. In the days that followed, the police didn't have any new leads. They continued to investigate, but there were no further updates. I installed additional security measures, including better locks and motion sensor lights around the property. I've also made sure to keep in touch with the police regularly to check if there are any new developments. Charlie and I are still adjusting to the new normal. The sense of safety I once had in my home is gone, replaced by a constant awareness of our surroundings. I try to stay as vigilant as possible, and Charlie seems to be more on edge than before, likely sensing the residual tension. If there's any lesson I've learned, it's not to underestimate the importance of security and awareness. I'm grateful for the security system and the police response, but I can't help but feel unsettled, knowing that someone was in my home without my knowledge. If anyone has experienced something similar or has advice on staying safe after an intruder has been in your home, I'd appreciate hearing from you. This happened just last week, and I've been uneasy ever since. I'm sharing this here because I can't shake the feeling of dread that night left me with. My name is Sarah, and I live alone with my dog, Charlie. He's a large, friendly Labrador who's usually my constant companion. Last Friday night, I was home alone and winding down after a long day. I'd spent the evening watching TV and reading a book, and around 9 p.m., I decided to get an early night. Charlie and I headed to bed, and he curled up beside me as usual. Everything seemed normal until around 11 p.m. when Charlie suddenly started growling. It was a low, angry growl, and it got louder and more intense. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop. He was staring intently at the door to the hallway. I got up and went to check, but everything seemed quiet. I assumed Charlie was just being protective, so I tried to reassure him and went back to bed. I figured it was probably just some noise outside that had startled him. But Charlie was restless. He kept pacing around the room, occasionally letting out low growls. Around midnight, I heard a faint noise that made me freeze. It sounded like someone was moving around in the house. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling or maybe the wind. But then Charlie's growling turned into barking. I could hear him scratching at the door, desperate to get out. I grabbed a flashlight and went into the hallway. The house was silent again, but the feeling of unease was growing stronger. I checked the front and back doors to make sure they were locked. Everything seemed secure. I then looked through the windows, but there was nothing unusual outside, just the darkness of the night. Back in my bedroom, Charlie was now whining and pawing at the door. I let him out of the room and followed him, trying to figure out what was wrong. As we walked through the house, I noticed a few small things that were out of place, a chair that had been moved in the kitchen, and a picture frame that had fallen off the wall. It didn't make sense, but I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Charlie led me to the living room, where he started sniffing around the couch and growling again. The room was dark, and the only light came from the flashlight I was holding. I scanned the room, but there was nothing obvious. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and my skin was crawling. I decided to stay in the living room with Charlie. I turned on all the lights and sat on the couch, trying to stay calm. Charlie eventually settled down next to me, but he kept his head up, watching the door intently. The rest of the night was tense. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, and every creak or shift in the house made me jump. Eventually, the noises and Charlie's agitation subsided, and I managed to get a few hours of restless sleep on the couch with Charlie beside me. When the morning came, I checked the house again. Everything appeared normal, no signs of forced entry or anything out of place. I've tried to rationalize it as a mix of a bad night and Charlie's heightened senses, but the fact that things were moved and the sense of unease remains with me. Charlie's behavior was completely out of character, and I can't explain why he was so agitated. I'm still on edge, and I double-check the locks and windows every night. This happened just a few days ago, and I can't stop thinking about it. I'm sharing this because I need to get it out there. My name's Emily, and my older brother, Matt, and I were home alone last Friday night. My parents had gone out for dinner and a movie, and since Matt was in town for a few days, we decided to take advantage of the quiet house. It was around 7 p.m. when they left, and we were both excited to have some time to ourselves. We decided to order pizza and watch movies, something we hadn't done in a while. We set up in the living room with blankets and snacks, just enjoying the peace and quiet. The night started off perfectly. We watched a couple of action movies, joked around, and ate way too much pizza. Around 10 p.m., we heard a strange noise from the kitchen. It sounded like something metallic had fallen. We both looked at each other, confused, and Matt went to check it out. He came back a minute later, saying he found nothing and that it was probably just a pan falling from the hook or something. We laughed it off and continued our movie marathon, but the noise from earlier kept nagging at me. The feeling of being watched crept in, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. As the night went on, the atmosphere in the house started to feel different, almost oppressive. The air seemed heavier, and the usual creaks of the old house seemed louder. By 11 p.m., Matt was getting tired and decided to head to bed. I stayed up to finish the movie. It was around midnight when the TV suddenly went black. I thought it was a power outage at first, but then I noticed that all the lights in the house flickered and went out. I grabbed my phone to use the flashlight and went to check the fuse box. It was odd because the fuse box was fine, there was no sign of any problem. As I walked back to the living room, I heard the front door creak open. I froze. Our front door is always locked, and my parents had told me repeatedly to make sure it stayed locked when they weren't home. I felt my heart pound in my chest as I crept toward the door. When I reached it, I saw it was slightly ajar, but no one was outside. I pulled the door shut, locked it, and checked the back door just to be sure. Everything seemed okay. I went back to the living room and tried to call Matt to see if he was awake, but he didn't answer. I figured he was asleep and just ignored my calls. I decided to call my parents, but my phone suddenly died. It was odd because it had been fully charged earlier. With no way to contact anyone, I decided to wait in the living room. I tried to stay calm, but every little sound made me jump. The silence was unnerving. I sat there for what felt like hours until I heard footsteps coming from upstairs. My heart raced again. I knew Matt was in bed, but these footsteps sounded heavier, like they were coming from someone else. I grabbed a flashlight and went upstairs, feeling every step as if it might be my last. The house felt colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch out in every direction. I reached Matt's room and found him asleep, completely unaware of what was going on downstairs. I shook him awake and told him about the door and the noises. He seemed groggy but agreed to check the house with me. We went through each room carefully, checking for anything out of place. We found nothing unusual, but the feeling of dread was still there. We locked all the doors and decided to stay in Matt's room until our parents came home. We set up a makeshift bed on the floor and tried to sleep, but neither of us got much rest. When my parents finally got home at 1 a.m., they were confused about why the house was so dark. We told them everything that happened, and they checked the house thoroughly. They couldn't find anything amiss and reassured us that it was probably just a series of coincidences. They suggested it might have been a faulty fuse. Since then, I've been feeling uneasy every time I'm home alone. The whole experience left me on edge, and I can't shake the feeling that something was off that night. I'm hoping it was just our minds playing tricks on us, but I can't deny how strange and unsettling it all was. If anyone has any ideas about what might have happened, I'd appreciate hearing them. This happened a few hours ago, and I'm still on edge. I want to share what happened because I need to get it off my chest. I was home alone with my best friend Jake. It's a common thing when he visits. We end up spending time together while my parents are out. We usually head to the woods behind my house for some lighthearted fun, but tonight, things went sideways. It was around 4:30 p.m. when we decided to head out. The sun was still up, but the clouds were thick, and the air had a chill to it. We walked down the familiar path from my house to the woods. The leaves rustled under our feet, and the smell of pine filled the air. As we made our way, we joked around and talked about school. The path was usually easy to navigate, but today it felt different, like the woods were somehow denser, as if they were closing in around us. We reached the edge of the forest and pushed through the underbrush. We had this routine: we'd find some rocks, throw them into the creek, and break some sticks for fun. Everything seemed normal until we started walking deeper into the woods. The sky was getting darker, faster than usual, and the trees seemed taller and thicker, blocking out more light. About 15 minutes into our walk, we heard something odd. It was a strange scratching noise coming from behind us. We stopped and looked around, but there was nothing there. We shrugged it off as an animal and continued. But the feeling of unease started to sink in. As we went further in, the usual sounds of birds and critters seemed to vanish. It was oddly silent, and the only noise was the crunch of leaves under our feet. Jake and I both noticed it, but neither of us said anything. We just kept walking, trying to shake off the discomfort. Eventually, we stumbled upon something strange. A tattered old Barbie doll, lying face down in the dirt. Its clothes were faded and torn, and it had an arm missing. It looked like it had been there for years. We exchanged uneasy glances and moved on, trying to laugh it off. Our plan was to go further in than we ever had before. We figured we'd explore a bit more and then head back. As we ventured deeper, we came across the remains of what looked like a makeshift campsite. There were some burnt-out logs and a few pieces of broken furniture scattered around. It felt weird and a little unsettling, but we decided to press on. After walking for a while, we reached a spot I recognized, a bridge made from a fallen log that spanned a narrow river. It was the farthest I'd ever been in the woods. I'd seen it before, but tonight, it looked different. There was something small and white on top of the bridge. As we approached, we saw it was a deer skull, perfectly clean and eerily out of place. We both felt a shiver. The skull was positioned in the middle of the bridge, as if it was placed there deliberately. Jake suggested we turn back, but I wanted to keep going. I figured we were almost done with our adventure. On the other side of the river, there was a big hill with a small house on top. It looked abandoned, with broken windows and a roof full of holes. While we were looking at the house, we heard a loud creak coming from that direction. It sounded like it came from inside the house or somewhere nearby. The noise was sharp and unsettling. We both froze, and then Jake whispered that he thought he saw a shadow move inside the house. That's when we both decided it was time to leave. We ran as fast as we could, back toward the edge of the woods. My heart was racing, and I could hear Jake behind me, breathing heavily. I also heard him scream suddenly. When I stopped to check on him, he told me he heard footsteps right next to him. It was like someone was walking beside him, but when he looked, no one was there. We finally reached the road and sprinted back to my house. As we approached, we noticed the garage door was open. We had no idea if we'd left it like that or if something else was going on. We hurried inside, locked the door, and checked the whole house. I turned on the alarm and made sure all the windows and doors were secure. It's been almost 2 hours since we got home, and we're still feeling on edge. I keep thinking about the deer skull and the noises from the house on the hill. I'm hoping this is just a weird memory, but the fear from tonight is hard to shake. If anyone has any idea what could have caused that strange feeling or those noises, please let me know. I just hope we never have to go back there again. To understand my story, you need to know a bit about trespassing laws in our country. We don't have any. As long as you are respectful and non-destructive, you can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing. So long as you leave the area as you found it. I used to love camping as a child. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There were always yachts bobbing just off the shore with people in them, and other campers lining up the beach. Most of them also had children or teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out, then got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I remember this because I got my dog in winter 2010 after picking her out that November. I got her from the shelter as a birthday gift to myself since I paid her adoption fee. She will be very important to the story later on. Let me tell you a little about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dog fighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She is a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. By the time of this camping trip, I had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but as far as my family is concerned, dogs go on camping trips, so we all piled into the car, and she came with us. Unusually, none of the family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog, and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we left a bit later than normal, although I don't remember why, we arrived at sunset, not a good time to be building a tent. But we expected to arrive to other campers already set up, the beach illuminated by campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat, pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year, and I wanted her to have air. I always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we fumbled about in the dark on a beach in the middle of nowhere, it was pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big O shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying any attention to the road. I was complaining I was tired, as kids do. But my mom was. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom asked him if he had seen the car drive around. It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road, and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be security. I don't know why a random beach would have security, and I think what she meant was the Wildlife Trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their work. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger jam. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool, a junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, maybe 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, once he saw this, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here, and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit friendly with the guy and told him that was fine, we'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put her relationship with my dad above us. This isn't how it went down. From the black, like a wolf descending on its prey, took us all by surprise, most of all the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines representing nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife as it had been in the arm she latched onto. He kicked her, he punched her, and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, covered in blood. As quickly as we could, we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident. I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I left it. We think what had happened was when the shouting started, she must have put a paw upon the gap I'd left for her, as it was an old car and had the manual windows, not an electric button. We think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We were all pretty scared, and since we had a dog with us, we couldn't book into a hotel for the night. My parents decided to just drive home so we could all feel safe, but first, we had to drive into the nearest town for petrol as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a gas station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer and stuck his head out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we didn't see him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting on the bonnet of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was too remote. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much petrol. We realized as we began driving, we were going to break down. "That's fine," Dad said. We had a cover. They'd come to his home, or at least somewhere acceptable for the night, better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on petrol. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps so it wouldn't upset us, but we were really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I don't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, we refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. My sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened, and they never got back to her after that. But apparently, the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he actually was that guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then, other than avoiding the crazy man on the beach? Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now, old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day, but I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken shelter to where her mother and siblings all found homes before her. Despite how badly people had treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. I paid £78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing if I hadn't been so insistent on a dog, I might have been killed. I would like to state that this story might read like the plot of a 1980s horror movie and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I tried to camp with my buddy twice a month, now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt, it sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations for the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 10 to 15 minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given that there were 2 of us, and only one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I asked him what the hell was going on. He proceeds to tell us that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So, I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, we only have a hatchet. My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished, then something horrible dawned on me. Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here? The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. I just want to talk. Is what we heard him screaming. I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I'd never heard anything like it. It was a brutal scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and melodic to short punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this Gary guy for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We'd come to find out they had taken 4.5 to 5 grams of mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy was a coworker of his and was fine for 3 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though he thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m., the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. He had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hoping he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. Hey, help, please help me. We tell Gary to hide, just in case, and we greet the man, with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun, holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, that he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned, and told Gary that he seemed cool, and if anything else happens to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid. And we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But the other guy, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder his friend, was not invited. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town, with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group, and I found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we went for a spring break camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town before getting away into the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns into a dirt road, then a low-maintenance road, then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we came around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed, with no lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into a small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to a film. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing, with a fence. As we approached the fence, we noticed a sign, "Private Property. Keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we'd expected, less than 900 people, it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow and why the only route was through some dude's field on a busted outdoor road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. We shrugged it off as just a few crazy locals and took back down the dirt trail. As we rounded the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were still off and nobody seemed to be home. I suggested that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we were going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It was starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road and would still technically be on public land. We hiked back down the wooded trail and started scouting for a place to set up camp for the night, making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area. We discovered that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to the realization, he disappeared around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step over without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One set horizontal, supported at each end by two piles of rocks. There was a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Although a bit surprised at first, we shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. There was an orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a fumey smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the side of the boulders upstream of the items. "There's a cave over here," he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls all three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. "Shampoo," he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and the leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people of the house after a weekend of a few too many drinks, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa caught some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then, everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night, at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all throughout the day, whoever was using shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists, debating the shallow freezing rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and hill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard were now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was completely silent. As I started to explain this to the rest of the group, I saw the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when something rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there, something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in the cave. We all look up, and whatever made the noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up the stream. Realizing this almost by ourselves, and how open we were, we booked it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all tried to process what just happened. I take a look at the satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would have had to be large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, though we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger, and the same day, some high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours. Doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if indeed it was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight some teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods, with something seemingly to hide, would set up shop in a state park. That is until I checked my GPS again. That little route that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated and we couldn't see that. The place we were at was still public land, for sure, but not quite what we pictured. I used to work on the dark web. I won't get into how I came into this line of work. My job simply consisted of tracking down people I was paid to find, kidnapping them, and bringing them to a specific location. I never concerned myself with what would happen to those people afterwards, but from what I understood, they'd usually be put into the slave trade or held for ransom. After years of doing this kind of work, I eventually became desensitized to it. To me, it was just another day at the office. The only difference was that this paid much better. I should also point out that I didn't work alone. I had a partner that helped me. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Sam. Sam and I met through the dark web forums about 3 months after I started my work. He was much more experienced in kidnapping people from the dark web than me, having done it for several years. But as he was getting older, he realized the job was too difficult to do on his own anymore. After talking for a while, we eventually agreed to work together. I would help him perform the tasks that were more difficult for him to do due to his age, and he would guide me along, as well as bring me along on more difficult, higher-paying jobs to reduce the risk of me screwing them up. After meeting, we quickly realized we were a good match. It only took a few weeks to get into a groove. We'd be contacted by our employers via the forums, given a target, as well as any other important information that would be crucial for the task. Sam and I would then drive his van to the location to scope it out. We'd spend whatever time we had getting any information our employer left out, such as schedules and patterns. Then, we would decide on a date, time, and location, then secure our target and bring them to a specified drop point given to us by our employer. We'd be paid, then move on to the next job. We did our job like clockwork. As horrible of a job as it was, we were really good at it. We eventually got to the point where we could secure a target within a matter of days. We soon were able to live comfortably. Of course, we weren't stupid enough to grow complacent. After all, the dark web is a dangerous place for anyone who isn't careful. We were living smoothly, not really caring about the people we were hurting to do so. All we cared about was our fat wallets and nice homes. But then one day, everything came crashing down around us. Sam and I had been sent a job by an unnamed employer. They had instructed us to secure a 19-year-old male who lived in a wealthy neighborhood. This wasn't very abnormal for us. Plenty of previous employers sent us to secure wealthy targets, usually to ransom off. What was abnormal was a set of instructions they had given us. They told us that the target had no security system in his home, but we were not to take this for granted. We were to practice extreme caution and vigilance when securing the target, and we were to consider him extremely dangerous. Finally, the strangest instruction they gave us was that we were to administer carfentanil or a similar drug via tranquilizer darts before securing. It wasn't the fact that our employer wanted us to tranquilize our target that was strange. We had done it to plenty of previous targets before. What was strange was that they specifically requested we use carfentanil. That was the type of tranquilizer they used on elephants. Even a single dart of this stuff would be enough to kill a human. Let me make it clear that we were not hitmen. Sam and I have never killed anyone in our lives, before or after taking on this line of work. We knew there was no way we could use this stuff to take our target alive. We just assumed our employer didn't really know much about tranquilizers and just wanted to sound smart by including a specific kind. I really wish we had just listened to their instructions. We started studying our target the day after we received our instructions. The boy was a recluse to say the least. From what we could tell, he lived in his parents' house, and they were almost never home. He spent pretty much every day inside, doing whatever he wanted to pass the time. Reading, playing video games, typical teenager stuff. For the life of us, Sam and I couldn't find a single reason to consider this kid intimidating, let alone dangerous. He seemed to live an extremely sheltered life and had more than likely never had a fight before. But we had a job, and we had to follow the rules we were given. On the night we went to extract, we parked our van just outside the kid's home. Nobody else in the neighborhood was awake, so it would be relatively simple to pull him out once we got him. Sam sat up front, while I laid in the back of the van, aiming the tranquilizer rifle through the back doors. The way the van was parked gave me a perfect vantage point to the guy's house. Also, in case you're wondering, I wasn't using carfentanil, opting to use a weaker drug that wouldn't kill a human being. I wasn't concerned about our employer being upset their instructions weren't followed exactly. Unless they were planning on testing the kid's blood when they got him, there wasn't any way they would know. After 30 minutes of waiting, the kid appeared in the kitchen window. We weren't too far away, so the amount of detail I could see through was very high. He had a mop of wavy blonde hair, a splash of freckles on his nose and cheeks, and piercing emerald green eyes. He was pouring himself a glass of water when I tagged him. His reaction was surprisingly tame. He jumped from surprise as the dart entered his neck, but he didn't scream. When he pulled it out, he didn't look scared or confused. If anything, he only looked annoyed, as if he had just swatted a mosquito that had landed on him. Then he turned his head and looked right at me. I had been doing this job for about 4 years at this point, and I had seen some freaky shit. Sure, most of it was when I was browsing the dark web, but nevertheless, there was almost nothing that scared me. The look this kid gave me freaked me out. It's hard to describe exactly what his expression was as his eyes burned into me, but the best way I could describe it was an expression that said, "I dare you to come for me. You won't like what'll happen if you do." After that, the kid turned off the kitchen light and walked out of view. The van shook as Sam opened the door and hopped out, walking around to me. He had a body bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other. "All right, partner, you ready to do this?" he said calmly. I don't know if he saw the kid's expression or not, but if he did, he wasn't showing it. Yeah, let's go," I said, packing away the rifle and grabbing my own flashlight. "Christ, this is a nice house," Sam said absent-mindedly. "This is one lucky kid. I know it's not what we normally do, but maybe we could rob the place while we're here." I didn't respond as we walked towards the house. I picked the lock to the back door, and we stepped in quietly. All the lights were off, and the place was dead silent. First, we went to the kitchen. We both knew the kid probably wouldn't be there. Tranquilizers take a while to kick in, and if he had walked away after getting tagged, he'd probably be somewhere else in the house. We were right. The kitchen was empty, without any dishes or food on the counters, save for the half-full glass of water. We continued searching the house, but it became quickly apparent that something was wrong. No matter how hard we looked, we couldn't find the kid anywhere. He should have fallen unconscious by now, the tranquilizer having long since taken effect. But he was nowhere to be seen. "Are you sure you hit him?" Sam hissed at me after several minutes of fruitless searching. "I swear if you screw up this job because of crappy aim, I'm gonna kill you." "I know I hit him," I snapped. "I even saw him pull the dart out. He couldn't have gotten far, not with that tranquilizer in him." Our argument was cut short by a noise coming from the other side of the house. It sounded like multiple thuds in quick succession, like someone was loudly stomping around. The noise continued for a minute, moving around the house, before finally stopping. Sam and I quickly split up to investigate. We weren't sure about where the noise was coming from, and we didn't want to risk our target getting away. I walked back through the kitchen to the living room. I was about to move on to the next room when something caught my eye. On the floor was a pile of fabric. When I looked closer, I found that it was a pile of clothes. I recognized it as the clothes the kid was wearing. By the looks of it, he had stripped completely and left his clothes here. I had no idea why he did this. Stripping naked didn't really give you a tactical advantage when trying to escape a kidnapping, at least, not one that I could think of. Taking off your shoes could make your footsteps quieter, but taking off all your clothes wasn't really necessary. I was trying to think of a good reason for the kid stripping when my thoughts were interrupted by a blood-curdling scream coming from the other end of the house. I instantly recognized the voice as Sam's. I ran as fast as I could to where the scream came from. When I got there, Sam was laying on the ground in the hallway. From where I was standing, I couldn't see any more than his upper torso, arms, and head. He was clinging to the wall for dear life, while something in the hallway that I couldn't see pulled and wrenched at his legs. Whatever it was strong and determined to pull Sam loose. I bolted forward, desperately trying to help my partner get free. I didn't even make it halfway before Sam lost his grip and was pulled out of sight. He was screaming and crying, begging me to save him. When I rounded the corner, whatever had him was pulling him through the basement door. I only saw Sam for a split second before he was pulled down the stairs to the basement. I ran to the door, flicking the light switch on. Nothing happened. Someone had shut off the power to the house. I was caught between praying that this thing was alone and praying that it wasn't. If it was alone, that meant that we wouldn't have to deal with anybody or anything else. But that would also mean that it was smart enough to know to shut off the power in order to get the upper hand. I was shaken from my thoughts by the realization that Sam had stopped screaming. I seriously considered making a break for it and leaving him behind. It was easy to assume he was dead. But even horrible people can make friends, and as much as I wanted to deny it, I had formed a bond with Sam over the years working with him. I couldn't bring myself to leave him behind. So, scolding myself for being stupid, I made my way down the stairs. When I got to the bottom, I expected the basement to be silent. Instead, I heard a distinct crunching noise coming from the other end of the room. I tried to discern what the noise was by sound alone, but the adrenaline pumping through me made it hard to focus. With trembling hands, I clicked on my flashlight and aimed it towards the noise. I spent every day wishing I had never done that. A gangly creature was hanging from an exposed bar from the ceiling of the basement. It appeared human, but only barely. Its arms were too long, with nails like claws. Its legs and feet had too many joints, which allowed it to hang upside down from the ceiling like a bat. It seemed to have skin that didn't fit its own skeleton, with some areas being stretched thin while others were bunched up. As for the crunching noise, I found out quickly where it came from. Sam was hanging from the creature's grip. He was clearly dead, with large chunks of his flesh missing. Every few moments, the creature would pull Sam's body up towards its mouth and take a large bite out of him, tearing the flesh away and chewing loudly. It didn't seem to be picky either. It ate whatever part its mouth found, including bone. Once it realized it had a flashlight trained on it, it stopped eating Sam's corpse and looked up at me. Its face was a bloody mess. The features of its face were twisted horribly. Its jaw was so wide open, I thought it was disconnected from its skull, and its eyes lacked any sense of humanity. This thing was a monster, and I knew it would kill me without hesitation if it got the chance. I was frozen by fear, staring at this thing, when recognition suddenly struck me. The monster had horrifying features, but the blonde hair, freckles, and green eyes made everything fall into place. This thing was our target. It was the kid we had been sent here to capture. His features may have been mangled and warped, but there was no denying that this monstrosity was the kid. I understood why the tranquilizer didn't work, and why our employer instructed us to use the drugs they wanted. Why they would want this thing alive is beyond me. I would sleep much better at night if I knew this thing was in a deep grave. After what seemed like hours of staring at each other, the monster screeched at me. That was enough to send me sprinting up the stairs. I didn't stop running, didn't turn around to see if the thing was chasing me. I kept running until I got to the van, jumped in the driver's seat, and peeled off into the street. I went several miles over the speed limit, but I didn't care. I wouldn't feel safe until I was miles away from that beast. After skipping town, I emptied my savings accounts and liquidized everything I owned. After that, I went through an extensive process to erase any lingering trails. I changed my name, underwent plastic surgery, and whatever little presence I had on the web I thoroughly scrubbed clean. Any evidence of the man I was before was completely gone by the time I finished. As far as anyone was concerned, I never existed until 2 months ago. I had made a promise to myself never to bring up what I saw, to bury the past as deep as it would go. But I have been plagued by nightmares ever since seeing that monster, and I thought that maybe if I warned the world of its existence, my conscience might be alleviated. I can't go into detail about where this beast is located. It's better for everyone if that is kept a secret. As for whoever it was that wanted to capture the beast, I haven't heard from them since. In all honesty, I'm actually glad we didn't succeed in capturing it. I don't want to find out what their plans for the monster were when they got it. So, take this as a warning. People say that the dark web is full of monsters. I learned the hard way that sometimes that could be taken literally. I had booked a taxi with a licensed taxi firm to take me from a friend's house to my home in the early evening. It was dusk as the driver arrived. As I left the house to get into the car, he was coming to the house to get me, and for some reason, as he turned to walk back to his car with me, he briefly touched my shoulder with his hand. It wasn't lingering, but it was deliberate. My immediate thought was, why is this guy touching my shoulder? My intuition said it wasn't right, but I was in my 20s, and this guy must have been in his 50s. I convinced myself that it was just something people from that generation did. He was an older Muslim man with a strong Middle Eastern accent. I sat in the back. The journey should have been around 20 minutes from North to South London. In the first 5 minutes of the journey, there was some initial chat where he told me I was his last job for the day, and he had no plans afterward. When he told me that, I felt a pang of fear, but I thought, this guy's from a licensed firm, he's been identity checked and approved to do the job. His ID card with his name, photo, and registration number was clearly displayed on the dash. He was from a firm my friend used regularly and had an account with, although she had not met this particular driver. My logical brain told me that he's clearly traceable to me if he decided to do anything, so he just wouldn't take that risk. Plus, it was early evening in a very busy area, and that made me feel safe. And by this time, we were already on the road. I spent the next 15 minutes or so of the journey looking at my phone. I really don't know why. Maybe I was deliberately trying to distract myself because I was nervous. But I felt my nerves were unreasonable. This was the early 2000s, so the phone would have been basic compared to today's standards. But there must have been a game or something on it that distracted me, because I did not look out the window for some time. Until I noticed it was mostly dark. And when I did look out, I expected to be very close to my home. To my horror, I saw we were in some very deserted part of town that I'd never seen. This area was most certainly not on the way from my friend's house to my home. It should have been a straightforward drive through central London, and this was a very remote area with what looked like an abandoned housing estate and abandoned cars. I looked to the driver to ask where we were, but before I had the chance to say anything, I noticed he was repeatedly looking left and right, down dark alleys that we were going past. I noticed we were slowing down. He was also breathing very weird. It was very audible. And that's when this overwhelming sense of danger hit me. He was looking for a deserted place to stop. At that point, a very clear voice in my mind told me that he was going to do something to me and then kill me. I had to think fast. I blurted out, "I don't know where we are." He didn't say anything. I then said the words to the effect of, "My friend asked me to call her while I was home safe, and I should be home by now, so I need to call her and tell her I'm not home safe, or she will call your firm and call the police because she's really over the top like that." That must have jolted him into thinking about the consequences of whatever he was planning to do. These were the very early days of mobile phones, and not everyone had them, especially the older generation. Perhaps it was a lifeline he hadn't considered I might try to use. With that, he turned around out of this abandoned area. Then we came to a main road. After a while, I saw places I recognized, and we headed towards my home. He said, "I'm sorry if I made you worried." But there was something weird about the way he said it. And that wasn't the end of it. When we got close to my home, I decided I did not want him dropping me off outside my door. I lived with my sister, but she was staying at her boyfriend's house that night, and we lived in a communal block. I was concerned he might try to come in the main front door and try to get access to my flat. So I said, "Could you drop me off at the store on the next street?" He had to agree to this, obviously. I entered the store and hung around in there for a bit. I remember being completely broke in those days. My friend paid for the ride via her account. After a few minutes, I left the store and walked the 3 to 4 minutes back to my flat. As I approached the flat, I saw a car parked facing the main door and thought to myself, "Oh my God. It's him." And I knew he would clearly be able to see I bought nothing from the shop, as I didn't even have a bag on me. So he would know I was lying. As I passed the car, I couldn't bring myself to turn around and look at her, so I got my keys out, quickened my pace, and entered quickly. Once in my flat, I plucked up the courage to look out my window, and sure enough, it was that guy. He had driven from where he dropped me off to my flat, and he was sat in his car staring at my flat. Just then, my friend called, and I told her I'd only just got home. She couldn't believe how long it had taken. I explained the whole thing to her. As I was on the phone to her, I looked out the window again, and he had finally gone. I didn't report any of this at the time, and from my safe vantage point of 20 years down the line, I do regret it, but at the same time, I still doubted my gut instinct, even though I had this strong sense of knowing in the core after the event. I convinced myself it was fleeting hysteria, and my logical brain returned. My logical brain also told me that if I did report him, nothing would be done because he hadn't actually done anything wrong. I couldn't prove anything, and even if he did admit the detour, he could say he took a wrong turn, and he would just deny having returned to my flat. But reporting him might have caused trouble for him, and he knew where I lived. That scared me more. I was always cautious around my flat after that, and thankfully, I never saw him again. Looking back now, and knowing about the grooming gangs, I should have reported it. I know nothing would have been done, because practically every level of government covered up the assaults for years, and I would have probably created a bigger risk to my safety in doing so. But I should have reported it for other people's sake. I regret not doing it. This happened a few years ago when I was bartending in college. I was coming home down a stretch of divided highway at around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. At first, I doubted myself and thought the car was on the other side of the highway. However, a white Ford sedan passed me at a really high speed. It's worth noting that I also drive a white Ford sedan. I was accustomed to encountering drunk and reckless drivers in the middle of the night, so I pulled to the side of the road and let him pass. I then had a moment of clarity and decided to call the police, thinking this person could hurt themselves or somebody else. After I provided the dispatcher with the road and mile marker details, they said they would send a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I figured they would send somebody quickly, and I resumed my drive home. As I headed back onto the highway, I noticed some lights a few miles behind me. Living in a rural part of southeastern Pennsylvania, I knew traffic at 3 a.m. tends to be mostly truckers and police. The car gained on me as I was getting up to speed, so I stayed in the right lane and waited to be passed. Instead, they flipped on their high beams, making it uncomfortable to drive, and rode my tailgate. At this point, I thought I was going to be pulled over by the police since I had called about a different white Ford sedan. I grabbed my registration from my glove box. Suddenly, the car behind me audibly slammed on the brakes and stopped in the middle of the highway. They must have shut off their car because the lights went out, and I saw what looked like the same Ford sedan from earlier. Still, I thought this might have been a police car, and I guess they could have thought I was reaching for a gun in the glove box. Panicked, I called 911 for the second time and asked the dispatcher if they had sent a cruiser to investigate. The dispatcher was a bit curt with me, but assured me they had sent someone out. I explained that someone was following me and acting weird. It could be a cop, and I thought I might have freaked them out by getting my registration. The dispatcher tried to reach the trooper they had sent out as the car sped towards me and stopped inches from my bumper again. Their high beams were on, and they slammed their brakes. I told the dispatcher I was pretty sure this was not the police behind me. The car sped to my bumper again and turned on their high beams, this time laying on the horn. The dispatcher asked what was going on. I explained that the honking was from the car behind me and that I did not think it was a cop. I decided I didn't care if I got pulled over. I started to speed. If they did put their lights on, then I would pull over. I tried to signal for an exit, then bail out on it, but they followed. At the next exit, I took the off-ramp and continued onto the on-ramp, and the car behind me followed the whole time. I thought about trying to go to a Wawa as it would be the only populated gas station in southern Pennsylvania at that hour. However, the dispatcher and I thought that would be unsafe. She was calm and spoke to another person, trying to send police to my location. The other person, presumably a supervisor, asked if I could drive to the state police station. Realizing I was one exit away, I told her I was heading there, and she said she would have some troopers meet me outside. As I pulled off to the exit, the car followed me. I blew a few red lights trying to get to the police station, and the car tried to pull into the other lane to pass me or pull up alongside me. Once the police station was in view, I put on my turn signal, and the car slammed on its brakes again, turned off their lights, and then turned into a parking lot. The story ends somewhat anticlimactically as I pulled into the police station and met the troopers. Two of them went to find the car, and I stayed with the third trooper. I thanked the dispatcher and supervisor, and the state trooper escorted me home after taking a statement from me. I was never called to follow up or testify, so I can only assume that the person wasn't caught. I am an old man now, but this incident occurred when I was younger. I wanted to share this story just in case it helps someone. One night I drove to a remote tourist location and parked in its parking lot. I was alone and had nothing much planned for the evening. Around 8 p.m., I started feeling drowsy and eventually fell asleep. I don't know how long I was asleep, but I woke up to the sound of tapping at my window. As I woke up with a stiff neck, I turned my head in the direction of the tapping. There was a woman standing by my driver's side door, tapping frantically at the window. She looked young and was alone. Confused and still groggy, I heard her speaking. I cracked the window open slightly, and she pleaded frantically for help, asking me to open the door. She claimed she had been chased by a man. I was convinced it was real, even though I had just woken up. For a brief moment, I thought I might be seeing a ghost, but that thought quickly vanished. This was real, and it was happening. I hurried to unlock and open the door to help her, but then I hesitated. Something felt off. Her hair, makeup, and clothes were in perfect order. There wasn't a hair out of place, none of her makeup had smeared, and she didn't seem to be sweating as one might expect after being chased. She looked frantic and frightened, but it seemed somewhat forced. It was as if she knew exactly what to say before she arrived, as if it were an act. Looking around from inside the car, I saw no one else in the vicinity and no other cars in the parking lot. I was scared. Part of me really wanted to help, thinking about if I were in her shoes or if she were one of my family members. However, I just wasn't buying her story. I decided to start my engine, thinking I might use my headlights to check her claims. I didn't see anything in front of my car, but when I adjusted my rearview mirror, something caught my eye. I saw several figures, male by their appearance, crouched behind my car like runners at a starting block. Once the woman realized I had seen them, she glanced back at them quickly. I stepped on the gas and sped away from the park. It was difficult to drive initially because I had adjusted my seat to sleep earlier. While I was far enough from the car park, I checked the time and found it was just after 2 a.m. I realized those men were probably trying to hide in my blind spot, knowing exactly what they were doing. If I had unlocked the door, I might have been robbed, or something worse could have happened. That night taught me to park in well-lit areas, close to surveillance cameras. Nowadays, I tend to park in the center of parking lots. From that day forth, I haven't slept in my car in sketchy areas like that parking lot. If I sleep in my car, I make sure it is somewhere with plenty of lights, restrooms, vending machines, and cameras. The one positive takeaway from that night is that the woman didn't actually need my help, as she wasn't abducted or chased. I resent her deceptiveness, but I am relieved she wasn't in danger. This is a story my mom often told me about an incident that occurred when I was very young. Definitely before I turned 5. My memories of the event are vague, mainly because my mom tried to shield me from the distress at the time. To provide some context, we had families scattered all over the country, and much of my childhood was spent driving from state to visit relatives. We were seasoned travelers. Additionally, as a child, I was unusually outgoing. I would spontaneously hug strangers and tell them I loved them, overflowing with joy and affection. However, there was one stranger I instinctively avoided the moment I saw him, and this is the story of that encounter. My mom was taking me to visit some relatives while my dad stayed home with my brothers. She also had to house sit, and generally, she was more attentive to me than my father, so it made sense for me to accompany her. After hours of driving, we finally stopped at a rest area to use the restroom. There was a man in the parking lot who seemed to be watching everyone coming and going. As soon as we exited the car, his attention turned to us. Holding my mom's hand, I suddenly let go to switch to her other hand, positioning myself away from the man. Reflecting on it later, my mom realized that even at that young age, I sensed some danger and wanted to stay as far away from the man as possible. I quickened my pace both to the restroom and back to the car, behavior that was completely uncharacteristic of me with strangers. When we returned to the car, the man had retreated to his own vehicle but started following us as soon as we drove off. My mom quickly realized we were being followed and attempted to lose him on the highway. Despite her efforts, he persisted and kept trying to close the distance between our cars. During this tense moment, a semi-truck driver noticed how erratically my mom was driving and the desperation evident even from his position behind us. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he pulled up alongside us, and he and my mom exchanged a look that communicated their mutual understanding. The truck driver then contacted other drivers via his radio, explaining our situation. Several truckers from nearby routes converged on our highway and began to strategically block the man's car, effectively isolating him from us. My mom seized this opportunity to exit the highway, heading to another rest stop, with the original truck driver following close behind. Once safe, the truck driver approached us to confirm that we were okay and even accompany us to a Burger King for a meal. We chatted for a while, and he stayed with us on the road until it was safe for us to part ways. I am eternally grateful to that truck driver and the others who came to our aid, likely saving our lives. Thank you. I live in a county that was pretty rural until the last 10 to 15 years. The biggest town in our county is now overcrowded, and I dislike it. I moved from there to the countryside. I like where I live, except it can be really creepy at night because, for miles, it's dark with no street lights. One thing about this county is that the main roads get backed up quickly, especially if there's an accident, so it pays to take the back roads. Like any rural area, these back roads are less populated, darker, and lined with lots of trees, and there are no sidewalks. A few years ago, something happened that almost made me stop using these roads. I was driving home late one night and decided to take a particular back road that shaved off 10 minutes from my commute home. I was tired and had to get up early, so I was going fast, trying to get home soon. This road is a bit more populated than some, but it's really spooky in some stretches because huge trees line the side of the road, and their branches and leaves create a tunnel of sorts. As I was zipping through and rounding a curve, up ahead, I saw what I thought was a giant garden flag, the kind that people put up in spring in their yards. It seemed like a weird flag because it was fairly tall and large and was in the middle of the road. As I got closer, my headlights revealed it wasn't a flag, it was a person, a lady wearing a red fez. Living in rural Maryland, you just don't see a fez every day. She had a long, flowy white dress and an orange reflective sash across her chest, which was strange because she was in the middle of the street. As I drove past her, it got weirder. Despite the darkness, I could see she was about 60, had glasses, and bright blue eyes. She looked into my passenger window and started doing this weird bounce thing. I thought she was going to try and get into my car. Mind you, I was going pretty fast. I don't know what it was about her, but she freaked me out. I didn't think she would rob me. I really thought she was a soul snatcher or a skinwalker. I honestly didn't think she was human. I can't adequately describe how creepy she was. I sped past her as fast as I could, continually glancing in my back seat to make sure she hadn't materialized in my car. I prayed, recited scripture, and kept watch in my rearview mirror. It was spring, so it should have been a bit warmer, but I felt bone-chillingly cold. I finally made it home and ran to tell my mom the story. As I got in, my brother was already telling my mom about this weird lady he saw while he was driving. It was the same lady, but he saw her at the intersection from the highway to the back road, whereas I saw her further down the road. We both had the same reaction. She also tried looking in his car, and she was bouncing around when he saw her. He said there was a car in front of him that sped off so fast when they drove past the lady. My brother was so freaked out that he won't travel that road anymore, even during the day. Eventually, I found out that the lady lives in the woods. Apparently, at one time, her family lived on that road. Her father was ill, and she tried to take him to the hospital, but he died on the way there. She drove around with his body in her car for hours. I guess she has mental health issues, and I think she lost the house or got kicked out. I have friends who live off that street, so when I was talking about it, they knew exactly who it was. I still use that road, but I haven't seen her since. I do hope she's okay, but I really do not want to run into her again. Years ago, during a Memorial Day weekend, I experienced a harrowing drive from Las Vegas to LA with two friends. After a long weekend of partying in Vegas, we faced the typically 5-hour drive through the desert, which can extend up to 7 to 9 hours on busy weekends. Hungover from a 3-day binge, the journey was always going to be challenging. Our friends, who were flying out, convinced us to stay longer to avoid traffic. We enjoyed a buffet and relaxed by the pool, hoping to recover before departing at 3 p.m., expecting to be home by 8 p.m. However, 2 accidents and heavy traffic significantly delayed us. It took us 6 hours just to reach Barstow, which was normally about 2 hours away. After refueling and grabbing coffee, we resumed our journey at 10 p.m. More traffic and a wrong turn later, it was 2:30 a.m., and we were passing through Santa Clarita, about 45 minutes from our destination, when suddenly there was a loud sound. It was like steel ripping, and then exploding. I managed to pull the car off the freeway onto a side street and called AAA. They estimated a 30-minute wait, which seemed bearable considering the circumstances. The area had multiple gated communities, but the road we were on was deserted and served as an artery between these communities. About 15 minutes later, I was awoken by an SUV driving by in the opposite direction, with about 4 people inside, all staring at us. Shortly after, AAA called back to inform me that there had been a mix-up. They thought I was in Santa Clara, 6 hours north in the San Francisco area. They said it would be another hour before help could arrive. We decided to go back to sleep, but about 30 minutes later, the same SUV drove by again. This time much faster and flashing a light into my car, which raised my suspicions. For safety, I always kept a Bowie knife and a miniature bat under my seat. I took the knife and handed the bat to my buddy in the passenger seat, who was half asleep and confused. 15 minutes later, the SUV pulled up about 300 feet behind us, turned off its lights, and its occupants began talking animatedly about something. This intensified our fears, as we were stranded and outnumbered. As we sat there forming strategies and stewing in fear, I noticed the SUV's passengers, 2 large men dressed in black, exit the vehicle. One leaned against the grill, smoking a cigarette while staring at us, and the other urinated on the sidewalk. It felt like a mind game. Eventually, the passenger finished, conversed briefly with the driver, and then two more individuals, one small and one large, exited the car and they started walking towards us. In response, I readied my knife, my friend prepared to defend with the bat, and my other friend clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. They stopped about halfway as the lights of the tow truck appeared in the distance. They quickly returned to their SUV and sped off as the tow operator arrived. We didn't get home until 5 a.m., unsure of the group's intentions. They might have thought the car was abandoned and wanted to steal it, or had other sinister motives. If they realized we were inside, they might have mistaken my long-haired friend in the back seat for a woman. The ordeal was intense, and the moral I took away is never to leave Vegas late if you're driving. When I was 20 years old, I came back home for summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had just found new jobs. They had a house all to themselves, sitting at the top of a very steep hill. A bit about Becky: she gets really nervous and anxious all the time. I get anxious too, but I've gotten used to living by myself and dealing with my worries. But she wasn't used to it at all. Their house had a back door in the kitchen. If you were sitting on the sofa in the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen. Right outside the kitchen door, about as high as your shoulder, there was a light that turned on when there was any movement. It's important to mention that Becky's backyard was pretty high up. To get into the yard from the low walkway in front of the door, you had to go up a few steps. The yard was made this way so it wrapped around to the front of the house. Becky was by herself because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift and she couldn't fall asleep. They were trying to save money, so all the lights were off. Then, she saw a light come through the kitchen window. It was the motion-sensing light. This really scared her, but she tried to just ignore it. However, the light kept turning itself on at different times. So, this motion-sensing light would only turn on if something moved on the walkway, not for any animals in the yard. The yard itself was tiny, with thick wood stretching down from the end of it. She called me early at about 3 a.m. until I finally picked up. I talked to her on the phone, trying to calm her down until her boyfriend came back in the morning. He had the next 3 days off, and nothing happened with the light during that time. Her dad warned her to be careful, suggesting it might have been thieves checking out the house, especially since there had been some break-ins recently on a street close to hers. The next time her boyfriend had to work at night, Becky asked if I could stay over. I said yes. The evening started off pretty normally. We watched movies until about 11. Then, we decided to drive out to the nearest shop and grab some food from McDonald's. Where we live, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so getting there and back took us almost an hour and a half. We got home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room where we planned to sleep. Around 1 a.m., that motion-sensing light outside turned on while we were sitting on the mattress. I tried to calm her down by saying it was probably just an animal, maybe a bat or something flying by. Becky wasn't so sure. The light went off, but then it came on again. This time it stayed on longer. Becky decided to go upstairs and get her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, really nervous, with the window open so we could hear outside. She joked around, shouting, "I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." She was trying to make me laugh, but right after she said that, the light turned off. It stayed off for about 3 hours, as if we had scared someone away. We couldn't sleep after that. Around 4 in the morning, I went to the kitchen to get some water. When I turned around to say something to Becky, she suddenly screamed for me to come back. I spun around, and the light was on again. We saw the light turn on and off several times until the dawn began to break. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We thought about calling the police, but were worried they might think we were making a prank call and we'd get in trouble. The light never seems to act up when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel really uneasy being alone at her place during the night. I'm sure someone was up to no good that night, whether they planned to break in and found it amusing to scare us once they realized the house wasn't empty, or if they had even worse plans. It was a terrifying experience. Back in 2012, I sat down with my girlfriend, and after 18 months of dating, I told her my family's deepest, darkest secret. 3 weeks later, I came home from work to find all of her stuff gone and a breakup letter sitting on the kitchen table. I learned not to talk to anyone but my sister about it, but I also feel like if I don't get this stuff off my chest from time to time, it'll just eat me alive from the inside out. I've survived this long by talking to therapists, but at this point, I view therapy like atheists view confessional booths, a nice novelty but inconsequential. The internet, on the other hand, is an altogether different beast. I can remain anonymous, and strangers online can give their opinions. And just like it allows me to say things I'd never tell a person face to face, it allows you to give me your full and unfettered opinions, as brutal as they may be. But I'm okay with that, and that's why I'm writing this. Because I don't want absolution, I want judgment. I was 12 years old at the time of my discovery, and all summer I had this one all-consuming obsession, Pokemon Red. I put hours into catching and training all the original 150 Pokemon. Then, when I beat the Elite Four and completed my Pokédex, I just deleted my save and started all over again. By showing that I loved playing Pokemon so much, I gave my parents a way of punishing me whenever I misbehaved. They were great parents to me for the most part, and my frequent misdeeds were mostly harmless. But whenever I failed to do my chores, or was rude to my sister, their go-to confiscation item was my Game Boy. It'd go like this: they'd hide my Game Boy somewhere, but I'd always find it, then get caught playing it and have it taken away again. This meant that I spent a lot of time snooping around their bedroom and my dad's office. Since it was still summer vacation, I had plenty of time to do it. It was during one of my little searching sessions that I discovered my dad had a secret space hidden away in his office. He normally kept it locked, but during one afternoon snooping, I found the key in his office. My dad had this big old antique cabinet that he kept all kinds of junk in, and I knew he sometimes hid my Game Boy in it. So after having no luck elsewhere, I began to search it. I remember sticking my hand into one of the bottom cabinets, leaning in just a little too hard, and then I heard a dull crunch of wood as the rear wall of the cabinet suddenly gave way. When I looked, hoping I hadn't broken it, I saw that there was a small hidden compartment. Due to the dim light, the only thing I recognized at first was the gun. But there was also something that looked like a letter and, more importantly, something shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was looking for. It felt leathery, not the plastic I was used to, and as curiosity got the better of me, I pulled it out of the hidey hole to see what it was. It was a journal, this old-looking leather-bound journal. When I opened it up, I recognized my dad's handwriting. I might have recognized his handwriting, but I definitely didn't understand most of what was written. The entries were clearly dated, but what followed was an unintelligible mess of abbreviations, words, and phrases. There were also these little hand-drawn diagrams of what looked like beds along with stick men that had their limbs contorted into unnatural positions. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but I just knew from the fact that it was hidden that it was some secret side of Dad that he didn't show us. I was so filled with grim curiosity that I felt compelled to check out the other stuff. First came the gun. It was much heavier than they looked in the movies, and it was much scarier. I held it like it was made of glass, not even daring to touch the trigger. I then put it back as slowly and carefully as I could. I saved the thing that looked like an envelope until last. I figured that it'd be sealed, but after retrieving it, I saw that it wasn't an envelope at all. It was one of those plastic wallets that 1-hour photograph developers give you, the kind that house all your photos and negatives tucked inside. I figured that it might be pictures of my family since those are the only kind I've ever seen come out of a wallet like that. But the only member of my family present in the pictures was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I'd ever known. The first few pictures were of a bed, somewhere I didn't recognize. It didn't look all that remarkable at first, but then I noticed the rope tied around the bedposts, and that bad feeling I had started to intensify. The next few pictures were of a bunch of tools all laid out on a wooden table, but I noticed a few other things mixed in with them. There was a hammer, a hand drill, a pair of metal pliers, all home improvement stuff, but there was also a scalpel and other surgical-looking tools that looked so sharp they made me wince. The next photographs I saw were of my dad, but like I said earlier, there was something really off about him. He'd taken some pictures of himself, but he seemed to be particularly interested in the way his eyes looked, as some were close-up shots of them. I don't know why he didn't just take a look at them in the mirror, but then again, I had no idea why Dad was doing any of this stuff, let alone why he wanted to hide it from us. When I saw the next picture, I got this intense feeling of dread and knew that I was looking at something he'd never want his family to see. I figured the first person in the selfie was my dad, but the face was covered by a kind of cloth sack, made of black wire mesh, so I couldn't be 100% sure. Assuming that he could see out of it, there was no good reason why my dad would want to cover his face up like that. There was also no good reason why he'd want to use it as a blindfold, and the thought of him doing something like that filled me with dread. But then, when it came to the next few pictures, that feeling was replaced by one of confusion. The picture showed a young Asian man smiling as he posed next to an art installation somewhere downtown. The next picture was of my dad smiling next to the same art piece. I didn't recognize the guy, but I did think it was odd that he looked way younger than my dad. The happy vibe continued for a few other photos. There were pictures of them drinking together at a bar. Pictures of the Asian guy looking like he was dancing. It was all smiles in all the pictures. Suddenly, the vibe of the photos changed dramatically. In the next picture, he was standing awkwardly with his arms by his sides, with a look of slight fear on his face. The next few showed him tied to the bed. He was looking up at the camera, and the terror on his face was even more pronounced. The final picture showed a man in that cloth mask leaning over the guy. I couldn't see what they were doing, but the guy's legs were all tensed up and pulling on the ropes that bound them, almost like he was in an intense amount of pain. I remember having an incredible visceral reaction to that last picture, so after shoving the photos back into the wallet, I tried to put everything back into the little hidey hole exactly as I'd found it. After that, I abandoned the search for my Game Boy, locked up my dad's office, and spent the rest of the afternoon in my bedroom, swinging back and forth between thinking about what I'd seen and trying to forget about it altogether. When my dad got home from work, he just figured that I was angry at him for confiscating my Game Boy. Only my mom realized that there was something deeper going on, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. If I did, it would be the end of my family as I knew it, so I just kept my mouth shut. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to someone about the pictures, I just didn't know how to do it without some kind of familial apocalypse. Besides, I wasn't even sure what I'd actually been looking at. I tried to pretend that I hadn't seen anything, but my relationship with my dad was never the same afterward. All I could do when I saw his face was picture him in those photos, wondering what the hell he was doing to that poor unsuspecting guy. I assumed Mom knew nothing about what my dad had been doing in those photographs, and I felt incredibly sorry for her. But at the same time, I was burdened with a horrific guilt of being the only one who could warn her, but not being capable of it. After that, I hoped to God that he wouldn't question me further, and I prayed to hear the sound of the door closing behind him. But the seconds went by, and the door didn't close. He just stood there, staring at the back of my head, saying nothing. Doing nothing. When he asked me if I was sure, I just kept my eyes locked on the screen and gave him the most nonchalant denial I could muster. Those were some of the scariest few moments of my whole life, and even when the door finally closed, I was terrified that he'd be standing there waiting to have a private talk with me. He wasn't, which was obviously a huge relief, but as I got back to my game, I started to wonder if he had actually taken me at my word. Then the day came when he walked into my bedroom and asked me the one question I'd been dreading for almost a year. When he asked if I'd been in his office recently, the words sent a chill through me. Thankfully, I learned to hide my emotions very well, so without looking up from playing Sega, I just flatly told him no. Then, like a bullet between the eyes, it hit me. Some minor detail from almost 2 years ago came rushing back into focus. After the dread got too much for me, I just shoved the photos back into the wallet. What I hadn't done was rearrange them back into their original order. Someone who really knew those photographs, someone who put them together, would know exactly which order they were in. This was obviously a huge problem for me, but as I continued to think on it, I realized something. He couldn't actually accuse me of looking at the pictures. He couldn't just outright accuse anyone because if they weren't the guilty party, they'd know that he'd been hiding something. That little detail was the only thing that saved me from God knows what, for years. With time, the whole thing kind of faded into the background. It was always still there. But the idea of my mom finding out about the pictures, of seeing all the heartbreak and the shame in her, I just couldn't let that happen. Don't get me wrong, I was in almost constant terror of my dad hurting us, but with each day that passed, it grew easier to reassure myself that we were fine. The next time the photos seriously got into my head, I was in my second year of college. I was on the opposite side of the country, studying at USC as far as my grades could take me. Moving away came with a fresh helping of guilt. I felt like I abandoned my mom and sister to whoever my dad truly was, or at least used to be. I just couldn't do it anymore. I'd spent 6 years swinging between anxiety and depression, and it had been years since he found out someone had found his little hidey hole, as I call it. If he was going to murder us all in our sleep, I figured that he'd already done it. Without all that stress in my life, my mind started to compulsively focus on the finer details. I ended up spending hours at a time poring through news articles that detailed missing persons or dead bodies that had been found from all over the Northwest. I didn't know what my dad had actually been doing to that guy, and sometimes I wish that I'd looked at the rest of the photos so I knew for sure. But I knew the guy's face, and I knew I'd be able to recognize him if his pictures were included in some missing persons or murder news piece. On multiple occasions, I considered how utterly futile it was spending hours at a time reading through random articles that listed the victim as having an Asian-sounding last name. It must have been hundreds from the past decade or so, and I didn't actually know when the incident in the photo had taken place. I realized that I was trying to find a needle in a haystack. But then, one day on some rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I don't want to tell you the poor guy's name because I don't want any of you reaching out to his family. They've definitely already been through enough. But like I said, I found him. I recognized the guy's face from a webpage, and it was a smile I swear I'd recognize anywhere. It was burned into my brain after having stared at those secret photos. The article gave a few details regarding his last known whereabouts, but mentioned that the guy had talked about visiting a friend in the weeks before his disappearance. They went on to plead for any information, basically saying that the police had no idea what had happened to the poor guy. I'd known for years. I just didn't quite realize it. Incidentally, the answer to my fixation brought up a whole new question. What was I going to do with this information? The answer was simple: nothing. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't have a devastating effect on my mom and sister. My sister wasn't very old, definitely not the age to process the fact that her father was at the very minimum involved in the disappearance of another human being. There was nothing I could do right then. Nothing I was okay with. But now that I had my answer, I could at least plan to do something in the future. I didn't quite know when that might be, and I wasn't quite sure how I'd go about it, but I knew I was going to confront him about it at least before he died. Yet, as it turned out, it wasn't my dad's impending death that prompted me to put my plan into action. It was my mom's. 2 years after I graduated college, I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I got a phone call from my little sister. Mom had cancer. It was terminal, and it was aggressive. She had a few months tops. That's what the doctor said anyway. I plan on spending as much time as possible with her during that time. When she finally passed and the truth of what my dad had done could no longer hurt her, I made my move and did something I should have done more than 10 years prior. I called my dad for the first time in what felt like forever, and I gave him an ultimatum. I told him that I knew what he'd done, that it was me who had found the pictures all those years ago. I told him the only thing that stopped me from saying anything was not wanting to destroy our family, and that I wanted Mom to live a life of blissful ignorance before I finally tore apart his legacy. I gave him two choices. He could turn himself into the police and do the right thing, or I'd tell them everything I'd seen and how I could link it to the missing persons case from the late 90s that I'd found. The next day, I got another call from my sister, marking the second time she'd been the bearer of bad news in less than 6 months. My dad had taken his own life. It came as a shock. I considered the possibility that he might take his own life before I put my plan into action, but decided that he just wasn't the type. I figured he'd go on the run, try to move up to Alaska and change his name or something, maybe even leave the country. I guess it showed how little I really knew him, even up until the day he died. The only thing was, the whole thing didn't die with my dad. There was still more work to be done. I went back home to check his office for the pictures, intent on handing them to the police, but they were gone. I turned the house upside down, even checked the trash for ashes or things of that nature, but I found nothing. He must have destroyed them or disposed of them somewhere. But that wasn't good enough. He must have known that sooner or later, the cops would get him for whatever he'd been a part of, so he just decided to end it all and rob his victims' family of the justice they deserved. I went to the cops anyway, told them everything, and eventually received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They called a handful of times over the course of the next few weeks, a few questions here and there. Eventually, I realized how difficult a task they were faced with. After DNA swabs of his office yielded no matches for their victim, there was very little they could really prove. Even if I did manage to turn over the photographs, the only person they showed committing a crime was a man in a mask. All they could do was speculate. Yet, I know it was my dad under there. In my mind, there's no reason why he'd take his own life. He cultivated such a wholesome facade over the years, having successfully concealed a past blackened by death, that no one thought him capable of such things. He was far too proud to watch it all crumble in front of him. But even now, it's still not over. My dad has since been considered a suspect in the disappearances of multiple young men throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I've still yet to hear anything from the police or FBI regarding it, but it's still something that's being actively considered. All these years later, I'm faced with the possibility that my father was an actual serial killer and that my silence following the discovery of the photographs enabled him to continue killing. I could be responsible for an untold number of unsolved murders all over the Northwest. When I tell people that, it's not enough to hear platitudes anymore. So judge me. Pour your scorn upon me. I promise you I can take it. As far as I'm concerned, I deserve far worse. This all went down in the summer of my 8th grade year. I was on my way to finally becoming a high schooler, and it was legitimately one of the best summers of my life. I had 3 weeks of no school until I was officially in high school. I spent my time mostly playing video games, sleeping, or playing basketball with my friends. I was actually home alone for an entire week, and my parents thought I could hold down the fort. I was a relatively good kid, and they trusted me. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. Besides, I had a cell phone, so if anything were to go wrong, I would have a way of calling someone for help. My dad also gave me access to one of his credit cards for when I got hungry and didn't want to eat what we had at the house. I was really stoked about having the house to myself. I've had people tell me that it was pretty messed up for my family to leave me alone for that amount of time, especially considering I was only 14. They didn't expect anything bad to happen, and neither did I. It was a rare occasion that they were gone for so long. This wasn't something they did often. As a matter of fact, I still live with my parents now, and I've just turned 19. Ever since that day when everything went down, I haven't been home on my own for more than 24 hours at a time. It was a Friday night around 11 p.m. when I heard my phone go off. I received a text message from an unknown number, and all it said was, "Hey." I messaged them back and asked who they were, and they immediately became passive-aggressive, upset with me for not knowing who it was. I apologized to them, thinking it was someone I was close with. I had just gotten a new phone a few months prior and lost all my contacts, so I explained that to them, and they still seemed pretty upset. They started harassing me, and I ended up thinking they were just pranking me, so I turned my phone on silent and continued playing my PlayStation. I'm not sure how long later, probably around 10 minutes or so, I heard a knock on my bedroom window. I thought I was just hearing things at first, but I still decided to check and see who was out there just in case. I moved my blinds to the side and looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I wasn't convinced. I knew I heard a knock and was starting to become very paranoid. I looked through some of the windows throughout my house to see if I could spot anyone, but again, there was nobody. I can't deny the eeriness I felt. It was like something was about to happen, something really, really bad. I took my phone out to call my mom, and I had a bunch of notifications from that person who had texted me earlier. The most recent message said, "I'm outside." I couldn't believe what I was reading, and it made my nightmares and everything I was feeling come to life. I went to call my mom, and very quickly, I realized my phone wasn't picking up any service, which was extremely unusual. We have really good cell phone reception, especially at home. We never run into issues with that. At this point, I was literally terrified and had no clue what was happening. I had no way of contacting anyone, and I knew I was absolutely screwed. I wanted to message that person back and tell them to leave me alone, but obviously I couldn't because I had no service. If you're wondering why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an iMessage, it's because the person texted me wasn't on an iOS device. I was pacing around my living room when all of a sudden, I heard some noises coming from outside. I went in the direction of the noise, which was toward the back patio, and I listened. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart began thumping out of my chest, and my initial reaction was that it was a setup. However, being brave in the moment and considering I took boxing classes for years and knew how to fight, I wanted to stick up for myself and whoever was potentially being hurt. I'm not going to lie, I was really wanting to beat the crap out of whoever was harassing me. Plus, I knew if I didn't do something now, something bad was likely to happen anyway. So I did the unthinkable. I walked outside to my back patio, and it was silent. The only thing I could hear was the crickets chirping. I waited for a second until I yelled out to whoever was there. I told them I was going to mess them up and acted a lot tougher than I felt. Almost right after that, there was an extremely bright light flashing at me from afar. Our house sits on quite a bit of land, and we have a huge backyard with tons of trees. Whoever it was pointed the light at me, clearly trying to piss me off. The light then began moving all around toward the house for a minute, then it turned off. Within an instant, the screaming picked back up again. It was the same voice pleading for help. I knew it was now or never. I ran back inside, into the garage, grabbed my old baseball bat as a weapon, and made my way back outside toward the woods, heading directly where I first saw the flashlight. My heart was fluttering at this point as I wasn't sure what to expect. As I got closer and closer, my anxiety about doubled. I couldn't believe that I was in this situation, and I had a sudden realization that what I was doing was pretty stupid. Right while I was about to turn around to go back inside, somebody from the woods that I couldn't see said something to me. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. All I could see were the dark silhouettes of all the trees around me. I shouted loudly into the darkness, asking who was there. That was when the voice ahead of me whispered and told me to quiet down. He asked me to help him and said he was tied up to a tree and that someone had kidnapped him. Obviously, this alarmed me to the extreme. Despite me thinking it was possibly a setup, I went with my instincts and wanted to help him. It's going to be okay. Just calm down. I'm going to call the police for you. Just hang tight. That's when he started yelling at me. No, help me now. You don't understand. He's going to come back in a few minutes and kill me, he said. I was in a really bad situation as I just wanted to do the right thing. Okay, I'm coming. I'm right ahead. Just keep walking straight. I can already see you. My heart was beating at an incomprehensible rate now, so much so that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. All the thoughts crossing my mind set me into a panic, and I was fully into the woods at this point. I looked ahead after walking for maybe 20 or 30 seconds and saw a dark shadow that looked like a person about 30 feet away. Hey man, is that you? I asked, but he didn't reply. I sat in silence for a moment while I tried to piece together what the hell was happening. If that was him, or even if it wasn't, I was in some deep trouble because the man I was looking at definitely wasn't tied up to a tree. He was standing up straight and very much alive. In only a moment's time, the person started running at me. It was at that exact moment I started backing up. Slowly, I eventually snapped out of it and booked it all the way to my house. Somehow, I made it inside before he caught up to me. I shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and he was standing right there, pulling on the door, trying to get it open. He was a very tall but slender-looking man with a wolf mask and a big-ass hammer. I barely hesitated and ran to my room. I know what you're thinking right now too. Why didn't I just defend myself with the bat? Well, originally, that was my plan, but things happen. I don't know. I was absolutely terrified, and you would be too if you were in that same situation. I was pacing back and forth in my living room, trying my luck with my phone again, but still, I had no service. I started having some sort of manic episode and began screaming and punching my couch. I was extremely angry and sick of being the victim. I almost ran out there and beat him myself, but I chose a different approach. I waited patiently, and sure enough, after only a minute, he was knocking on my front door. I ran over to the door and told him to see what happens if he stepped even a single foot in my house. He wouldn't be walking out if he did, that's for sure. He then started laughing. I just kept quiet and went back to my room. The knocking grew louder and louder, and eventually, he started screaming. I had no idea what he was saying, but I think he was mocking me. A few minutes went by of this, and that's when I heard my living room window shatter. I got myself ready and hid behind my open bedroom door, just waiting for him to walk in. The footsteps got closer and closer as he walked into a few different rooms. Now he was heading to mine. I gripped the bat tighter and said a little prayer. He walked in, and I was able to hit him in the head with the bat. He fell straight to the ground. I hit him a few times while he was down as well, to make sure he wasn't getting back up anytime soon, and I ran. I ran down the road about 5 or 6 miles to my friend's house, and when I finally got them to answer the door, I briefly explained what happened, and they let me use their phone to call the police. A few police officers were sent to my house, and a few officers to my friend's house as well. I then called my parents, and they rushed home. They were over 2 hours away, so it was going to be a while before they made it back. I told the police exactly what happened, and it turned out I had killed the intruder. I didn't know if he was dead until the police officer told me. I was worried I was going to be in trouble, even though I didn't do anything illegal. It was self-defense. The police took me in for questioning, and since I was a minor at the time, they had to bring my parents in as well. Yes, I killed a man as a teenager, and everything about it has completely changed my life. I've been numb, I've been scared, and I've been anxious. I can't tell you how many nightmares I've had about this whole thing. It's all over, and this was years ago. Sometimes it feels like it only happened yesterday, and I relive the whole thing, the blood, the screaming, and more importantly, my lost innocence. I've held this story in for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I got told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back, and had dinner. It was all very normal. Until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler in a stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and placed the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent with a gun next to him. When we woke up the next morning, I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown, and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces, lying next to a tree. All of the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt strange. It was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong. My ex accused me of not locking the car and said that an animal got into our stuff. I promised that I had locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later on the ground right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream about something kneeling over him in the tent, holding his gun, and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. I grew up in these woods and usually feel comfortable there. However, I stumbled into a few unsettling situations that would stick in my mind forever. This was one such occasion. I was 18 at the time. One evening, my two friends, Mike and Paul, and I decided to go camping. Well, camping might not be the right word since we didn't plan to spend the night, just chill and have some fun around the campfire for a while. The plan was simple: head out, build a campfire, drink a few bottles of wine, eat something, and head back home for a good night's sleep. We met at my house while it was still sunny outside, got ready, and headed out. Our destination was an old abandoned quarry in the middle of the woods, about 40 minutes from my house. Even though the quarry had a tragic and frankly creepy history, it was a popular place for such occasions. When we got there, the sky was already reddish as the sun slowly sank behind the hills. We quickly gathered all the firewood we could find, so we wouldn't have to look for it later. As darkness fell and everything around us turned into impenetrable blackness, we managed to get the fire going. We were in a great mood and were getting ready for our first toast. That's when we realized we made a horrible mistake. We forgot the corkscrew. We attempted to open the wine without it, but quickly gave up. The bottles were quite expensive, and we didn't want to damage them. At this point, it was clear that one of us would have to jog back to retrieve the corkscrew. After some discussion, I volunteered with two conditions. Firstly, they would give me a hatchet in case something went wrong along the way. Secondly, no pranks when I got back. Mike and Paul agreed without hesitation. They handed me a hatchet and a flashlight and sent me on my way. As I jogged through the forest, I heard a noise resembling a boar. Suddenly, I remembered a warning I received from an older hunter a few days ago. He said that at this time of year, boars were getting dangerous, especially at night. I was a bit nervous, but luckily managed to survive unharmed. I arrived safely back home, much to the surprise of my mom, who didn't expect me so early. I explained the situation, she just laughed, I grabbed the corkscrew, and headed back. Not wanting to encounter a boar, I chose another slightly longer path, this time through an open field. After a while, I reached our spot. It was a small clearing surrounded on one side by massive rocks, maybe 70 meters tall, and on the other side by a thick forest. Our campfire was in the middle of the clearing. When I approached it, I realized that there wasn't anybody around, although our backpacks were still on the ground, and the fire was burning brightly. Great! We specifically agreed that there would be no pranks when I got back. Those guys think they're funny, I thought to myself. I resignedly sat down near the fire facing the woods. That's the only place where they could have hidden, I thought. I was really tired, and all I could think about was the taste of that exquisite Pinot that we brought with us. I wasn't in the mood for their games, and I was getting quite mad. That's when I heard the snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves from the edge of the forest, maybe 30 meters from where I was sitting. The sound was rhythmic and undoubtedly the sound of somebody walking. I aimed my flashlight in that direction and spotted a tall person wearing a dark hoodie. As I shined my flashlight on him, he stopped walking, turned towards me, and just kept staring motionlessly. Even though he was facing me directly, I couldn't see his face. I shouted, "Paul, you fat jerk. I know you're trying to scare me. We agreed on something, so stop messing around and come out." As I finished, the hooded figure turned and walked deeper into the woods. At that moment, my phone started ringing. I hurriedly took it out of my pocket. It was Mike. I took the call and started barking at him, "Really funny, you guys. I thought we agreed on something. What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you trying to mess with me. I clearly saw you, so you can come out." Mike seemed frozen for a minute. For what felt like an eternity, all I could hear was his heavy breathing and Paul mumbling something in the background. When he finally snapped back to reality, he said, "Dude, we're at your house." We heard some footsteps. At first, we thought it was you messing with us. But then we got scared and decided to look for you. I forgot my phone at your house, so we couldn't even call you. Just get out of there, and we'll come back for our stuff together. Nonsense. That's just another of your stupid pranks, and I'm not buying it. Hold on a second. There was some incoherent mumbling for a while. Hey. What's going on? My mom's voice suddenly came from the phone. My head spun, and my heart skipped a beat as I realized they weren't kidding. Suddenly, a wave of fear ran through my body. However, I managed to convince my mom that everything was fine and that she shouldn't worry. She gave the phone back to Mike. "Just leave everything and come back. We're heading over right now. We'll meet you halfway there. I'm not going anywhere alone again. You better get here quick. I'm waiting for you." I hung up. I didn't want to make any more noise than I already did. I quickly turned off my flashlight and backed off from the light of the fire. I moved all the way to the huge wall of rocks, figuring that if I had my back covered, it would eliminate one possible approach for the unwanted visitor. I stood there in complete darkness, trying not to make a sound while tightly clutching my hatchet, which would be my best friend for the next half an hour. I had to convince myself not to curl into a ball in fear. Even my own body started to betray me as my hearing worsened due to my wildly beating heart. I tried to calm myself, but in the worst-case scenario, every bit of adrenaline would help. After what seemed like an eternity, I spotted 2 weak light beams coming from the forest. I heard Paul shout my name. I'd never been so relieved. I finally ran out of my hiding spot to greet my friends. For quite some time, we just stood there, laughing from relief. We even got a bit cocky and considered staying. After all, there was just one, supposedly, creep lurking between the trees, and there were 3 of us. Funny. Minutes earlier, I was terrified, and suddenly I was full of tough bravado, thinking, what could possibly happen? In the end, good judgment prevailed, and we decided to leave. We packed our things, extinguished the fire, and left. We took our wine bottles to enjoy somewhere else. Somewhere well-lit and safe. This happened about 10 years ago, in August 2013. I was camping in far north Queensland, Australia, in a place called Barron Falls. I'm a 21-year-old girl, and I was camping with my 2 male friends who were backpacking from Estonia, Theo and Charlie. Where we set up camp was not an official campsite. Instead, we walked along the tourist path, climbed over a railing, followed a train track for a few kilometers, and eventually veered off into the dense forest, downhill to the river. It certainly wasn't easy to get to this area, and there wasn't any mobile phone service, but Theo knew about it from friends who had shown it to him previously. The sight was beautiful. We were surrounded by a tropical forest and were only a short walk upstream from the waterfall. After setting up camp, we walked to the waterfall where both Theo and Charlie plunged from the cliff into the water below. I decided not to follow. I was, and still am, scared of heights and the possibility of hurting myself. I sat and watched them for a while before eventually deciding to return to camp and read my book. I was totally relaxed, enjoying the serenity, taking in the beauty around me. What had been an exciting, adventurous day was then interrupted by a deep, sinister laughter coming from the forest surrounding our campsite. Instantly alerted, I felt chills run through my body as I scanned the forest trying to detect where the laughter had come from. There was nothing. I tried to forget about it, convincing myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. Theo and Charlie returned and told me that they had forgotten fire lighters for the campfire. They said that they need to travel to the nearest store to buy some and that I should wait at camp. I told them that I didn't feel comfortable staying at camp, but didn't mention the laughter I'd heard before. I didn't want them to think I was stupid, and for context, at the time I had quite a large crush on Charlie. Stupidly, I wanted him to think I was cool. They told me it would be fine, that they would be back before dark. Reluctantly, I agreed and they made their way to the store. It was about 4 p.m., and I continued reading my book. I began to think about it, and I realized that the walk back to the car was about 20 to 30 minutes, so they would be gone for well over an hour. At this time of year, dusk would be at 5:30 p.m. or so, and I would therefore likely be alone in this remote area in the dark. I distracted myself with my book, but as dusk began to settle, I struggled to read the pages, and fear began to set in. After about an hour, I started to hear footsteps in the forest. My first thought was that Theo and Charlie had returned, and I was instantly relieved that I was no longer alone. I listened for their voices, but heard nothing. My heart dropped. It dawned on me that it may be someone else, and I started panicking. Then came the laughter. The same deep, sinister laughter I'd heard before, only this time, it seemed much closer. I sprung to my feet and surveyed the forest. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the other side of a stream, which was connected to the river. Standing on a log, what I saw was absolutely bizarre. He was wearing an immaculate tuxedo, with a top hat and all. I remember being puzzled as to how he was able to get to this area in such clean formal clothes, and I at first thought he may be an apparition or that I was hallucinating. I did a double take, and I was not. I then studied the man's face. It is hard to describe, but it looked like his face was burnt, like Dwight from The Walking Dead, and he had deep scarring covering his face. His hair was shoulder length, very wiry, and unkempt. He laughed, that same laugh I'd heard from the forest. Miraculously, I heard my friend's voices approaching. The man seemed alarmed, and said that he saw somebody else camping upstream, and that he is going to check on them. He left, and minutes later, Theo and Charlie returned. I immediately told them what happened, and they laughed and thought I was making it up, that it was a lame attempt to scare them. Tears began to gather in my eyes, and Charlie realized that I was serious. Theo didn't seem fazed. He was a very stereotypical backpacker and had the carefree nature travelers tend to have. Charlie, however, assured me that I would be okay and had me sleep between him and Theo for the next 2 nights. I barely slept at all for those nights. I kept listening for the laughter, but fortunately never heard it again. For years after, I searched online for any reports of similar encounters. I never found anything, but I have always contemplated what would have happened if Theo and Charlie hadn't returned at that moment. I shudder at the thought. I'm a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. A couple of days ago, a good friend of mine, who is also one of my students, informed me that his dad just acquired 150 acres of land in a secluded and mountainous part of my state. This is someone with whom I've explored the woods before. He's more than competent when it comes to wilderness survival. The property, largely unexplored except for 100 yards that his dad had used for his horses, who are currently roaming freely, seemed intriguing. According to my friend, his dad got an incredible deal on the land. Given my friend, now a father of 3, doesn't get out into the woods often, I agreed to join him for what seemed like a fun outing and much-needed break. We share interests in our indigenous roots, cars, wilderness survival, and various other activities, ensuring lively conversations while in the woods. However, his dad cautioned us against exploring the woods without a gun, citing the presence of coyotes. But being natives of this area, we know coyotes rarely pose a threat to people. Additionally, my friend, whom we'll call DJ, previously mentioned seeing human-sized movement in the tree lines during his earlier visits to the property. Yet, due to his poor eyesight, he couldn't confirm what he had seen. For our exploration, I brought along my AR and a small flint napping kit, mainly for amusement. And off we went onto the property. Initially, we hiked across fields and creeks, multiple natural springs, and ponds, everything appearing normal and showcasing a beautiful landscape. But as we ventured into the unexplored forested section, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The forest exuded an eerie ambience reminiscent of the woods in the movie The Ritual. Gray and ominously quiet, except for the occasional creaking of the tall cedar trees. It felt like we were being observed from every angle. The air carried a putrid stench, akin to rotting flesh. Intrigued, we followed the smell and stumbled upon the remains of 3 to 4 cows. I took a video of them to show them to anyone who might know what could have done this. Examining the exposed skulls revealed no evidence of bullet wounds. Something had killed them, scattering their bones over a 30-yard area. Large and vague footprints surrounded the remains. Pressing deeper into the woods, accompanied only by silence, the smell of death, and the sound of our own heartbeats, we noticed various tracks along the stream. There were large coyote prints and something else, also large, intentionally avoiding the sand. Continuing, we encountered trees bent over and pinned behind others while still alive. An occurrence impossible in nature. Further along, we discovered what resembled a primitive tool made of bone, possibly a scooping tool or knife. It disturbed us because although rudimentary, it appeared more primitive than anything a human would make, yet clearly shaped intentionally. Our hike led us to a clearing with a pond encircled by large circular tracks. On the opposite side of the pond stood a peculiar little tree structure, an A-frame with rocks propped against it. However, it lacked stability, and the arrangement of rocks seemed oddly deliberate. Notably, there were no signs of campfires or camping debris nearby. This wasn't a location easily accessible from a house. I extensively photographed and filmed this strange hut-like structure. As dusk approached, we decided it was time to head back. I had a flashlight attached to my AR, but relying on that in the dark, when there's something out there capable of killing cows and making tools out of their bones, didn't seem wise. We retraced our steps out of the forest, reaching our trucks just before it became too dark. While leaving, we noticed an unidentified figure atop one of the hills, but chose not to investigate further. It's worth mentioning that the previous owner commenced construction on the property, abruptly stopped, and vacated the premises. We're planning on going back there again this weekend, but this time with a few more people and all of our camping gear. I work for a well-known university as a field biologist and have recently been contracted out to the National Forest Service. My first assignment has been in the Potomac district of the Monongahela National Forest. Basically, I receive GPS coordinates and I either drive or hike to the designated spot and do what they want. This could be setting up trail cameras or counters, monitoring equipment, trail surveys and the like, and then recording the data 24 hours after placement. No big deal. I thought it odd that they specifically requested I place the cameras only 3 feet off the ground and some of the infrared cameras in the trees at specified heights. Some of these locations are on designated trails, but some are way off the trail in places that humans would never go. Sometimes, there isn't a hotel or lodging close enough. These are the remote mountains in West Virginia, and the Forest Service has outfitted me in some pretty dank camping gear on the occasions I might have to camp. I am an experienced hiker and camper and have spent many nights alone out in the field due to my career choice. I am a woman, about 5 feet 6 inches and 130 pounds, but not really afraid of anything. Again, the Forest Service has outfitted me well and I wear an emergency beacon that will send every law enforcement officer in the area to my location in no time. So I have been assigned to this district for a few months now and have really enjoyed my work. West Virginia is very remote and unspoiled, and that's why I enjoy my work. I get to see things most people would never see in their lives, and I have had so many positive and almost spiritual moments up until a few nights ago. I was working up near Spruce Knob, which is the highest point in West Virginia. It's essentially a complex system of trails, wilderness areas, camping, that kind of thing. It has also been snowing with howling winds and ice storms. I was camping up there to complete my work, and while the conditions were rough, I was almost enjoying it. My first night in the woods was pretty peaceful. I made dinner, set up camp and drank some whiskey and smoked some really good bud. I snuggled down in my sleeping bag and slept like a rock. It was very cold, but I wore this turtle fur face mask thing and didn't feel the cold too much. I woke up at dawn and went about building my fire back up, and I was starting some coffee when I noticed all this churned up snow around my campsite. Not tracks, just churned up snow like someone or something had kicked it all around. Weird, but whatever. I had a 15-mile hike to set some cameras and didn't have time to really wonder about it. I set off on my hike, did what I had to do, and started back to camp. I never wear headphones or anything like that, because hearing is one of the most important senses in the wilderness. I want to be able to hear any animals, people, etc. before I see them. It was already past dark when I made it back to camp, and I was too tired to do anything except strip down to my base layer, get in my sleeping bag, and pass out. Around 2 a.m., I woke up because I could hear people talking. People. I was about 30 miles up a gravel road that was locked with Forest Service gates and about 10 miles from where my truck was parked, and I could hear voices. I completely lost it. I have a firearm, and I quietly retrieved it from my pack and got back in my sleeping bag and cocked it and waited. I was on high alert, all my senses going wild. Eventually the voices faded and I couldn't hear them anymore, but I never went back to sleep. At daylight, I emerged from my tent to more churned up snow and my 2 trail cameras hanging from a tree about 5 feet from my tent. These were cameras that I had placed 15 miles out from my campsite. I packed my stuff as fast as I could and practically ran back to my truck. Along the way, I saw a lot of footprints all around my site, and when I reached my truck, I discovered it had been broken into and my computer and other equipment had been stolen. I am currently in a luxury log cabin at some resort, too scared to retrieve my other equipment and too embarrassed to tell my superiors how scared I am. The Forest Service brought me a new truck while my other one is getting the window replaced, and I did make a report about the theft, but there is absolutely no way that I am ever going back to that site. I don't know if this means I will be fired or sent to work a desk, but out of all the years I have been doing this in national forests around the country, this is the most terrified I have ever been. I am not scared of the animals, and I have many stories to share about my encounters with them. I am scared of the people. Okay, so I wasn't conventionally, nor classically pretty. I was the duff in any friend group I found myself in. I never worried about being hit on, disrespected, or kidnapped. Safety concerns were never an issue for me when going out because I was never the one anyone wanted to get to know or be around. I was just too plain. It was always me who had to look out for my friends, male and female alike. I used to go to a local bar almost daily. I didn't drink alcohol there, I just ordered a regular Coke and waited for my ride home. It was my usual hangout spot after work, so I sat, chilled, and minded my own business. A few weeks ago, I had just finished work and was sitting at my regular spot, sipping my drink while working on a new pendant I was making. I had started wire wrapping crystals into jewelry. I didn't expect anyone to strike up a conversation with me, knowing I basically blended into the walls, despite the staff knowing me and paying me slight attention and being nice to me. But this weird guy I'd never seen before came over and sat at my table across from me. I was surprised and engaged in a small conversation that I can't even remember how I started, but he began asking me a few questions about myself that seemed normal and flowed together, so I didn't think much of it. Again, being plain, I didn't think anyone would take interest in me. By then, I had drunk 3 glasses of soda and needed to use the restroom, so I grabbed my phone and purse and went. When I returned a few minutes later, I resumed working since none of my stuff had been touched. I called a waitress over, asked for a new drink, and she nodded. It had always been engraved in me that you never leave your drink unattended. If you do, either have it remade or leave it to the bartender. As the waitress was reaching for my old drink, which only had a few sips taken out of it, the guy got a bit agitated, saying I was being wasteful for ordering a new drink. I looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion, and asked why it was his concern. It was my money after all, and refills were free. He then accused me of making more work for the waitress for no reason. Annoyed, I told him firmly that it was my business and if he didn't like it, he could leave. He attempted to wave off the waitress changing my drink, but I had enough of his nonsense and flatly said, "You drink it, if you think it's such a waste." It seemed to catch him off guard. He looked shocked, then a bit angry, before storming off. I then handed the drink to the waitress, expressing unease about the guy I was talking to, and asked her to inform the bartender to keep an eye on him. I requested to have my drink dumped out and only water served from then on. I left for home after being picked up shortly after, and the next day after work, I found out he had been arrested for assault. I only found out today what exactly had happened. Apparently, he had gotten into a fight with the bartender working that night. The bartender caught him tampering with a girl's drink while she wasn't looking and prevented her from drinking it. The guy got angry, leading to a physical altercation. The cops were called, and now he's awaiting trial. It turns out he was trying to see if he could take advantage of someone like me, someone who always let her guard down due to low confidence. He thought I'd be an easy target with just a little attention. When I didn't consume my drink upon returning, he targeted another girl. If he truly was targeting me, I have to question his sanity and sobriety. I used to work in a residential care facility, and for a number of years, I worked with a woman named Kajiri. She was generally okay to work with, but she could be intense. The sort of joking flirtation that often found its way into high-pressure environments was common throughout the whole team, but when she directed it at me, it didn't seem so jokey. It took me forever to realize, because I usually didn't notice someone flirting with me until someone else pointed it out 6 months later. But when she started trying to give me jewelry and chocolate bouquets, I finally started to pick up on it. In between things being normal and actually maybe not really normal, there was a long escalation of text messages, comments that made me uncomfortable, personal space violations, dropping by my house uninvited, hanging around on my shift hours after hers had finished, unwanted touching, etc. As mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible. I stopped answering calls and texts, locked down social media, spoke to other colleagues and had them running interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a joke, but looking back, it was all kinds of messed up. She even parked outside my house sometimes, and I'd sit in the back room with the light off so she'd think I wasn't home. After a couple of months of my disappearing woman act, she seemed to get the hint and backed right off. I was pleased. We all got on with our lives and lived happily ever after. Yeah, not quite. A few months after it died down, I heard through the grapevine that Kajiri seemed to have focused her attentions on another coworker, Linda. Linda and I had a close mutual friend, but didn't know each other well. I didn't think much other than good luck, you poor sucker. A few months later again, and I got a call out of the blue from a mutual friend. Without preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kajiri?" No, I don't swing that way. I was shocked. He had been privy to all the awkward details of my experience with Kajiri and had helped run interference. He explained that he had been talking to Linda, and she'd asked about my relationship with Kajiri. The story that followed still sounds too fantastical to have actually happened in an actual sensible grown-up workplace. Kajiri had been catfishing her own best friend Amanda, posing as Linda. In a string of emails, fake Linda and Amanda had discussed Kajiri's drug problem, her abusive and dangerous ex, none other than yours truly. There was a story about fake Linda coming out to her family after her brother caught her in bed with Kajiri, and more. The jig was up when Linda got a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband, who mentioned how great it was to finally meet Kajiri's girlfriend. Which was a complete shock to Linda when she learned about herself that she was no longer a straight woman and had a girlfriend. So essentially, Kajiri moved on from me, found a new target, started emailing Amanda from a fake account, pretending to be Linda. She told all these stories about being with Kajiri, about how I was an abusive ex, and how Linda was caught by her family being with a woman and all the drama that it caused. She made up a bunch of insane stories to justify her creepy obsessive fantasies and was telling them to Amanda and other people from a fake email to make it sound like the stories were from the fake girlfriend and Kajiri couldn't be accused of making it up. Here's some highlights of the stories Kajiri had been telling to Linda, her friends, and other coworkers I wasn't close to. She picked her audience very carefully. That Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kajiri. That I had an orgy in the staff office on a night shift with Kajiri and 2 male coworkers. That Kajiri and I had broken up after I cheated on her with another male coworker, not one of the orgy ones. I was really getting around apparently. That I would drug her against her will. That we had planned to have children using a sperm donor, but that I couldn't decide who would have the baby. This woman had been living out a full-on soap opera and using her coworkers and friends as characters. Linda and I reported her to management, and she was immediately suspended, pending investigation. She quit 2 days later. Unfortunately, HR decided they needed to continue their investigation of the allegation that I had an orgy at work. Because that was totally plausible and not at all made up by a crazy woman. They put me through hell investigating this imaginary story about me and 2 men and another woman. Even though the only men in our department are twice my age and happily married. It made me never want to trust HR again. I left that job a month later myself, and when I interviewed for my current job, she had interviewed half an hour before me. And they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 other openings since, and she applied for both of them. I'm terrified of meeting her again. It turned out she has a history of inpatient psych treatment for delusional behavior and was known to be obsessive about people she took a liking to. According to Facebook, her current girlfriend has a similar first name as me and shares more than a few physical similarities. She still knows where I live. So I'm pretty sure that the current situation is that she's still telling people that I'm her girlfriend, all while she's desperately applying for any job she can get at my new workplace. I used to work in a hole-in-the-wall gas station out in the sticks of North Carolina. I was freshly 18, had a new car, a rundown Chevy, but it got me from point A to point B, and was newly promoted to assistant manager, so I was working many late nights by myself. Truthfully, I loved working alone. My boss was super laid back, and his philosophy was, as long as the work gets done, do whatever you please. We even had a shotgun behind the counter, which he taught me to shoot on my first day there. So even though I would be there late, I always felt safe. On this particular night, it was extremely dead, so with my boss's permission, I closed the store early and hopped in my car. It was probably 11:30 to 12 a.m. at this point. Other than being able to get out of work early, this was my usual routine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I texted my roommate to let her know I was getting home early. We always looked out for each other like that, lit up a cigarette, and then started on my way home. For those of you who don't know North Carolina very well, I'm going to provide a little bit of detail regarding the terrain. From where I worked at the gas station to where I lived, I had to drive down the back roads. These roads consisted of very dense woods on both sides. Sometimes, the woods would seem so thick that you really couldn't tell where you were. Especially at night. This could be intimidating to those who don't know the area, but honestly, I was more worried about deer jumping out in front of me, which was a common occurrence in this area. I'm driving down the road, blaring Nirvana, my favorite band at the time, and just being a typical 18-year-old grunge kid who had newly discovered the freedom of being an adult and getting off work. When all of a sudden, I see something in the middle of the road, probably 75 to 100 feet ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it looked too small. So I started to gradually slow down, ultimately coming to a stop. I have to wear glasses when I drive. I mainly need them at night, but my eyesight isn't terrible enough for me to make it a habit. I grabbed my glasses and put them on. Now being able to see much more clearly, I almost shat myself at what I saw. It was a woman. An older woman, wearing what looked like a nightgown of some kind. Her hair was in disarray, she had her hands behind her back, and she was just standing there, in the middle of the road, just staring at me in my car. Let me remind you, we are practically in the middle of nowhere. There are trees as far as my headlights can shine, and it's midnight. I'm naturally paranoid, so all sorts of questions were running through my head. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? It's midnight. Are my doors locked? Why is she out here at midnight? Should I honk my horn at her? Should I call the police? What if she has Alzheimer's and doesn't know where she is? Or what if she's an escaped patient? Even though the closest mental facility was 3 to 4 cities away, I didn't exclude that possibility. I thought about calling the cops, but I got my phone and of course, there was no cell service. This encounter went on for a while, just sitting in the middle of the road, mentally questioning what was happening. It's now way past midnight, she's still standing there, just staring at me with this zoned-out look, hands behind her back as if she's observing me. I'm starting to get tired of this, considering that I had to be up early for work the next morning. So I honked my horn at her. I didn't expect what happened next. This woman's face turns from being spaced out to complete rage. And she raised her arms up. It looked like she was holding something in her hand. She lets out this horrid animalistic scream and charges at my car. As she ran closer, I realized she was holding something sharp. It looked like a kitchen knife or a piece of jagged glass. During this moment of horror, I had a brief flashback to my stepdad giving me advice when I first got my license. If an animal ever runs out in front of you, turn it into a speed bump. I love animals, so I couldn't bear to hear that. But this time, I was taking my stepdad's advice. I was going to turn this psycho into a speed bump. Serve the Servants, by Nirvana, started playing on the radio. I mention this because the song has much to do with the aura of the moment. As if it was in sync with this instance in time, the intensity of the song enabled me to let out the most intimidating primal scream that I could. Loud enough for her to hear it. The window was open because I had been smoking, and I hit the gas. She was running towards my car like she was going to jump on my hood. I guess she realized I had the utmost intent to hit her, in which at this point, the woman zigzags away from my car and runs off into the woods. Still in fight mode, I didn't question where this woman went. I was just glad that she was gone, so I accelerated on the gas and sped the entire way home. I got home at almost 1:30 a.m. My roommate was still awake, waiting up for me the entire time. She was extremely worried because it was way past the time I said I was going to be home. She had been texting and calling me. When I pulled up to her house, I got all of her texts and missed calls at once, so I started to explain to her what happened. My body went from fight mode to panic as I was recounting everything that happened. My roommate's mother was a 911 operator who also happened to be working that night. So she decided to text her mom to see if there were any silver alerts in the area. Immediately, her mom texted back and said there wasn't. That alone gave me goosebumps to the core of my being. There was no explanation as to where this lady came from. So, a quick backstory. I used to live in a very small town, predominantly safe for kids, with only some drug issues. My house was located in a small upscale part of the town. Most people who lived there were families. A small pond with lots of greenery in the neighborhood was about a 5-minute walk from my house. To get to the pond, you had to go down a grass hill. Neighborhood kids, including myself, would always go down to the pond for hours to catch frogs, skip rocks, and enjoy nature. Now, on to the story. On this particular day, it was raining and pretty cold, so there were no other kids at the pond. My best friend, her brother, who was 1 year older than us, and myself, decided to head down to the pond for a bit. After about half an hour, we saw a minivan pull up at the top of the hill. We thought nothing of it, assuming it was probably someone stopping at the neighborhood mailbox. A man, probably in his 60s, got out. In our small town, everyone knew everyone, or at least recognized each other. I found it strange that I had never seen this man before in town or the neighborhood. He just stared at the three of us for what seemed like forever. Suddenly, he yelled at us, saying, "It's not safe down there, you kids better come up here." My best friend and her brother looked terrified, and I had this gut feeling that something wasn't right. We didn't respond, but he kept repeating that phrase. "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." Our fight or flight reaction kicked in, and we all sprinted up the other side of the hill, just a few meters away from him in the minivan. As soon as he saw us running, he got into his minivan and started driving slowly behind us, literally following us until we reached my house. Fortunately, my garage door was open, and my parents' cars were parked inside. We hid behind one of my parents' cars and watched as he pulled to the side of my house and parked. My parents were inside, unaware of what was happening. He stayed parked in front of my house for a couple of minutes until my dad came outside to take out the trash and saw the three of us hiding. I guess the man saw my dad and drove away, but as soon as he left, we told my parents everything. Even now, 12 years later, my parents still think we were being overdramatic and that the man was genuinely concerned for our safety because of the weather. Nonetheless, we weren't allowed to go back to the pond anymore. I understand why they think this. The three of us tended to exaggerate things and be dramatic. However, I knew from the strange feeling I had when I first saw him at the top of the hill that something was off. To this day, I still believe he was planning something, but maybe it was just my childish imagination. This happened about 20 years ago, and I don't think I will ever forget it. Back in those days, I was an apprentice hairdresser for one of the top 5 ranked stylists in Japan. Training in that profession at that level was very strict, and beauty standards were a bit different. You probably don't need me telling you that, but it's probably worth keeping in mind. Back to training, it was long, and the time off between sessions was pretty much non-existent. We were expected to be at training even during national holidays. I'm not sure if that was strictly by the books, but as impressionable young stylists, we couldn't be seen refusing training. I think I had about 3 or 4 days off for summer. I took them all at once, and a lot of my friends and coworkers used the time to head back to their hometowns and see families. Since I lived really close to where I was studying, I didn't want to use my time off just hanging around at home. I could do that any time. So, I accepted an offer from one of my seniors to visit his hometown. It was really late by the time I finished work, and we managed to get to my senior's hometown at around 2 a.m. The satellite navigation system told me that we were about 15 minutes away from arrival. The roads were dark and empty. We were the only ones on the road that late. He lived in the middle of nowhere, so that could have been a reason. I remember seeing empty fields on either side of the road. I kind of regretted coming already. I mean, what the hell were we going to do here? He should have probably mentioned that he lived in the rural countryside. I just watched the road and tried to stay awake. I should say that I was driving. I felt like driving since I didn't get to drive much. I might have changed my mind if I had known it was going to be that far to get to his family home. Then suddenly, something appeared out of the darkness in front of the car. A woman with no clothes came running down the opposite lane of the road towards us. I slammed on the brakes because I thought that I just witnessed the paranormal. She ran past us. I looked in the rearview mirror to see a woman between the ages of about 18 to 20 years old. She kept running, then she turned around and ran towards our car. I looked at my friend, and he had a look of disbelief on his face, and I guessed that I didn't have that much of a different look. I think the reality of the situation was we both didn't know what to do. I said to him, "Is that a ghost?" "I don't know. Shall we just keep going?" he replied. We slowly pulled away. I was very skeptical because I thought she looked so real. I made sure I kept to a low speed, and I kept checking the mirrors. The woman got closer, and I stopped the car and said to him, "That's not a ghost. Come on, we have to stop and see if she's okay." He agreed and said he would call out to her. It was so creepy to see someone running around in the middle of nowhere, even creepier if you haven't been to that place before. She kept on running past our car, so I tried to match her speed as my friend rolled down the window and tried to speak to her. "Hey, you shouldn't be running around on the roads like that, this late at night. Maybe you should head home," he said something like that. It wasn't very well put together or that sympathetic, I remember that much. She didn't even turn to face the car, she just said, "Hey, don't worry, I'm fine." It feels so good. I could see her a little closer now and guessed her age to be around 18 or 19 years old. "Why are you like this? Have you been kidnapped? Has someone done something to you? It's really dangerous to be out here with no clothes and alone. We have to get you home," I said to her. She stopped running and looked down at the floor as if in thought, and then replied, "I ran away from home. I don't even know where home is." I noticed at that point that she was actually wearing socks and shoes, so at least her feet weren't too bad. She stood there with her hands behind her back, looking completely lost and confused. It was very odd. I couldn't leave her out here. I told my friend in a hushed voice that we had to help her, and he sighed but then nodded. We decided to take her to the nearest police station. I had a dress that belonged to one of my female colleagues at work in the back of my car. Long story short, I told the woman to throw it on, and she reluctantly agreed. Once she was dressed and in the back seat, I turned to her and said, "Right, if you can't remember where home is, I can take you to the police, and we can figure it out from there, okay?" To that, she responded with something outrageous. "I hate the police, they're always on my dad's side. Please, can you just take me to a hotel? Hotels are safer than police for sure. You can stay there with me. Hold me tonight, I'm a virgin." We were young, but even though we were young and often threw caution to the wind, we knew that we had to get her somewhere safe. It's a scary world out there. If she said that to another pair of guys like us in the next car that came along, well, I don't even want to think about it. We told her that wasn't going to happen. She didn't say anything for a while, but then she handed me a piece of paper. I don't know where she got it from, but it had a name, a number, and the address of a hospital. My friend saw the address and said, "Oh, I know that place." It was a psychiatric hospital. We called the number, and a voice that said it was the security department answered. I explained to the security guard what happened, and after we hung up, we got a call from the woman's mother. We found out where her mom lived and took her there. My friend said that he knew that side of town, but he had never been there before. The woman's mother was extremely apologetic over the phone. My friend spoke to her, and he said that he could tell that she was definitely genuine and sorry for the inconvenience. I felt sorry for her, it wasn't her fault. When we got to the house, we heard more about this situation from her mother. The woman we found out in the middle of nowhere had only just turned 18. She had been assaulted by her biological father when she was 16. A few days after he did what he did, she stabbed him in the neck with a box cutter knife. She was admitted to a mental asylum because of this attack. No one seems to know how she keeps getting out, but the mother said to us that this was the third time she'd successfully broken free. What a sensational story, I remember thinking. We drove the mother and daughter to the hospital at the mother's request. I could see how mentally tired she was by all of what had been going on. She was so polite and grateful, she really impressed me. I mean, with all that happened, she seemed to be incredibly in control of her own emotions. The girl didn't seem to say much, she seemed to like the dress we gave her. The mother apologized for not washing it before returning it, and we both agreed that no apology was necessary. Obviously, she got dressed into clothes of her own. She disappeared upstairs to change, and then she came back, and we took off. She didn't say much when we were driving. She was taking being returned to the asylum a lot better than expected. I thought that she would be going kicking and screaming. Her mother spoke with her in the back as we drove. She said, "You didn't get injured or anything when you were out, did you?" "No, I'm fine," the daughter responded. "Oh, that's great, I'm relieved," the mother told her. We left them at the hospital and told them that we couldn't stay because we were already really late getting to my friend's parents' home. My friend's parents were really worried by the time we got there. I think that we both wanted to tell them everything about the situation, but we were too tired to go through it all again. At that point, I just wanted to go to sleep. I stayed with him and his family for 3 days. It was actually a really great time and just what I needed, a break from studies in the city. It was certainly going to be a trip I would never forget. We said our goodbyes to the family, and his little sister asked us for a ride to the station. I said that it wouldn't be a problem. Just before we dropped her off at the station, she said something that scared the hell out of me. "Hey big bro, Why does your friend have a box cutter stabbed in the back seat? My name is Martin, and I'm a 29-year-old librarian in a quiet suburban town. The tranquility of my daily environment made what happened over the past month all the more shocking and unsettling. I never imagined that my quiet life would be disrupted by a persistent stalker, especially not someone who initially seemed to be just another patron interested in literature. It started subtly enough with a new visitor to the library. Her name was Eliza, and she introduced herself on a busy Tuesday afternoon, asking for recommendations on contemporary fiction, which was my area of expertise. She was polite, enthusiastic about my suggestions, and seemingly just another lover of books. Over the next week, Eliza visited several times, and our interactions remained purely professional, centered around discussions of authors and book genres. However, things gradually started to change. Eliza began showing up at the library every day, timing her visits to when I started my shift. At first, I was flattered by her interest in my recommendations, but it soon became clear that her visits were not just about books. She started bringing me coffee, exactly how I liked it, without me ever having mentioned my preferences. Then, small gifts began appearing on my desk, bookmarks, a scarf, and even a paperback copy of a rare book I'd mentioned once in passing. I tried to set boundaries, explaining that while I appreciated her enthusiasm, the gifts were unnecessary and somewhat inappropriate given our librarian-patron relationship. Eliza seemed to take it well, or so I thought. Her behavior escalated quickly from there. She started waiting for me in the parking lot after my shifts, offering to walk me to my car, which I politely declined. One evening, I noticed her following me as I went to a nearby cafe after work. When I confronted her, she just laughed it off, saying it was a coincidence since she liked the cafe as well. The situation took a darker turn when I started receiving emails from her late at night. The messages were long, detailing how much she thought we had in common and how she felt we were meant to be great friends, if not more. I was firm in my response, asking her to stop emailing me and to maintain a professional distance while at the library. This confrontation led to a brief period of calm, and I hoped that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. One night, I found a letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my car. It was from Eliza, expressing her hurt over my rejections and her conviction that we were destined to be together. This was followed by more letters, each more intense than the last. She began showing up at places I frequented, a local bar, the gym, even a friend's birthday party I mentioned in passing during one of our early conversations at the library. I've since reported the situation to the local police, who are keeping an eye on my workplace and home. I've also installed security cameras at my house. The stress and constant vigilance are taking a toll on me. I'm more cautious, more suspicious, and I feel like I'm losing the peaceful life I once loved. This ongoing situation has shattered my sense of security and privacy. I never expected that my job, providing people with knowledge and resources, could lead to such a personal invasion. I'm Rachel, and I've been dealing with something pretty scary that all started when I ghosted someone from a dating app. His name was Mike. At first, our chats were light and fun, but then he got intense real quick. He'd send long messages about how he felt we were meant to be and how he saw our future together. It was way too much for someone I hadn't even met, so I decided to stop responding and eventually blocked him. About a week after I blocked him, I was at my usual coffee spot, trying to get some work done. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone who looked like Mike. I told myself it was just my imagination. After all, I had never met him in person, I only knew him from photos. But then, it happened again. I was shopping for groceries, and I saw someone from behind who looked just like him. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence. The town isn't that big, and it wouldn't be weird if we ran into each other occasionally. However, it started happening too often to ignore. I was at the gym, and I saw him again. This time, he was much closer, and there was no mistaking who it was. My stomach dropped. I had no idea how he would know I'd be there. I finished my workout early and left as soon as I could. The real shock came when I saw him outside my workplace. That was why I knew this wasn't random. He was following me everywhere. Each sighting made me more anxious. I couldn't understand how he found out where I would be. It was like he knew my schedule. After the incident near my work, I confronted him the next time I saw him at the coffee shop. I asked him outright if he was following me. He just smirked and said, "Isn't it funny how we keep running into each other?" It wasn't funny at all, it was creepy. I told him to stop following me or I would call the police. He just laughed and said, "See you around, Rachel." I reported him to the police after that. They took my statement but said they couldn't do much because he didn't break any laws. I started changing my routine, avoiding my usual places, and being more cautious about my privacy settings online. Despite all this, I still feel uneasy. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if he's there. It's exhausting and scary. I'm trying to keep a record of everything for evidence in the future. It's been a wake-up call about how careful you need to be, even with seemingly harmless online interactions. My friend says that I'm partly to blame because I was leading him on, speaking to him for weeks and encouraging the deep conversations. But it's not my fault that I lost interest. Surely someone on a dating app shouldn't be surprised when I block them without explanation. It's not like we'd ever even met. My name is Emily, and I've been dealing with something pretty unsettling for the past few weeks. It started off as small, weird occurrences, but it's escalated, and I'm not sure what to do about it anymore. It's gotten to the point where I felt the need to share my story here, just to see if anyone else has been through something similar or has any advice. It began about a month ago. I'm a freelance graphic designer, so I often work from coffee shops for a change of scenery. One day, I was at my usual spot, a cozy little cafe downtown, when I noticed a man sitting across the room. He was staring at me, not glancing or looking, but staring intensely. It made me uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off as him just zoning out. People do that sometimes. However, the next day, I saw him again at a different coffee shop. This time, I was sure it wasn't a coincidence. He had that same intense gaze. I left shortly after arriving, feeling a cold prickle down my spine. Over the next few days, I started seeing him everywhere I went. Whether I was at the grocery store, the gym, or out with friends, he was always there, lurking a distance away. He was always wearing dark, nondescript clothing and a baseball cap, trying to blend in, but always watching me. I decided to confront him the next time I saw him, which was at the public library. I walked up to him and asked why he was following me. He just smirked and said, "You're very interesting." Then he walked away before I could respond. His reaction sent chills through me. It wasn't just a misunderstanding, he was deliberately following me. I started taking different routes and varying my routine, but he always seemed to find me. One evening, I was walking home from a friend's house and noticed him a block behind me. Panic surged through me, and I quickly ducked into a busy restaurant and called a cab home. When the cab arrived, I saw him standing across the street, just watching. That night, I couldn't sleep well at all. Every noise made me jump, thinking he might have found out where I live. The next morning, I filed a report with the police. They took down the details and told me to call if he approached me directly, but there wasn't much they could do without a direct threat. A few days passed without incident, and I began to hope that maybe he had given up. But then, I started receiving letters, no return address, just hand-delivered to my mailbox. The letters were creepy, talking about how he enjoyed watching me, how he felt we were meant to be together, and how he knew we would be together soon. I installed security cameras at my home and changed all my locks, but the letters kept coming. Each one was more unsettling than the last, detailing what I wore on certain days and what I did. I provided these to the police, who started an official investigation, but they haven't made any progress in identifying him. It's been weeks now, and the anxiety is wearing me down. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. I've stopped going to my regular spots and rarely meet with friends. I feel like I'm becoming a prisoner in my own life. Just yesterday, I saw him again, standing under a streetlight near my house as I came back from a late grocery run. He was just standing there, staring up at my window. I don't know what he wants, but I've never felt so scared. The police are keeping a closer watch now, but it feels like this nightmare is never going to end. I just want my life back, but I don't know how to get rid of him for good. My days are now filled with a pervasive sense of dread, and despite my best efforts and the involvement of the police, the harassment has only intensified. About a week after spotting him standing under the streetlight near my house, things escalated in a way I hadn't anticipated. I started receiving not just letters, but packages. The first package contained a photograph of me walking my dog in the park, a park I hadn't visited in weeks, taken long before I even knew he was following me. On the back of the photograph was written, "Beautiful as always." The realization that he had been watching me for much longer than I thought sent a new wave of terror through me. I installed a more advanced security system, including cameras that covered every possible entry point to my home, and made sure that I was never alone when I went out. I began to rely heavily on delivery services to avoid leaving my house. Despite these precautions, the packages kept coming. One contained a necklace that I had lost months ago at a local gym, another a set of my favorite books with specific passages marked, passages about love and destiny. Each new package felt like a violation, as if he were peering into the very core of my private life. I handed everything over to the police, who assured me they were doing all they could to catch him. They posted a patrol car near my home during the night, which provided some comfort, but it wasn't enough to stop the fear. Then, 2 weeks ago, I received a video message sent to my email, which had been hacked. The video showed clips of me at various locations over the past few months, all taken from afar with a shaky, handheld camera. His voice was overlaid on the video, a deep, distorted tone, saying, "I can see you, Emily. I'm always with you." The invasion felt so complete that I broke down, unable to understand how he could have filmed me so often without my noticing. I decided it was no longer safe to stay in my home. I packed up some essentials and moved in with a friend in a nearby city, leaving my place under surveillance by the police. My friend's house is in a gated community with strict security, which made me feel a bit safer, but the change in scenery hasn't helped much with the anxiety. I'm jumpy at every sound, and I keep the curtains drawn at all times. Despite these precautions, yesterday, my friend received a delivery meant for me. Another package, but this time to her address, which I had told no one about. It contained an old t-shirt of mine, one I donated to charity a year ago. There was a note, "You can't hide from me." The realization that he had found me even here, in a place I thought would be safe, was paralyzing. The police are now considering this stalker a serious threat and have escalated their efforts, but so far, they have not been able to identify him. I'm considering hiring a private investigator, as I feel like I'm running out of options. The thought of living like this indefinitely is unbearable, and I am desperate for a resolution. My name's Alex, and I'm a 34-year-old software developer living in rural Virginia, commuting daily to a small office about 30 miles from my home. The journey typically takes me along Route 27, a quiet stretch flanked by open fields and occasional dense woods. It's usually peaceful but somewhat eerie after sunset. Yesterday evening's drive started like any other, but it took a turn that left me rattled. I've been replaying the events, trying to make sense of them. As I was driving home around 6:30 p.m., the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting the last of its orange glow. That's when I spotted a woman standing by the side of the road. She was thumbing for a ride, looking remarkably put together with a neat appearance and a small backpack slung over one shoulder. Normally, I adhere to a strict no hitchhiker policy, but something about her prompted me to pull over. Perhaps the way she seemed more like a stranded commuter than a typical hitchhiker. She introduced herself as Sarah as soon as she got in. She said she was headed to the next town over and was meeting friends. She seemed friendly enough at first, making small talk about the weather and local news. However, I noticed she deftly avoided any personal questions about where she was coming from or her reasons for being out here alone. It was strange, but I initially chalked it up to her being private. About 10 minutes into the drive, Sarah pointed to a poorly maintained service road, suggesting it was a shortcut. Knowing the road well enough and its reputation for being less than safe, especially at night, I told her we were better off on the main route. That's when the atmosphere inside the car shifted palpably. Sarah insisted, growing increasingly urgent. Her insistence was alarming. Why was she so desperate to get us onto a darker, more secluded road? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as her demeanor changed from friendly to frantic. Despite her protests, I kept driving, trying to keep the conversation light, but she wasn't having it. Her agitation escalated quickly from there. She started raising her voice, her words tinged with panic, saying things like, "You don't understand, we need to go back." It didn't make any sense, and it was starting to scare me. I decided I needed to get to a public place where there were other people around, so I headed for a gas station I knew was up ahead. As I pulled into the brightly lit road, Sarah suddenly snapped. She lunged for the steering wheel, trying to force us off the road. I struggled to maintain control of the car, my heart pounding as I managed to stop the vehicle safely in the gas station parking lot. She didn't wait around. As soon as I hit the brakes, she bolted out of the car and disappeared into the night. Shaken, I sat in the car for several minutes, trying to calm down. I eventually went inside to speak with the attendant, who suggested I report the incident to the police. The officers took down my information but seemed doubtful anything would come of it since no one was hurt and nothing was stolen. The drive home after that was tense, and every shadow seemed threatening. When I finally got home, I double-checked all the locks and tried to unwind, but sleep didn't come easily. The whole experience made me question my judgment. It was a harsh reminder of the risks of picking up strangers. I keep going over it, wondering what could have happened if she had managed to steer us off the road and what her motives might have been. I'm still processing everything, feeling a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. I've decided to stick to my initial instincts from now on. No more deviations, no more hitchhikers, no matter the circumstance. It's just too unpredictable, and last night was a little too close for comfort. It was around 11 p.m. last night when I realized I was out of a few kitchen staples, milk, eggs, and some bread. So, despite the late hour, I decided to make a quick trip to the supermarket nearby. It's usually pretty empty at that time, which is how I like it. No lines, no waiting, just a quick in and out. When I got to the supermarket, the parking lot was nearly empty, just a few scattered cars that probably belonged to the night staff. Inside, the bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the usual pop music played softly through the store's speakers. I grabbed a basket and made my way to the dairy section first. As I turned into the aisle for milk, I noticed someone else further down the same aisle. He was a tall man, wearing a bulky jacket, which was odd given the mild weather we've been having. He wasn't looking at products on the shelves. Instead, he seemed to be just standing there, which struck me as odd. I tried not to pay too much attention and focused on finding the milk. After grabbing it, I headed over to the bread aisle. That's when I noticed the man again. This time, he was a few feet away, seemingly examining the bread, but as I approached, he didn't move or pick anything up. Instead, he just watched as I made my selection. A prickly feeling of unease crawled up my spine, but I brushed it off, telling myself he was probably just deciding on what to buy. I moved on to the eggs, and that's when things started to feel really off. I could see him again, out of the corner of my eye, now on the opposite end of the eggs aisle, just standing there, still not shopping. At this point, I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut that something was wrong. Was he following me? Or was it just a coincidence that he was in every aisle that I went to? Trying to shake the feeling, I decided to test my growing suspicion by doubling back to the dairy section under the pretense of forgetting something. I peeked around the corner before entering the aisle, and sure enough, he quickly moved into the same aisle from the other end, still keeping his distance but unmistakably following me. Now genuinely worried, I decided to skip the rest of my shopping and head straight to the checkout. I walked quickly, glancing over my shoulder. He was still following, trailing a few aisles behind. When I reached the checkout, there was only one cashier working, and thankfully, no line. I placed my items on the belt and kept an eye on the entrance to the checkout area. As I was paying, I noticed the man had stopped at the end of an adjacent aisle and seemed to be watching me. My heart raced as I grabbed my bags and walked briskly towards the exit. I made sure to pull out my phone, pretending to make a call, thinking it might deter him from doing anything if he thought I was talking to someone. Once outside, I hurried to my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. Just as I was pulling out, I glanced back at the store entrance. He was standing there, just outside the doors, watching me drive away. The drive home was nerve-wracking. Every set of headlights behind me made me jump, worried that he might be following me. When I finally got home, I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I've been trying to rationalize the whole incident. Maybe he was just a socially awkward person who didn't realize how his behavior came across. But something about his demeanor and the way he was methodically moving through the store just doesn't sit right with me. I think I'll be avoiding late night shopping for a while and maybe even look into getting some groceries delivered instead. The whole experience left me rattled, and I've been on edge since. There's a part of me that hopes I'm just being paranoid, but another part that's deeply unsettled by last night's encounter. If nothing else, it's a stark reminder that you can never be too careful. It was such a weird experience, and even though I wasn't hurt or anything, I'm probably going to shop in the daytime from now on. This happened just an hour ago, and I'm still on edge. I need to get this off my chest. I often hang out late with my buddy Mark, especially on weekends when his parents are away. Tonight, though, felt different from the start. We decided to explore the abandoned house at the edge of town. It's an old, supposedly haunted mansion that all the local kids dare each other to visit. It was around 9 p.m. when we started walking. The air was unusually cold for a summer night, and a thick fog was rolling in, dimming the streetlights to mere halos in the mist. The old path to the house was overgrown, the branches clawing our clothes as we pushed our way through. We were halfway there when I heard it, a faint whisper. It was so soft I thought I'd imagine it, but when I looked at Mark, his face was pale, and he'd stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I nodded, and we listened. There it was again, a whisper, but this time it called my name. Chills ran down my spine. We were alone, but it felt like someone, or something, was watching us. Trying to shake off the fear, we continued, with the mansion now looming ahead, its broken windows like dark eyes watching us. As we stepped onto the property, the air grew colder, and the whispers seemed to surround us. Mark wanted to turn back, but I convinced him to keep going. We were already there, after all. We entered through the back door. The inside of the house was worse than the outside, peeling wallpaper, dust all over the floor, and the air stale with the smell of decay. We used our phones as torches, the beams of light cutting through the darkness. As we explored the ground floor, every creak and echo made us jump. When we found the staircase, I hesitated, but curiosity pushed me forward. Upstairs, the atmosphere tightened, the whispers grew louder, and now I could almost make out sentences. Warnings. "Leave," they said, "go back." Mark grabbed my arm. "We shouldn't be here," he said, but I pulled away, drawn to a room at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and that's when we saw it. A large figure. It was shadowy and indistinct, standing by the window. It turned towards us, and though it had no eyes, I felt it staring right into my soul. We didn't wait around to find out what it wanted. We ran as fast as we could out of the house, down the path, and didn't stop until we reached the safety of the streetlights. We're back at Mark's house, the doors locked and the lights all on. We're trying to process what happened. Mark is convinced we saw a ghost, the spirit of old Mr. Miller who died there alone. I don't know what it was, but every shadow now makes me jump, and the whispers, I can still hear them if I listen hard enough. What did we see in the Miller house? Was it just our imaginations, fueled by the ghost stories we'd grown up with, or have we stumbled upon something truly supernatural? I don't know if I'll ever go back to find out, but one thing is clear, I'll never forget the fear I felt tonight. I took in a hitchhiker who turned out to be legitimately crazy. I won't ever do that again, and hopefully, my experience will discourage you. I live in a foreign country, and I don't know about your country's sanitary measures against the epidemic, but at the time, we were no longer confined. It happened in September, 2 years ago. I was driving from my parents' house to a friend's apartment near our college campus. It was an hour-and-a-half drive. We had plans to spend the weekend together after not seeing each other for months. Even though the incident is not related to my friend in any way, it just hit me how dangerous it actually was when I started telling them what happened. I remember one of them saying, "This must have been the worst 45-minute drive of my life." I laughed at it back then, but it hits me now how true it was. I left quite late that day, around 9 p.m. I remember the sun had already set, and I was going to arrive late, which I didn't like, but I was used to the road as I'd often taken it. For a bit of context, it was an hour-and-a-half drive, and I would usually stop midway in a McDonald's parking lot to smoke a cigarette before carrying on. Just remember this for later. I saw the hitchhiker not long after I left my parents' house. I had driven for about 10 to 15 minutes or so when I saw him at the exit of a roundabout. He was a tall, slender guy with one of those tiny shoulder bags worn across the chest. I thought he was a guy in his 20s who had just been dropped off by his friends on his way back from a party or something. Which was stupid because it was still too early for a party to end. But that's not the first thought I had. I immediately felt sympathy and stopped. I opened the passenger side window and asked where he was going. I realized right away that he was way older than I thought, at least in his 30s. He had a really pale face, and the way he looked at me honestly freaked me out. The guy was going in my direction, to the town where I would stop midway to take a break. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. I just responded automatically. It was on my way, and he got in the car. Then I had the worst 45 minutes of my life. I don't mean to be dramatic, but it really was hell. I knew right away I'd made a mistake as I drove off because as soon as I started driving, he held his stomach tight, crouched in the passenger seat, going back and forth, saying he wasn't feeling good. I offered to open the window for some fresh air, but he said he just had to take his meds. Saying I felt uncomfortable is an understatement. I remember thinking I'd screwed up and that whatever was going to happen, I should not stop under any circumstances. The first thing I did was to ask him if he would be okay if I dropped him off at the city's McDonald's. I think he agreed, but either way, it didn't matter because I wasn't planning on stopping elsewhere. I was already freaked out. I thought I'd pretend to focus on the road and try to appear as calm as I could, and he kept talking during this whole time. I don't remember in what order it happened exactly, but I remember he asked me if he could look at my nails, to which I responded I was driving. He apologized and said I shouldn't worry because he'd never assaulted anyone. He told me his girlfriend was mad at him, wanted to break up with him if he didn't come back. He asked where I was going, what I was planning to do tonight, and if I was planning to have a long, steaming shower. He kept going, asking if I had a boyfriend, and how we liked to do it. I said that was private, and that I did not want to answer. He nodded, and said that he used to be young like me, until he got arrested. He insisted twice that we were followed by cars. He asked me if I smoked and I said no. He offered me a cigarette. I said it's nice, but he didn't have to. He left a cigarette on the board, took out his phone at one point, and wanted to show me a picture of him and a picture of his mom, saying she was beautiful. I took a quick glimpse, and the thing was broken. It had multiple straight black lines of broken pixels. It was reddish on the left and yellowish on the right, which made the picture really creepy. He got mad at that point because I was just taking a quick glimpse, and he started talking louder, saying I didn't give a crap about what he was saying. I straight up said, "I'm listening, I can't watch, I'm driving." He calmed down immediately, said okay, and apologized, and wanted to show me another picture. He asked if this was my car. I said it was my parents'. Somehow, I did not want him to think I was rich or had any kind of money. I'm just a young student who has no money. Leave me alone. I lied, saying I had hit a deer last week and I was trying to focus and pay attention because I didn't want to break my parents' car. I hoped he would shut up. At some point, he was just straight up staring at me and muttered, "Poor thing," then straightened up and pointed to a road sign in a panic, saying, "I meant the road sign, poor road sign." Honestly, I think at that point I was thinking if he ever tried anything, I would crash this car with both of us in it, into a tree. Because if I could not make it out, neither would he. I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't want him to get out of this easily. He screamed that his name was Archangel Michael. He asked my name, and I gave a fake name. He kept asking if I remembered his name, and suddenly crouched himself in a panic, going back and forth again, saying I should know his name. I just said okay. To be honest, that was the only thing I would say. In the end, when we got to the city where he had to stop, he asked if I could take him to the train station. It was almost 10 p.m., and I knew there were no trains, no lights, and surely no other cars or human presence. I told him we said we'd stop at the McDonald's, and he nodded and said, "Yes, yes." He said I was nice and put a coin on the board next to the cigarette. I stopped in the parking lot, didn't park, just stopped right there in the middle of the way where I felt the most exposed. He just left, saying, "See you later," and I drove away very fast. I never saw or heard from him again. This happened back in my university days when I was on the way back from a trip with my friend. I guess I must have misread the map, or we took some kind of shortcut because we got lost somewhere on the mountain roads. My friend was driving, and I was supposed to be the navigator. It was the one job I had. It was around 8 p.m., but it was already really dark since we were in the shadow of the mountains. I noticed a white truck up ahead and said to my friend, if we follow the truck, we would probably get back to a main road in no time. I thought it was a pretty solid plan, considering I had no clue where we were, let alone what mountain we were on. We tailed the truck for a while, then realized we were going further and further from the main road and deeper into the desolate mountain roads. As the roads turned to dirt and became one-lane paths, the truck, better suited to these roads, sped up, and we lost sight of it. It was weird and kind of unlikely for the truck to disappear all of a sudden. There was nothing ahead of us apart from dark, dirty mountain roads. It was playing on my mind, but our priority was getting back to a main road. I was flipping through a map with a torch held in my mouth. There was no cell phone coverage. We were going further down the road when I noticed some lights behind our car. I looked in the wing mirror and noticed a white truck behind us. It was the same truck we had been tailing. I told my pal what I'd just seen, and we both watched the truck in the mirrors. We began to get a little creeped out by this. The truck then turned its lights off. Is it even possible to navigate these winding mountain roads with the lights off? It was getting really freaky now. I was nervous, and I could tell that my friend was even more nervous than me. I stated the obvious at this point. I think that truck from before is behind us. He's following us. As soon as I said that, I began to swear. My friend shifted nervously in his seat. He sped up to test my theory, and the truck behind sped up to catch us, still with its lights out. We didn't know what to do. We began to argue about it. It was incredibly tense. Then, suddenly, the truck behind us seemed to disappear. It felt totally hopeless. Whoever was in the truck clearly knew the roads. I really wish we hadn't decided to follow that guy. We kept going forward on the one-lane road, keeping an eye out for a chance to turn back, sending snappy, bitey remarks to each other about how we could get out of this mess. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the truck swerved into our lane again and slammed on its brakes. My friend reacted in time, and once again, we were behind the white truck. He said, if we don't do something, it's gonna end bad. This was the worst. I've never felt so stressed out. A moment or two later, we reached a point where the road got wider, and my friend took his chance. We spun into a U-turn. There wasn't too much space to turn, so my friend's car kissed the guardrail on our escape. We noticed points in the road where the truck could have disappeared and appeared in front of us that answered the question of how it was possible, but we still had the unanswered question of why. Why was this guy doing this to us? We knew that we were on our way back to civilization, so my friend floored it while I kept nervously glancing over my shoulder to see if the truck was following us. I kept asking him to speed up, but I knew that he couldn't, and that truck could pop out of nowhere again at any moment. So, we kept heading down those dirt roads until eventually they became concrete again. I saw the lights of people's homes. And before long, we came across a non-franchised gas station. My friend immediately pulled in, and we skidded to a halt. My friend ran in and grabbed the clerk by his arm and frantically explained the situation. He asked the guy to call the cops and for directions to get off these mountain roads. The clerk didn't seem that interested in our plea for help, so we got him to go outside. My friend then said, "Believe us, there's someone chasing us." "Okay then, if a white truck with all its lights off turns up at any second, then will you believe us?" And just as he finished saying that, the truck arrived with its lights still off. It screeched to a stop a few meters away from the gas station, then it slowly turned around and headed back into the darkness. We weren't able to get a look at the driver, but we noticed something. There was some sort of logo and some text on the side of the truck. The clerk at the gas station said, "Oh, now I understand you. The guy's from the church. Maybe cult's a better word." I pressed him for more information, and it turns out that apparently the entire mountain is their territory. They own a village, and the leaders and the followers all live there together. I understand that there are cults, but I didn't understand why that truck was following us. I asked why they'd follow us, and according to the old fellow at the gas station, there are frequent attempts to escape by followers of the cult who change their mind. So the cult is very wary of cars getting anywhere near their village. Their reckless driving and relentless pursuits of anyone who gets close to the village is said to be the cause of numerous accidents up here in the mountains. I remember that the cult featured quite heavily on the news and in the media a few years after, but it seems to have gone radio silent since. I guess that guy who followed us was a lookout for escapees or for families trying to rescue their loved ones or something. It was a very creepy experience. I'm Alex, a 28-year-old graphic designer living in Denver. I've always been drawn to the quiet, solitary nature of late-night drives. There's something about the stillness of the world at night that helps me clear my mind and escape from the daily grind. But a few weeks ago, a routine drive turned into a nightmarish ordeal that still haunts me. It was a Saturday night in early June, and I had been working long hours on a major project at the office. I was exhausted and needed a break from staring at my computer screen. So, around midnight, I decided to take a drive on Route 54, a highway that bends through the countryside just outside of Denver. It's a route I've driven many times before, and while it's remote, it's always felt safe and familiar. As I headed out, the city lights of Denver gradually disappeared behind me, and the road stretched out in front of me, illuminated only by my headlights. I had the radio on low, playing some mellow tunes, and I felt the usual sense of calm that came with driving through the quiet night. About an hour into the drive, I noticed something odd. A car was parked on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking. I slowed down, my curiosity piqued. The car was a beat-up sedan, and it looked like it had been there for a while. I couldn't see anyone around, but it was strange to see a car in that condition in such a desolate area. Should I stop and see if they need help? I thought to myself. I've always been the kind of person who wants to help others, but the isolation of this stretch of road made me hesitant. I continued driving, convincing myself that it was probably nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I drove on, I started thinking about how late it was and how far from civilization I was. The darkness seemed thicker, and the quiet seemed more oppressive. The only sounds were the hum of my engine and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan following me, but it was just empty road behind me. A few miles later, I saw headlights approaching from behind. I was relieved to see another car, and I hoped that maybe they would have some insight into the situation with the broken-down sedan. As the car drew closer, I noticed it was an old pickup truck. It passed by quickly, but something about it made me uneasy. The driver didn't even glance my way, which was strange considering we were the only vehicles on the road. I tried to brush off the feeling of unease and focused on the drive. But as I rounded a bend, I was hit with a sense of dread. The road ahead was blocked by a large, makeshift barrier made of wooden planks and old tires. I had no way to get around it, and the barrier seemed intentionally placed to block the road. What the hell? I muttered, my pulse quickening. I stopped the car and put it in park, trying to think of what to do next. My phone had no signal out here, so calling for help was out of the question. I was completely on my own. I turned off the engine and got out of the car to inspect the barrier. It was crudely built, and it didn't look like it had been there for very long. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out how to move it. I was about to start pushing the planks aside when I heard a noise coming from the woods. It was a low, shuffling sound, like footsteps dragging through the underbrush. My breath caught in my throat. I scanned the trees, but the darkness made it impossible to see anything clearly. I didn't want to panic, but the sound was growing louder and closer. Suddenly, the pickup truck I had seen earlier came into view again. It was moving slowly and seemed to be circling back. My first instinct was to get back in my car and lock the doors, but I knew I had to do something about the barrier if I wanted to get out of there. I was frozen, caught between the fear of the unknown and the practical need to clear the road. The truck stopped behind my car, and I saw the driver get out. It was a man in his mid-40s, with a grizzled beard and a weathered face. He looked at me with a curious expression and then at the barrier. I felt a mixture of relief and suspicion. "Need some help?" he called out. His voice was gruff but not unfriendly. I hesitated before replying. "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to move it." The man walked over and started helping me with the barrier. We worked in silence. I was clearly on edge. I glanced at the truck and saw a toolbox in the back. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about this whole situation. As we moved the last of the planks, the man started talking. "This area's been having some trouble lately," he said. "Strange things happening." "What kind of strange things?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged. "Just rumors. People say there's gangs out here causing trouble, taking things that ain't theirs, breaking into places they don't belong. It's enough to keep people on edge." I felt a chill run down my spine. I saw a car back there with its hazard lights on. "Did you know anything about that?" The man's face tightened, and he looked away. "Nope. Haven't seen it." We finished clearing the road, and he offered to follow me until I was back on a main route. I was grateful but still uneasy. As we drove, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan or the man's truck following me. Eventually, we reached a more populated area with streetlights and a gas station. I thanked the man and went on my way. I didn't look back, not wanting to see if he was still following me. When I finally got home, I was exhausted and shaken. The whole experience felt surreal, like something out of a horror movie. I couldn't stop thinking about the broken-down sedan, the mysterious barrier, and the man in the pickup truck. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I asked around, but no one seemed to know anything about strange occurrences on Route 54. I considered reporting it to the authorities, but what exactly would I tell them? Looking back, I'm still not sure what I encountered that night. The only conclusion I could come to was that there had been some trouble in the area and the man in the truck set up the barrier to control who was going up and down the road. The memory of that drive still sends shivers down my spine. I've learned to be more cautious and to trust my instincts. Late-night drives used to be my favorite way to unwind, but now they're a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. I'm Jamie, a 32-year-old freelance photographer from Portland. I've always enjoyed the peace of late-night drives. There's something calming about being alone on the road, the city lights fading behind you, and the open space ahead. But a few nights ago, a drive I thought would be relaxing turned into a nightmare I can't shake off. It was a Friday night. Around midnight, I decided to take a drive out of town, using a rural stretch I frequently use to unwind. The road is known for its solitude and natural beauty, and I thought it would be a good way to decompress. The drive started smoothly. The city lights disappeared, and all I could see was my headlights cutting through the darkness. The road is narrow and winding, flanked by dense trees. The isolation has always felt peaceful to me, but tonight something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the night seemed heavier. About halfway through, my car began to sputter. I initially thought it was a minor issue, but soon the engine lost power completely, and the car coasted to a stop. I tried restarting it, but nothing worked. My phone had no signal, so calling for roadside assistance was out of the question. The situation was starting to feel dire. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and locked the car before starting to walk. My goal was to find the nearest town, which I knew was several miles away. The woods on either side of the road felt like they were closing in on me. With only my flashlight for company, I trudged on, trying to ignore the sense of isolation that grew with every step. After a couple of hours, I saw a distant light. It was faint but visible, and it gave me hope. I quickened my pace, my exhaustion temporarily forgotten. As I approached, I realized the light was coming from an old farmhouse. I was relieved but apprehensive. The place looked abandoned and decrepit, but I had no other options. I knocked on the door, my heart racing. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and a man in his 60s, with a grizzled beard and a wary expression, peered out. His eyes were sharp and seemed to study me carefully. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I explained that my car had broken down and that I'd walked for hours to get help. The man introduced himself as Earl and seemed to take pity on me. He agreed to help and said he'd drive me back to my car with his tow truck. As we drove back to where my car was parked, I tried to make small talk to ease the tension. Earl was polite but distant, and his eyes kept darting to the road behind us. I started to feel uneasy. Why was he so jumpy? When we arrived at my car, he got to work hooking it up to the tow truck. I watched, my exhaustion making me feel vulnerable. Earl worked quickly, but his movements seemed a little too practiced, almost mechanical. My sense of unease grew stronger. As he was finishing up, he suddenly stopped and turned to me. "You know," he said, "it's not safe out here at night. Lots of folks have had problems. You're lucky I came by." I forced a nervous laugh. "I appreciate it. I'm just glad I found you." Earl's eyes narrowed. "You're very lucky. There are things out here you don't want to encounter." I was about to ask him what he meant when I heard an engine growling in the distance. Earl's demeanor shifted. He seemed suddenly alert, almost anxious. "We need to get out of here," he said sharply. "Now." Before I could react, Earl shoved me towards the tow truck and jumped into the driver's seat. I barely had time to process what was happening before the truck lurched forward, dragging my car behind it. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road and his grip on the steering wheel. "We've got to get to town. There's no time for explanations." The drive was tense and silent. Every so often, I'd glance in the rearview mirror, and I could see the truck in the distance, pulling up exactly where we just were. I felt a growing sense of dread. Who were those people, and why was Earl so intent on avoiding them? As we approached the edge of town, Earl finally spoke. "They're the reason I stay away from people, why I keep to myself. They're dangerous." I was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who are those people?" Earl shook his head. "It's better if you don't know. Just stay away from this area. It's not safe for people like you." He dropped me off at a gas station on the outskirts of town, and I thanked him, though my gratitude was overshadowed by confusion and fear. Earl didn't wait for my response. He drove off quickly, leaving me with a sense of foreboding that wouldn't leave me. I finally got my car towed to a nearby mechanic and made my way home. I was exhausted and shaken, the events of the night replaying in my mind. I've tried to make sense of what happened, but the fear I felt is still fresh. I don't know what Earl was hiding or who those people were, but I'm certain that night was more than just a series of unfortunate events. I've learned to be more cautious on my night drives and avoid that place altogether. That stretch of road is no longer my peaceful place. So, thanks for the help that night, though I wish you had been more forthcoming. And to anyone driving out there, be careful. Some things are better left unexplored, and some roads should be avoided, especially when the darkness hides more than you can imagine. This encounter happened when I was about 10 years old. My sister and I were home alone since it was during the summer, but our mom and grandmother were busy so they couldn't stay home with us. We were used to being home alone during the summer, so it wasn't a big deal. The only thing we could not do was go outside or open the door if someone knocked. During this day, I had gotten up and started to play The Sims 2 in our kitchen. My sister was watching TV. A few hours into gaming, I thought I heard the doorbell ring. At first, I thought it was my game, but I had turned off the sound. So, I asked my sister if she heard the doorbell. She replied that she hadn't. She said it was probably just the show she was watching. I brushed it off and went back to playing my game. About 10 minutes later, I saw a reflection on my computer of a man in a suit, his hands cupped around his eyes, looking through the glass doors behind me. I turned around to be face to face with this strange man I'd never seen before. I had no idea how long he had been watching me. He waved at me like he knew me from somewhere. I called my sister's name, who had not noticed the man yet. She quickly grabbed the house phone, calling our grandmother. We had seen salespeople before, but none of them looked like this guy. He was wearing a full-on black suit that did not fit him. If not strange enough that this guy was wearing a suit in 99 degrees, he was also carrying a briefcase. All the salespeople I'd seen only ever had a clipboard or maybe a couple of flyers, but this man had a briefcase. The next flag came when this guy walked around our house to come to the back door, which during his little trip he would have seen there wasn't a car in the driveway, indicating no one was home. As I was getting up to hide, the man reached down and grabbed the doorknob, starting to jiggle it forcefully. Thankfully, the door was locked. He looks at me, smiling, and gestured at me to come and unlock the door for him. All the noise he'd been making had now set off our 75-pound lab mix, making her go berserk. No way she was going to let this guy get to us if he did get in. My sister tells me our grandmother is on the way, and she wanted us to hide in the back of the house in her room until she could get home. My sister hands me the phone, then runs into the kitchen to grab the biggest knife we have. I can hear her yelling at the guy that we called the cops. She comes back into the room with me, and we shut the door. She tells me after she lied to the guy about calling the cops, she said that he started laughing like she just told the funniest joke he ever heard. A little while later, we heard the door open and my grandmother calling us. We come out to meet her. She tells us she did not see a man anywhere in sight. She'd walked around the whole house before unlocking the door. She also thought it was weird if he was a salesperson, he would have left a note saying, "Sorry we missed you." She ended up taking the rest of the day off to stay with us, also so she could watch to see if the man would come back around. It's been 11 years since this encounter, and I still don't want to know what was in his briefcase. This incident occurred almost 5 years ago, shortly after I moved into my current home with my husband. It was our first week at the new house. I had just graduated from grad school and was in the process of job hunting. Our house is modest but had 2 stories, with both bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. It's a back house facing an alley, and our landlord and his wife live in the front house. One morning, as my husband was leaving for work, he abruptly came back inside. "Did you try to remove a screen from a window downstairs?" he asked. I was puzzled and told him I hadn't. He urged me to come outside, so I quickly got dressed and followed him. To our alarm, the screen covering a large window downstairs was bent at a sharp angle, as if someone had attempted to push it up from the bottom. The most unsettling part was the clear prominent handprint on the glass, suggesting that the would-be intruder had tried to push up and open the window. Fortunately, all our downstairs windows are secured with wooden rods wedged in the top half, effectively preventing them from being opened too much. Our analog security measures had unexpectedly saved us. Additionally, we noticed another window screen slightly cut open at the corner. We immediately called the police, who came and dusted for fingerprints on the handprint, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any developments. At the time, break-ins during the middle of the workday were not uncommon in our neighborhood, as most people would be away from their homes. However, what truly unnerved me was the realization that our would-be intruder had chosen to attempt to break in the middle of the night, while we were both home and asleep. My car was parked right by the tampered window, clearly indicating that someone was home. It was a bold and foolish move on the intruder's part, especially since they left behind an almost perfect handprint on the window. Although it might not seem like it, this incident happened quite a while back, probably over 10 years ago. I was in my later years of high school and was home alone. My parents were at a wedding that required them to stay at a hotel, and my brother worked the night shift at that time. My family lived in a very well-known East Coast city in a blue-collar neighborhood that was starting to take a nosedive. As a teenager, I was a bit of a loner. I wasn't a nerd or anything. I was a big guy who had friends and went on dates, but I'm a natural introvert, so I cherished the rare alone time that I got. This weekend, I was looking forward to engaging in my normal empty house routine, playing PlayStation on the big screen TV, then ordering a late takeout dinner, pizza or Chinese, and pigging out while watching some Dragon Ball Z. Then, around 2 a.m., I would fall asleep on the couch with my old dog, Cecil. Cecil was a beagle who was as old as the hills and had been in our family for about 8 years. He was quiet and peaceful, spending his time begging for food and sleeping. Unlike most beagles, Cecil never howled or barked. He was more than content to rest his head on your lap and spend the night there. Anyway, back to the story. It's approximately 1 a.m. I had just finished the last slice of pizza and was dozing off on the couch when I heard a bang coming from the back alleyway. I didn't think much of it. Anyone who has lived in a city knows noises happen at all moments of the night. Cecil's head pops up off my lap, and the hair on his back stood up. He was always a bit skittish, so I calmed him down and started dozing off again. Not more than 2 minutes later, I heard another bang, and Cecil did something I'd never seen him do before. He leapt off the couch and ran like the wind towards the door leading to the basement, barking and growling like a dog twice his size. The look on his face reminded me of a German Shepherd from a K9 unit. I'd never seen him like that before, which got my adrenaline pumping. Through the dog's barking, I could now make out a persistent banging. There was a seldom-used door in the basement that led out to our back alleyway. It was old and rusted and was hard to open even with a key, and it made a lot of noise. I suddenly realized that someone was trying to break into my house through my basement door. For a quick bit of context for anyone who hasn't lived in a bad neighborhood, if someone tries to get into your house and moves on after they realize the door is locked, they want your stuff. If someone is persistently trying to get into your house despite the door being locked, well, they want you. Knowing this, I rushed upstairs to grab the heavy wooden baseball bat that I kept under my bed for situations like this, then I headed down to my basement. I probably should have run, but I was a macho teenager with a tough guy complex, and I also didn't have anywhere to go. While I was heading down the stairs to my basement, Cecil blew past me with the speed and aggression of a dog half his age. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice saying, "Oh," and the banging stopped. I didn't call the cops or anyone else, which was probably the dumbest thing I've ever done. I just sat up for the rest of the night with a bat in hand. My brother came home that morning, and I told him what had happened. We went to the basement door to take a look, and when we gave it a tug to open it, the whole door fell off. This psycho was one good shove away from getting into my house, but old Cecil scared him off. I'm pretty sure that fat, lazy old dog saved my life. When I tell people this story, they dismiss his actions as a dog doing what a dog does. But when I tell you that Cecil never barked or moved that fast in his life, you can take that to the bank. It was almost like he knew the urgency, like he knew that door was going to give. A few years back, we had to have him put down because he got too old and was in a lot of pain. Before the injection, I got a moment alone with him. I thanked him one last time for his friendship and for what he did that night. At this point, I was a grown man with a wife and kids. I'm convinced that none of that would have happened without old Cecil. Thanks, pal. I miss you. This happened back in the 80s, so it was before we had cell phones. I was in high school at the time. One night after dinner, my mom suggested we take a walk around the block. My brother and dad were watching TV and opted to stay home, so it was just us girls. We lived on the fringes of the suburbs in a subdivision that was semi-rural. By that, I mean there were houses but no street lights or sidewalks. Everyone had septic tanks as there was no sewer service, and that kind of thing. The houses were all set well back from the road, and the lots were wooded. Anyway, we were walking around the block, which is about 1.5 miles in total, and we were almost back home. It was pitch black that night, there was no moon, and we had a flashlight to use as needed. Without it, you couldn't see much past a foot around you. We mainly used it as a signal if a car went by, but there wasn't really anyone around, so we had it switched off and were just walking and chatting. Just as we turned the corner onto our street, we suddenly heard footsteps behind us. This was a bit weird as we had just come from that way and hadn't seen or heard anyone walking on that street or coming down the driveways we passed. But we just figured it was some neighbor also out for a walk, and we hadn't noticed them in the dark. So I turned around to look and switched the flashlight on to see who it was. They immediately switched a flashlight on too, so I could only see their light and not the people holding it. They said nothing. We kept walking, but the footsteps behind us sped up. Now they sounded heavy, so we thought it was a man. We sped up. He sped up. I turned the flashlight back on, and he turned his on again in silence. We were too scared to call out, and now we were approaching our driveway. As we got there, I pushed my mom in front and told her to get up the driveway, which was steep and long. Once she had a start, I sprinted up after her. As I did, the footsteps veered away to the other side of the road and kept going. Nothing was ever said by this person, and normally people here wave and speak while walking or even driving by. When we got up to the house, my dad said it was probably just a neighbor, so my brother and I got into my car and drove down the road to see who it was. No one was there. We went all around the roads, and no one was walking on them. There wasn't time for him to leave the area either. It turns out it was a nasty neighbor getting off on scaring us and then ducking into a house. He bragged about it to some other neighbors who happened to be friends with my dad. We got revenge on him, but I can't say what we did exactly. I'm a security guard for an alarm response company. We answer alarms for businesses and private residences. 99% of the time it's a motion detector set off by a cat, or a restaurant forgot to disarm their stuff before the stock truck arrived to unload. In this case, I was called out to a house where the back door alarm was set off. Like it thought someone opened it. The owner was out of town, but she was alerted by her app and her mother met me there. We checked the door, it's locked. We figure maybe someone tried the door but it didn't budge, setting off the alarm. But there's a light on inside. The mom mentions this to her daughter on the phone. The daughter says she isn't sure if she left the light on or not. It's a good idea to make people think someone's home, but she just isn't sure. That gave me a bad tingle. The mother wanted to go inside to check. However, she didn't have a spare key. The neighbor did, but they were asleep and the mom didn't want to wake them. So, I fill out my papers and go back to my normal patrol routes. An hour later, the same home sends an alert out. I'm the only one in my city zone, so I answer it again. When I pull up, police and CSI are there already and they're talking to the mother and the now awake neighbor. They are reviewing video footage sent to them by the daughter. I look at the footage. There were 4 men that were armed wearing masks and hoodies. They came out of the bathroom a minute after the mother and I left. They proceeded to rob the place. They had broken in and locked the door behind them for appearances. They're the ones who turned on the light. The mother told me 3 guys had robbed her daughter's home a month before. Somehow, they knew when this girl would be out of town. They appeared smart, desiring a quiet robbery without conflict. But they brought guns, so they were prepared to shoot their way out of trouble if they needed to. The mother had wanted to go in. If she'd had a key, or woken the neighbor for the spare, we would likely have been shot dead by these guys when we went inside. Work doesn't give me Kevlar vests or anything. If I ever get another house call and someone's in there, I am not going inside no matter what is asked of me. I count myself fortunate the way was blocked this time, because I was prepared to foolishly go in and check if I could. The 1% of the calls where something is actually off, it has never been as bad as this one. This just happened last night. I live alone with 2 cats, like a typical Redditor. This incident might sound mundane, but it was genuinely creepy in real life. I don't scare easily, for what it's worth. Anyway, there's a cat door on the rear slider which faces the woods behind my condo. The cats get supervised outside time, and I use a little nanny cam to check that they're checking in regularly, among other things. I can watch it from my computer or phone while doing stuff. I also occasionally get neighbors' cats who come in for a bite to eat. My male cat loves it, my female cat hates it. Anyway, this one gray cat comes around every few days, comes in, has a snack, I scoot him out, and it's no big deal. Well, he'd been coming around really late at night and pawing at the locked cat door. It scared me at first because it was a terrifying sound to hear in the middle of the night. I was able to figure this one out pretty easily just by listening. My cats would run to the rear slider, my female cat would hiss, the male would meow, and then I would hear something scamper away. I told myself it was just the neighbor cat coming for a midnight visit and probably just couldn't get in. Anyway, my nanny cam has automatic night vision which turns on when it's too dark. But I had the cats inside with me last night, so the cat door was locked shut, the patio light outside of the slider was turned off, and I was getting into bed just as I got under the covers. I heard the scratching, rattling sound at the locked cat door. I opened the app and definitely did not see a cat. It didn't help that the night vision makes everything look super creepy, but regardless, I was freaked out. There was a scraggly-looking person hunched over on my patio, playing with the locked cat door. My female cat hissed, and he got up and laughed. I guess it could have been a she. I never saw a face and I only caught a few frames while my blood ran cold. It looked like they were wearing a loose t-shirt. I called the cops, and they had a cruiser nearby. He did a drive-through and walked the area out back. It was late, so I didn't give a statement or even meet with the officer, but I did see his flashlight as he walked the train line. Thankfully, that was the end of it. Although my cats refused to use their door for a few weeks afterwards, as if they could smell the strange intruder. I'm a female, and this incident occurred in 2008 when I was 13 years old. I'm now 27. I remember it as if it were yesterday. I lived in Cincinnati at the time, and it was January. My middle school had been called off due to a snowstorm the night before, and I was home alone because my dad and stepmom had to go to work, which meant my little sister was at daycare and my older brother had a dentist appointment. My dad worked in lawn care and sometimes came home for lunch if he was in the area. So, when I was awoken by noises coming from the basement, I thought it was just him, home for lunch, going through things in the basement. I didn't think much of it. When I got out of bed, I could still hear what I thought was my dad in the basement. But as I approached the stairs, something felt extremely off. I don't know what caused me to do this, but instead of yelling, I whispered, "Dad, is that you?" He didn't respond, so I quietly went to the front door, looked out through the tiny square window, and saw two men walking up the snow-covered hill to my backyard. I later found out that there was a third man, and he was the one who broke the basement window. I quickly realized that the noises I heard were actually from the basement window, directly under my bed, being broken. I ran to my bedroom, immediately hopped into my closet, and called my mom. When she answered, and I told her what was happening, she called my brother to see if he would come home because I had a history of being scared to be home alone. Neither of them actually believed that there were people in the house. Before my brother got there, and right after I got off the phone with my mom, I called the cops. I don't think the dispatcher believed me at first because she asked me several times if I was sure there were people trying to enter my house. Meanwhile, the three men had already entered the house and were running up the stairs from the basement. After I told her that, I immediately noticed a change in her voice, and she told me to stay calm and asked me if I was in a safe place. I told her I was in my bedroom closet, except the door wouldn't close all the way because my room was only clean because I threw a lot of it in my closet, so I had to hold my closet door shut. The dispatcher told me to let her know what I could hear, if anything. I told her that I heard them talking to each other in the living room, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The next thing I knew, they were breaking down the door of my dad's bedroom, which was right next to my room. Not long after that, I saw through the crack of my closet door one of the men enter my room, and a few seconds later, he walked back out, obviously realizing it was a child's bedroom and that he wasn't going to find anything worthwhile in there. A few moments later, one of the men shouted, "He's home!" And they all started running away. A bit of backstory about the house: it was fairly old. So to open all of the windows, even the basement ones, you had to crack a lever to open or close them. Unlike the glass block windows that can't be broken or seen through. Not only that, but the front door didn't open because the house had settled too much and wouldn't unlock, so the couch was in front of it. Because the front door didn't work, we used the side door to get in and out. I'm not sure why, but the side door had to be unlocked with a key from the inside of the house to be able to leave. Everybody had a key besides my little sister. That being said, the men had to leave the way they entered, with everything they were trying to steal, which was through the basement window. After the dispatcher informed me that the police had my house surrounded and it was safe to come out, it took me quite a while to leave my closet because I didn't truly know if they were gone. When I finally got the courage to get out, I grabbed my key and darted to the side door to let the police inside. I didn't see my brother anywhere, so I didn't know if something had happened to him or if it was even him who came. Not long after I let the police inside, my brother came walking into the dining room. I jumped up so fast and gave him the biggest hug I'd ever given him. When the police asked us to tell them what happened, I heard my brother tell them that when he got to the house, he walked up to the side door as he normally would, and when he was about to unlock it, he was met by one of the men through the window. He said the man cocked his gun, put it up to the glass, and said, "Hey." After that, he said he froze up, and then when he could finally feel his legs again, he ran up the street and started knocking on doors. After about 3 houses, he knocked on the 4th, and a little girl answered. He asked her to go get her mom. He told her that there were men inside her house and his little sister was inside. She called the police, and my brother then called our grandparents to let them know that I was telling the truth. The township reached out to my dad and invited us to come to the town center about a week after the break-in. When we got there, I was surrounded by the officers who apprehended the men, and they awarded me with a certificate of bravery for staying calm and helping them catch the man, along with a little gift bag of girly items. About a month later, we had to go to the men's court date, where we met a woman and her son in the waiting area who had their house broken into a week before ours was broken into. It just so happened that they stole one of the guns she had. As it turned out, the 2 men had 3 guns, but only one of them was loaded. I was way too overwhelmed to be in the courtroom and had to see the man again, so the judge allowed us to stay in the waiting area until their hearing was over. 2 of the men ended up getting 7 years in prison, and the other got 12 years in prison because he pulled a gun on my brother. They're all out of prison now, and for a little while, I was scared that they would come back once they got out, because my dad still lives there, but nothing has happened since then. I've always heard stories about houses being broken into, but I never thought it would happen to me. I'm really glad that I was old enough to know what to do in that situation and that the man never knew I was in the house with them until they were in court, because who knows what they would have done if they knew. This story happened about 2 years ago when I was 19 and my foster sister was 16. It was the summer before I was going to college, and I mostly lived with my mom and my sister except for every other weekend when I'd stay with my dad. Summers where I live can get really hot and humid, so we had a habit of walking the dogs around 7 p.m. when it would be cooler but still light outside. On this particular evening, Mom wasn't going to be home until late. She often participated in choirs, Bible studies, youth group events, and more, so it wasn't uncommon for my sister and I to be left home alone until 8 or 9 p.m. Therefore, it was up to us to walk the dogs by ourselves. Even though we lived in the countryside, we decided to drive 20 minutes to a park for a change of scenery. Let me explain the layout of the park for clarity. The park isn't very big, but it's popular because of its mile-long looping road with attractions like playgrounds, ponds, and a small country hall spaced out on the inner side. The outer side features just grass and trees with one playground at its end. It's common to pass people walking the loop at least twice if you're walking in opposite directions, but not if you're walking the same way. Any cars on this road can only drive in one direction because it's a one-way road. Everything about the walk started normally. We parked the car, leashed our dogs, and began walking the loop. Occasionally, we'd stop so I could take pictures of our dogs and my sister wrangling our larger dog, who pulls like his life depends on it and wants to smell everything. During one of these stops, a man in his 40s passed us walking in the same direction. He smiled at my sister, told us we had cute dogs, and continued walking. We thought nothing of it. After all, it's common to exchange greetings in the park. However, this man passed us again only 10 minutes later. This time directly across from where we'd first seen him. He greeted us again with a smile and a hi. This time, we both looked at each other, acknowledging the strange guy. It seemed odd that he had managed to loop back to us so quickly and that he had cut in front of us so closely, nearly touching my sister. Not even 5 minutes later, the same man passed us again, cutting even closer and greeting us once more. This was the moment I decided we needed to leave. It was abnormal to pass someone 3 times so quickly on this loop without them taking a shortcut or altering their path significantly. We hurried back to our car. As we neared it, we noticed a car creeping along behind us. We stopped to let it pass, but it also stopped. When another car approached, the first car sped away. We quickly packed the dogs into our car and drove home. Once home, we settled in for the evening. Around 9:30, while we were in the living room, we noticed the ceiling light up momentarily as if from car headlights, but we dismissed it, thinking Mom was coming home. A few minutes later, the motion sensor light on the porch turned on. Soon after, we heard the storm door open, but no one came in. Our dogs suddenly started barking aggressively, and the storm door slammed shut. My sister, brave as she is, went outside with a kitchen knife to investigate, but saw a man's outline by our old dog kennel. She quickly came back inside, and we locked the door. I called my mom, who advised us to ensure all doors were locked and the dogs were inside. When she arrived home and we explained what had happened, we called the non-emergency police number. The officers who came did not find anyone and seemed to think we were overreacting. To this day, we still believe someone with malicious intent was at our house, possibly the same man from the park. Whether or not this is true, the experience taught us to always trust our instincts. If you feel someone is paying too much attention to you, do not head straight home. Be aware of your surroundings and stay in public spaces if possible. You never know who might be watching. About 12 years ago, when I was 9 years old, I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We got up at 10:30 a.m., I took a shower, and then my brother took one after I was done. After that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up when we heard someone knock on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door they turned out to be a salesman or a Jehovah's Witness, we kind of waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. What a relief! We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow pass by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square of frosted glass. We waited and watched just in case it was a bird flying by, when suddenly a hand hit it. We got scared. We didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so we immediately called the police. While it was ringing, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was trying to break it down. I don't know if they were kicking or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. They took 5 bangs before the perpetrator finally bashed the door open. The police answered. I remember the exact thing my brother said. He was whispering, his voice barely audible. "Hello, there's someone in our house, and I think they're stealing. We're at 1249 Maple Street. I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry." While all this was happening, I was sitting against the wall, hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying drawers, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. Then I heard the sound my cell phone makes when it turns off, and I remembered leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod we had lying around there. The man started kicking the door, shouting, "Who's there?" We said nothing. Another kick, then another. I felt I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache, I had chills, and it was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much. After that, he stopped. We heard the door opening and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess, lots of papers and books on the floor, cabinets open, cups and plates scattered on the floor. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open, and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man had gone through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom, and she ordered us to go to my aunt's house as soon as possible, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting with us with ice cream, probably because my mom had told her everything, and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We got back home at about 5 o'clock. My mom told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunt's attempt to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got to our house after she arrived, about 3 to 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything, but because of a lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught, and honestly, I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next few days, my mom was home with us. Now I tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff, but at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky it never came to that, and I got over it after a couple of weeks. I'm currently 29, I'm a woman, and this took place when I was 14. I had just started 8th grade. I grew up in Southeast Texas, and as many of y'all know, fall is still very much a part of hurricane season. It was a Friday night, and it was just me and my mom at home. My dad was out of town for work. I originally had plans to spend the night at a friend's house, but there was a tropical storm coming, and my mom decided last minute that she would rather have me at home that night. I was quite annoyed. Tropical storms weren't normally taken too seriously. I honestly felt like she was overreacting. Of course, this was my mentality of, I'm 14, and therefore so grown up. My mom did feel bad, so we rented a bunch of movies, ordered a pizza, and got a bunch of ice cream for a great night in. My parents' bedroom was on the opposite end of the house from mine. Okay, this is important for later. We lived in a split-level house. The house I grew up in was built in 1950 and was a postmodern style, think Frank Lloyd Wright. The entire back part of the house was all floor-to-ceiling windows, about 8 to 9 feet tall, think of just a huge wall of glass. The whole house was an open floor plan, so the kitchen was the first defined room with walls on the first floor, and my bedroom was directly off of the kitchen, while my parents' room was at the top of the stairs. I apologize if this is difficult to visualize. This was a modern-style house, and it's difficult to describe. She had gone to bed around 10 p.m., and I went to my room to watch 2 movies that I had rented just for myself. The storm was really starting to get rough, the wind was picking up, and it was raining sideways. I was in the middle of watching The New Guy, and I still remember looking at my clock and it said 12:53 a.m. I was getting tired and could feel my eyes getting heavy. With the weather so bad, I remember thinking that maybe it wasn't so bad I had to miss the sleepover. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is a huge crash. It was one of the big windows in either the dining room or living room. Our neighborhood was in a really wooded area, and I thought that a tree or branch had fallen in the storm and had broken the window. I left my room and went out through the kitchen. Right as I was approaching the doorway from the kitchen to the dining room, I could see my mom coming down the stairs. I saw a man standing in our dining room covered in blood. Due to where he was standing, I couldn't get to my mom. He was young, early 20s, and was soaking wet and didn't have any shoes. He had literally run through our window. He was bleeding all over, had glass sticking out of him, and was standing barefoot in a bunch of broken glass. It took him a second for him to register both me and my mom, but when he did, he immediately launched into an explanation of how he was being chased by someone who wanted to kill him and we needed to call the cops. My still fairly innocent 14-year-old brain didn't doubt this at all, but my mom was eyeing him suspiciously. We moved into the kitchen and my mom grabbed her purse and held my arm to keep me close. I had grabbed a kitchen towel to try and help his bleeding. My mom pulled out her cell phone and started calling our neighborhood patrol. I noticed this, and so I quietly went and called the cops on our landline. We both finished our calls, and now we were just waiting. The guy couldn't sit still and kept getting up and looking through our kitchen windows and pacing back and forth. He didn't seem to notice that he was all cut up and bleeding everywhere. He starts muttering under his breath. What happens next happens really fast and becomes blurry a bit. But the doorbell rings. It was our neighborhood patrol that my mom had called. The doorbell sent the guy into a panic. He jumps up and suddenly grabs a hold of me. He has me in a chokehold, and my mom is now screaming to please let me go. He starts looking around all frantic and is pulling me through the dining room and living room toward our stairs. At some point, the bell rings again. My mom is following, still begging to let me go. He has me at the stairs, and my mom has the choice now to go to the front door to open it or follow him up the stairs. She runs for the door just as he pulls me up the last of the stairs. I hear our alarm start blaring. Normally we arm it at night, so you would need to type in the code before opening a door. He pulls me into my parents' room, but as soon as we get into the room, he drops me and starts to freak out. It was apparently all the lights. He starts smashing lamps trying to get all the lights off, screaming that they were burning him. There's a small garden off my parents' bedroom, and they have garden lights they turn on at night. He takes a chair and throws it at the glass door, trying to smash it so he can get to those lights. At least that's what it looks like. I had crawled to a corner to get away from him at this point. When he completely turns away from me to grab another chair, I make my run for it. I run down the stairs. The cops had made it into the house at this point and were at the bottom of the stairs with their guns drawn. One of them grabs my arm and pulls me out of the way once I reach the bottom and takes me outside to an ambulance and my mom. The adrenaline is coming down and it hits me what's happened, and I start shaking and can suddenly feel pain around my throat from where he'd been holding me in a chokehold. There's a lot of yelling and screaming from inside, and then maybe 10 minutes later, the cops come out with the guy in handcuffs. He sees me and tries to lunge at me, which was terrifying. I had a bruised windpipe, but was otherwise okay. I learned later that the guy was 20 years old and a chemistry major at one of the universities in town. Together with some friends, also chem students, they had made their own PCP. He had never tried PCP before and had a bad reaction. They had been driving to get some food when he first started acting paranoid and upset, and then at the drive-thru insisted they let him out and took off. Thinking you're being chased is a common hallucination to have when you start having a bad trip. Light sensitivity is also a common side effect in general for being high. But he wasn't a bad kid. He'd never been in trouble before, was a good student, and pretty much the last person you'd think would do something like this. Our house was the only one on our street that wasn't completely fenced off, and that's how he was able to reach the back and those windows. When I got older, it really hit me just how easy it is to become that kid. I had friends who ended up being chemistry majors and also tried some of their own creations. Thankfully, the night didn't end up worse because it definitely could have gone in an entirely different direction. When I was a kid, my best buddy and I were having a sleepover. His parents had gotten a divorce a couple of months prior, so to counter all the stress, he pretty much got whatever he wanted. It wasn't like his mom was spoiling him, she was just being super nice to make sure he wasn't too bummed about his dad leaving. Did it work? Yes and no. Getting to have his friends stay over, getting an Xbox, a cell phone, and much more personal freedom was all well and good, but every so often, you could tell the whole thing was getting to him. The good thing was I got to spend a whole bunch more time with him to give him the support he needed, which coincidentally meant that I was there for one of the worst moments of his childhood. So we're having a sleepover, and his mom is having a friend over. They're downstairs while we're up in his bedroom. At one point, I wanted a glass of water, so I headed downstairs. To get to the kitchen, you had to walk through the TV room. I see my buddy's mom's friend is a dude, and they're getting kind of close if you know what I'm saying. They jump off each other when I walk into the room. I walk through like I didn't see anything, and it's incredibly awkward as I walk back through with my glass of water. Then I make the mistake of mentioning it to my buddy. He's clearly not happy with the fact that it's a dude. We're 9th graders at this point, so we're pretty savvy. Anyway, my buddy isn't happy, but he just does his usual thing of internalizing it before distracting himself. Not the best coping mechanism in hindsight, but it is what it is. Then remember that cell phone I mentioned? Well, his mom bought it for him so he could keep in touch with his dad, which he then does. And guess what's the first thing he tells him? That there's a strange dude over at his house. I totally blame myself in the moment. It sucked so hard. When my buddy hung up, turned to me with a smug grin, and said, "Dad's on his way over," I just knew something bad was going to happen. I kind of wanted to leave, but at the same time, my whole reason for being there was to be a good friend to Ryan. I had a really healthy family life at home. My parents were a loving and dedicated couple right up until the day my dad passed, and I'd like to think they raised good kids. But Ryan, his parents were total morons, and good God, did that make me feel bad for him. So I stuck around. I knew something horrible was going to happen, but I had zero clue how bad it would really get. My buddy's bedroom window overlooked his driveway, so when his dad finally did show up, we could see and hear almost everything that happened down there. His dad, and I'm not embellishing here, hurtled up the driveway at like 40 miles an hour, screeched to a stop, and didn't even shut his door when he climbed out of his car. Ryan watched him, looking at him like his dad was a knight in shining armor for a few seconds, right up until he said, "Oh crap, I think my dad has a gun." Hearing that final word sent this razor-sharp icicle running right through my guts. I knew there would probably be shouting and fighting, but not shooting. He started banging on the door until his mom answered and then demanded to know where her guy friend was. Ryan's mom was all like, "I don't know what you're talking about," but then Ryan's dad goes from 0 to 100 in a second flat. "Don't lie to me. Tell me where he is." There's this very real, palpable pause, and me and Ryan are just on this very nervous feeling. Then his mom asks him how he knows about any man. Again, a shiver of ice through my stomach because I'm basically the one who told. In that moment, I told myself that whatever was about to happen was completely my fault. Ryan's dad exploded at the admission. "You're a freaking liar. Now get out of my way." We could hear Ryan's mom screaming for a second, then we heard another voice. Only this one was definitely inside the house, the guy friend. He was screaming at Ryan's dad to get off him. I heard the guy start to shout something at Ryan's dad, then he just went totally silent, and all you could hear were feet beating against the floorboards downstairs. And then bam! 3 distinct gunshots echoed around the house. Me and Ryan are just bawling at this point because we could still hear his mom screaming, and we had no idea if she'd been shot. What if the boyfriend was dead, if the boyfriend had a gun and fired at Ryan's dad? The whole situation was traumatic enough, but the not knowing, that was just the worst. I had to grab Ryan's cell phone off of him to call the cops. He just totally shut down from the stress. He had a rough enough few months with the whole divorce thing, and now he had to deal with potentially losing a parent. I don't blame him, honestly. It was bad enough for me, and it wasn't even any of my parents. The 3 shots were all we heard, and before the cops showed up, the only sounds we could hear were Ryan's mom crying downstairs. We should have gone to check on her, I know we should have, but the dispatcher told us both to stay put because we didn't know if there was still an active shooter, so we did as we were told. Thankfully, everyone turned out to be okay, and no one was even shot. Ryan's dad had aimed the gun at his mom's friend as soon as he laid eyes on him, but the guy was quick and just bolted out the back of the house. As Ryan's dad pursued, he fired 3 shots, but it was basically just to scare the guy away at that point, and I heard none of the bullets even went near him. But still, it was terrifying, and Ryan's dad ended up going back to prison for a long time because of it. Back when I was a kid, I had this friend in elementary school. We were super close, sat next to each other in class, and hung out every recess and lunch. At one point, we planned a little sleepover. My parents' place was kind of small at the time, but she lived in this big old house with her grandparents. So it was arranged that we'd have the sleepover there instead. I never found out why she lived with her grandparents or where her parents were, but I distinctly remember my mom and dad telling me not to ask her questions about them. The reasons were obvious in hindsight. The only thing was, my friend seemed really set on having the sleepover at my place. I mean, to the point where when we had no choice but to have it at her grandparents' place, she seemed to not want to have the sleepover anymore. I had to convince her to have it at her place just because I was so excited about the idea of having the sleepover in general. Anyway, it comes to the night of the sleepover. I go over to her grandparents' place, and it's every bit as fun as I imagined. We watched movies up in her room, had pizza delivered, ate ice cream right out of the tub, and her grandparents seemed really sweet and nice. Then, I think it was around 9 p.m., her grandpa knocks on the door, pokes his head in, and tells us that he and my friend's grandma are headed to bed, so we're to keep the noise down. He goes to bed, and we carry on with our night. A little while later, I head over to the door, telling my friend I needed to use the bathroom. She jumps up, throws herself between me and the door, and is like, "You can't go out there, you'll wake up Grandpa." I tell her not to worry, and then I creep down the hall on tiptoes so as not to wake him, but my friend still refuses to let me leave the room. I think she's actually playing around for a second. I try to get past her, but she actually shoves me back away from the door with this angry look on her face. I didn't want to start a fight with her. After all, the whole objective was to keep as quiet as possible. But still, I needed to use the bathroom, so I asked her where I'm going to go. And get this, she reaches under her bed and pulls out one of those plastic stationery trays. She points at this plastic tray and tells me to just use it. Again, I think she might be playing a cruel trick on me, but she's deadly serious. She actually wanted me to pee in that stationery tray. So I did. It was super gross, but I did it, and instantly the mood is just destroyed. I had nothing to clean myself up with. I'm pretty sure I peed a little on my nightgown. It was just all kinds of disgusting, but still, my friend wouldn't let me go use the bathroom to wash up. The weirdest thing was she acted like it was normal. She never did anything like that at my house, and she definitely didn't seem like that kind of kid. She wasn't known as the stinky kid in school. The whole thing just kind of blew my mind, and although I didn't let it affect our relationship, I definitely didn't like to stay over at her house again. We stayed close for a long time after, but ended up going to different high schools because she moved in with her aunt over in St. Paul. We kept in touch using MySpace back when that was still a thing, but I never got to the bottom of her weird nocturnal bathroom habits. Not until well after her grandpa passed away. My friend's grandpa had attacked her multiple times in the night. It was a little more complicated than typical abuse. He was a veteran and suffered heavily from post-traumatic stress. Every few nights he'd be found patrolling the house, apparently sleepwalking or having a mental episode. There were a few times when my friend would go to use the bathroom and he would physically tackle her and accuse her of being the enemy. He would apparently interrogate her and inflict pain on her to make her talk. It was all really tragic, because he was a great guy if you met him. When he died, she seemed to take it really badly. When I called her, she broke down crying so much that she had to hang up, and she wouldn't return any of my texts no matter how much I begged her to get in touch. In the end, me and my mom looked up her aunt's home phone number and called ahead before we drove over. The aunt seemed more than happy to talk to us, but with the caveat that she had something very, very serious to tell us. That was why her mom wasn't around, and it completely ruined her life. She was too young to understand why he would do that to her, and thought he was just abusive. There wasn't much awareness about his condition back then, so everyone involved just thought he was terrible towards his daughter. She ended up with an addiction problem, which is why she wasn't in the picture. She insisted on not letting the judge give the grandparents custody, but the judge ignored her because she was obviously an addict. I think they were just so terrified of him that they just couldn't talk about it ever, and it was only after he died that it all came spilling out in various forms. The aunt that she was living with was her mom's cousin, so obviously wasn't around for what was happening when they were kids. It was absolutely horrifying hearing about it just as her friend, so I can only imagine how terrible she felt. Knowing she was so close to the abuse, but just not being able to see it. And then it all made sense to me why she didn't want me walking down the hall at night. Why she'd taken to peeing in a stationary tray that she kept hidden under her bed. She wasn't being mean or weird when she made me do it, she was protecting me. No wonder she didn't want me to have the sleepover at her place. And I'm really not trying to make this whole thing about me when I say this, but I feel horribly guilty for not saying anything to my parents at the time. I didn't want to embarrass her, she was my best friend. But that's just the thing about being a kid, isn't it? That naivety. You do dumb stuff even if you don't mean to, and that's what my therapist tells me. I try to believe it, I really do, but part of me will forever remain convinced that somehow I'm to blame. This story is genuinely still one of the weirdest experiences I've had with a friend. It's a huge factor in me having trust issues with friends to this day. I'm 18 now, but at the time of the story, I was about 13. I had just become very close friends with this girl from my school. For this story, I'll call her Sasha. Sasha and I had met through mutual friends, and we grew much closer because we hung out in a group with my absolute best childhood friend at the time. After a while, we started spending time by ourselves. She had just moved, and I would spend a lot of time having sleepovers at her new house. We would all hang out at the local playground with another boy in our grade. For the sake of the story, I'll call him Dylan. At the time, I was in a flirty relationship with Dylan. Sasha knew this and kept trying to get us to spend more time together by going to the playground and such. When she proposed we all take a little time away to go to her aunt's mansion, we were all really excited. Sasha's mom had confirmed beforehand that we were all allowed to go, and told us that we'd basically be house-sitting for free while getting to stay at a lovely place. It was just a town over, so my mom wasn't worried about how far it'd be. Once we got to the house, it was absolutely huge. They had 2 big dogs, a huge finished basement, a water garden, a gym, and a trampoline. At the time, I was just so overwhelmed with everything they had. But after a while, Sasha started saying how bored she was. From previously hanging out with Sasha, I had known her to be quite dramatic. She would switch up the things she'd say depending on who she was with and would completely lie for seemingly no reason. But I was young and hadn't completely figured out the extent to which a person could take those red flags. Her boredom was a bit weird to me, seeing our surroundings, but when she suggested we do something, I reluctantly agreed and asked what she had in mind. Sasha then told me that she wanted to take a mall trip so we'd have cute clothes for the upcoming county fair. She took her phone into the other room to call her mom and ask for some money for the shopping trip. I heard the whole conversation from the room over. I heard Sasha's mom word for word say that her aunt and uncle were being charitable and wanted to thank us for house-sitting by giving us some money for shopping. Sasha's mom then said to Sasha to take some more money from the drawer in the closet in the bathroom, which is where I was standing. They both seemed so genuine. I was really shocked and impressed when Sasha's mom said we could have such a big amount of money. At my age, I think it was about $500, and Sasha took more for herself. I was completely fine with the amount and thanked them profusely for it. I didn't really have much money growing up with a single mom, so as Sasha was looking through the drawer, I genuinely thought that was just what upper middle class families did. Looking back, I can now call out so many points where I would have left, but I didn't have a ride home and didn't really know how to describe the situation to my mom just yet. So I trusted Sasha, and we went to the mall. This is when Dylan met up with us to begin his stay there. Wanting to win Dylan over a bit, I shared some of the money with him. Both of us spent just enough to get a hoodie and food. Sasha used the rest of the money for herself. We walked home that day, which Sasha insisted we do, although it was freezing and we were about 30 minutes away. These were the moments looking back where I know Sasha was off about the whole situation. When we finally got home, I remember Sasha instigating a fight with Dylan, and he got so mad he fell asleep. The day after that was the fair, so we all cleaned up and went home. Sasha's parents provided us all with transportation. Once we got to the fair, I remember Sasha having to leave early because she and her mom were having problems. But I tried not to ask questions because, again, I was aware things were a bit off in their situation. A few days later, my mom got a random Facebook message from my previously mentioned best friend's mom. She had sent my mother a message describing how awful of a child I am and making several shocking claims with an attached article from the police. It apparently featured mine and Dylan's faces and stated that we had stolen around $7,000 from the most popular women's basketball team's donations. Directly after this, Dylan's mom called mine, initially thinking that we had told them Dylan stole it. After figuring out we hadn't, we both knew there was only one person it could have been. I still can't wrap my head around the whole situation, but my prior best friend's mom always thought badly of me after this. Some people probably still do. From what I've gathered, Sasha's mom had probably sent us there with the intention of having Sasha or Dylan take the money, knowing we trusted her as an adult. Since Dylan and I are black and Sasha was a white girl in the area we live in, everyone would believe Sasha was completely innocent, especially the police. Unfortunately, situations like this happen a lot, and kids like us are always blamed, even by the people I trusted, like my best friend's mom. Luckily, my own mom immediately believed me. The police and basketball team ended up dismissing everything they said, as Sasha's mom presumably confessed everything to her sister and brother, who owned the house and basketball team. Luckily, Dylan and I ended up dating after this, and we cut off Sasha completely. Although I sometimes still see her face on Instagram, I hope she's doing well, but I would only like to know that from a distance. This happened during August this year. To start off, this happened with my best friend Hazel. We are both 14, turning 15 this year. When Hazel came back from vacation, we immediately decided to have a sleepover at her house. She has a big closet inside her room that she uses as a makeup room, which will be important later. We were just relaxing and talking in her room when the idea of using a Ouija board came up. We often joked about how we should try to use it and summon the serial killer Richard Ramirez to see if it could actually happen. After that idea came up, she brought it out and set it up with the lights off, except for her TV, which we were using to listen to old music while playing. This wasn't her first time playing, and she would say that it doesn't actually work as she's tried multiple times. But this was my first time playing with it. We would always talk about the Ouija board in her house because creepier stuff always seemed to happen there. She also has an old house built in 1935 with creaky floors. For example, something that happened there to me 3 years ago was when I was trying to sleep around 4 a.m. and I felt something touching my foot for a few seconds. I thought it was her cat and said, "Hazel, why is your cat playing with my foot?" She said, "My cat isn't here right now, he's outside the door." That's when it hit me, and my heart dropped. Her door was fully closed, and her cat was still outside the door. Neither one of us wanted to look or even move after that. We also stopped talking and just tried to fall asleep faster, but it was very hard for me. I couldn't move at all and felt stuck, starting to sweat from how scared I was. Anyway, we had our fingers already on the Ouija board, and it wasn't working for the first few minutes. But when we asked, "What's your name?" it finally spelled out Richard Ramirez. I thought Hazel was joking around and moving it herself, until she then promised that it wasn't her. She also took off her finger and let me do it myself to show me that it wasn't her moving it. When she did, it was still moving my finger. We continued asking a few more questions, then we said, "If it's really you, show yourself." Hazel has a few dolls in her room, but the creepiest one by far was her ventriloquist dummy. After we said that, the dummy's eyes started to blink and then look back and forth. I said to her, "Hazel, your dummy's eyes are blinking." When she saw it herself, she completely freaked out, screamed, and jumped onto me, holding me really tight. It stayed like that for a while until she finally got off, but the dummy started blinking again. That's when I looked at her makeup closet from the bed and saw her mirror in there. From the reflection, I could see a figure just sitting there. Once I told her that, she held on to me even tighter this time, and she stayed like that for about an hour. It was about 4 a.m., and we still weren't even in our pajamas yet because we were way too scared to get up, and I didn't want to get up without her. After an hour, we finally said goodbye on the Ouija board, and I was able to convince her to get up with me to at least turn on the lights. When the lights were turned on, she was perfectly fine after that. We got into our pajamas and tried to sleep with her LED lights and a lamp. She was already sleeping, but I was having a hard time falling asleep. I once again looked at the dummy, and it was still blinking. So, I don't think we had said goodbye properly. I felt scared now since Hazel was already sleeping, so I just tried to turn the other way and close my eyes, trying to force myself to fall asleep. Once we woke up the next morning, everything was back to normal. Everything was fine, and nothing else happened. She tells me that she still sees the dummy blinking sometimes and that she's too scared to go to sleep at night. She sleeps with the lights on. She's considering getting rid of both the Ouija board and the dummy. I still don't think we said goodbye properly, and I know she won't be playing with a Ouija board for a while. I never believed Ouija boards worked or were real until this experience. You should truly be careful when you're playing with stuff like this. You never know who you're actually talking to or what can happen. Especially watch what you say to the Ouija board because it can end badly very quickly. I still don't know if we were actually talking to Richard Ramirez or who it actually was. All I know is that it's real, and it actually works, and I don't think I'll ever mess with one again. In the summer of 2019, my friends and I were having a sleepover in honor of one of our friends' 17th birthday. Rihanna had invited our friends to come over to swim in her pool and have some drinks and hang out with some boys and sleep in her trailer so we didn't wake up her parents. We would sleep in the trailer on her driveway. There were 4 beds, a bunk bed in the left corner, a single bed directly beside it, and another bed as you walked in. After hours of fun, throwing up, and tons of teenage drama, we decided to head over to the trailer so we didn't wake the neighbors or Rihanna's parents. It was about 3 a.m. when things began to settle down. About 10 minutes later, Reese was still wide awake, and her drunk self decided to look out the window on the top bunk where she and I were sharing. She recalled seeing a teenage boy quickly walking on the sidewalk beside us, repeatedly looking behind himself to watch another guy quickly following him. She decided to stick up for the first boy and yelled random things to get the second guy to stop following him. The second guy, noticeably not sober, instantly heard the screams from Reese and Rihanna, and it caught his attention. Scared, she stayed quiet beside me while I was trying to sleep. About a minute later, Reese decided to check again, and there the guy was, right in front of the trailer, investigating the noise. He was getting really close to the door when Reese then told me, "Hey, don't freak out, but there's a guy right outside the trailer." I sat up quickly to look outside, and he was there, wandering around right beside us. By now, Reese had announced to everyone else as quietly as she could that there was a guy outside the trailer. Rihanna quickly got up, looked outside a window to see for herself, and then told everyone else to get underneath us in the bottom bunk. We were all huddled in the bottom bunk when Mackenzie, our smallest yet fearless friend, decided to stay outside and check the windows. The man, still not sure of where the yelling came from, was gone. We sat for a few minutes in silence, contemplating calling someone, until Mackenzie decided to look out the window of the bottom bunk. This window faced the garage. She quickly announced that he was standing right beside the window. She could only see his legs though. Quickly closing the window, we sat scared once again in silence. Mackenzie kept running back and forth through the windows to see where he was. At one point, he decided to walk to the middle of the street to get a better view of the house. This is when we thought it was over. Everyone was getting back into their sleeping spots, discussing what had just happened when Mackenzie decided to look out the window again. The man was now standing on the front steps of Rihanna's house. We couldn't do anything but just stay quiet and wait until the intoxicated man would leave. We didn't know what he would do if he realized people were in the trailer. He did end up leaving after quite a while, but it definitely took us a while to fall asleep that night. In the morning, Rihanna tried to check her cameras, but they had been disconnected. We have no proof of this happening except for the group of us who experienced it. Rihanna believes the guy came back the next night since she heard a lot of noises from her front door while she was home alone. Moral of the story: don't scream and crack down on men when you're vulnerable in a trailer. You really have to wonder though, what would have happened if he had tried to open the door? I'm sure we could have defended ourselves, but this story could have ended a lot worse. I was 10 years old and had just started 5th grade. I made a new friend in school, Yanni. My parents allowed me to go for a sleepover at her house after they met her mom once. My mom and dad were pretty laid back because I was their last kid. My sisters were more than 10 years older than me. My mom dropped me off, said hello to Yanni's mom, and left. Yanni and I started playing karaoke when her mom decided she was going to leave. She said goodbye to us, gave us kisses on the cheek, and I remember thinking she smelled like black licorice. Yanni and I were left to do whatever we wanted for the next 5 hours. We played games, watched TV, and talked about school. Yanni's older sister came home around 1 a.m. and told us that we should go to bed because we were falling asleep on the couch. We went into Yanni's room and laid in her bed. Later that night, I can't be sure what time because it was pitch dark, Yanni's mom came home. I woke up to a pounding sound on Yanni's bedroom door. I started yelling in fear when I felt a hand over my mouth. It was Yanni telling me to be quiet and pretend to be asleep. But at that moment, it was too late. Her mom had kicked the door open, stormed over to the bed, and grabbed Yanni's face. She began screaming at Yanni because we had accidentally left the TV on. I was trying to hide under the covers, but she saw me. She began slamming her fists on the bed around me, screaming, "You think you are better than me?" over and over. I was sobbing, and all I could think about was going home. I was so scared and begged her mom to let me call my parents because I felt sick. Her mom grabbed my chin, looked me in the eyes, and said, "I know what you're doing, little girl, and you aren't going anywhere until I say you can." She stormed out of the room, slamming the half-broken bedroom door behind her. Yanni said nothing, and neither did I. Needless to say, I did not sleep that night. Every sound in the house made me jump. In the morning, when I went to call my mom, Yanni's mom was on the phone. She wouldn't let me use it, even though I asked multiple times. Finally, she was going to take a shower, and I heard her pass the phone off to Yanni's sister and say, "Don't let that little bitch use this phone. If you even think about it, I ain't buying you cigarettes anymore." I was a sheltered kid at the time, but when I overheard that, I knew I had to get out of there. I approached Yanni's sister, and she basically threw me the phone. She was ready to give it to me before I even asked for it. With a look of fear in her eyes, she said, "My mom is calling her guy, so you need to call your parents quickly." And so I did. She saved my life, and I still believe that to this day. Was her guy someone who was going to get rid of me? I shudder at the thought. The rest of the story isn't very exciting. My mom picked me up, and I acted like nothing was wrong. 2 days later, it was Parents' Day in school. Yanni was in my class, which meant her mom was there. Her mom approached me and asked me why I never wanted to come over anymore and accused me of being a mean girl. She talked to me in a way that seemed harmless, so it wasn't obvious to my mom or my teacher. I kept my mouth shut and didn't say a word. Well, until 2 weeks later. My older sister was babysitting me while our parents were at the movies, and I broke down and told her what happened because I couldn't stop thinking about it. She comforted me and told our parents. We hugged each other and cried. A couple of weeks later, Yanni stopped coming to school. My classmates wondered what happened, and so did I. I didn't want to ask my parents what happened. 15 years later, I heard from Yanni on Facebook. There was no life-changing conversation, but we exchanged pleasantries. That's life sometimes. To preface this, I love to drive. I'd love to go on drives for hours to nowhere, with no destination in mind, just me, my music, and the road ahead of me. Living in Nebraska, I'd often take back roads or lonely highways cutting through the countryside to small towns and eventually cities. And I'd usually take these drives at night since there was less traffic to worry about. I've done it since I've had my license 5 years ago, and I've never once had any sort of issue, nor have I ever run into any trouble. That was, until a few nights ago. For reference, I'm a relatively small 22-year-old female, and as I've stated before, I often take these drives completely and utterly alone. They're a good way to clear my head when I'm stressed, upset, or overwhelmed, or for me to get a plan together to sort personal issues out. I've also done these long and lonely drives to get away from the toxicity of my household when I used to live with my parents as a means of coping with their alcoholism. Though now that I've moved out and I'm in a much better place mentally, I don't really have the urge to get in my car and just drive anymore. However, on the night this event took place, I was feeling pretty overwhelmed, stressed, and anxious with a cluster of personal issues I'd rather not get into. I felt restless and irritable around my boyfriend. I couldn't focus on anything else and decided I would take a drive to clear my head. My boyfriend was understanding and told me to be careful and to not be gone for too long since it was getting pretty late. I agreed, gave him a kiss goodbye, and left. I drove around our city for about 30 minutes, but I was still feeling on edge about everything transpiring in my personal life, so I decided to drive further north down those familiar, dark, winding one-lane highways. I kept the car at a steady 65 miles per hour, taking the turns at a slower pace in case a deer jumped out around the bend. I kept driving and was just admiring the vast empty darkness of the snow-capped fields and barren trees. It was honestly a bit creepy being all alone with no cars in sight in seemingly the middle of nowhere. The few houses miles back from the road were lightless, and the dead cornfields withered away. Snow started to cover them entirely. It was like something out of a horror movie, and I half expected to see a ghost pop up in my rearview mirror or see someone clamber out from the patches of trees dotting the horizon. The only light came from my headlights, and even then I still strained to see through the inky darkness of the night. By now it was just after 11, and I told myself that once I made the familiar roundabout that would either take you to a small town or back up towards the city, I would head back to the city and home. That roundabout was still maybe 15 to 25 minutes away, but other than my imagination picturing the worst, I wasn't really all that concerned. I mean, I was by myself. I didn't have any other motorists to worry about, right? Wrong. As I'm rounding another bend, I notice a vehicle with its hazards flashing maybe a quarter of a mile or something away from me. It was some sort of sedan, dark-colored, and was angled to where only part of it was on the shoulder while the rest was jutted out onto the road, like they had to pull over in a hurry but didn't quite manage to do that. The driver's side door was flung wide open, and as I slowed my vehicle down and angled it towards the opposite side of the road to pass, I could make out what looked like maybe blood on the inside of the open door. I didn't see anyone on the road or in the car, and I was the only motorist in sight. In this part of the country, cell phone reception is pretty bad most of the time. But more often than not, you couldn't get reception no matter how hard you prayed, which was definitely the case when I took a glance at my phone to see if I had any service. So, a lone female on the road, at night, pulling up near a vacant vehicle that looks like someone had been attacked on the inside, with no cell service. Now, I'm no dummy. I've watched countless episodes of Investigation Discovery and Criminal Minds, and read far too many true crime books to know that this had bad and danger written all over it. But there was still a small part of me that worried something terrible had happened to whoever was in that vehicle, and I thought I needed to help. These roads don't get a lot of traffic at night, and temperatures were well below freezing. If someone were hurt or in trouble, there was no one and nothing else to help them. Still, I erred on the side of caution. I was still driving my car, though a bit more slowly, and as I approached the vehicle I rolled down my passenger window a bit, shut off the music, and called out. "Hey! Anyone there? Are you okay?" I didn't hear a response. I worried they were passed out somewhere, but I wasn't about to get out and look for them. I told myself I'd call out one last time, and if I didn't hear anything I would leave, and the moment there was reception I'd call it in. And if I did hear someone, well, I'd figure out my next course of action then. So, again I shout, "Hey! What happened? Are you okay?" There was silence for a while, and then I heard rustling in the shadows of the trees, followed by a rough voice responding to me. I was relieved at first, and was about to say something in response or possibly even stop my car and get out, when I noticed three things nearly simultaneously. As I inched my way past the front of the sedan, I noticed there was no damage to the hood or anywhere else on the vehicle, which I found to be strange considering the blood on the inside of the door. In my rearview mirror, I caught a glance of someone coming out from behind the sedan, and they were making their way towards my car, fast. The person didn't have any blood on them, nor did they appear injured in any way, and they were wearing a mask, not like a face mask for COVID, or a ski mask or anything normal, but one of those masks you would see in the Purge movies. And they were holding something in their hand. I don't know what it was. I couldn't get a good look, but from its length and shape my guess was maybe a tire iron or a crowbar or something. I don't need to tell you that I slammed on the gas as soon as I noticed those things, and drove like a bat straight out of hell. My heart thundering in my chest and my entire body shaking. My window was still rolled down in my haste, and the music was still shut off, so I could very clearly hear someone, definitely a man, shouting at me, though I had no clue what they were saying. I just knew I had to get out of there immediately. I stole one last look in my rearview mirror as I drove away, mostly to see if they were getting in their sedan to follow chase or if they had stopped. The man with the weapon was still standing in the middle of the road watching me, and right before I looked away from the mirror I saw a second man emerge from the trees that had been rustling earlier, also wearing one of those creepy masks and no trace of blood on him. I probably broke every law for speeding that night, but I wanted to get as far away from those men as possible. As soon as I made it to the roundabout, I turned towards town, parked in the Walmart parking lot that thankfully still had cars from who I assumed were workers closing up shop, and proceeded to have a full-on meltdown. When I could pull myself together, I called one of my friends, Troy, who was a police officer, to tell him what happened. He was concerned for me, and after asking if I was okay, where I was, did they follow me, etc., he told me since it was out of city limits he couldn't do much on his end. But he could get in contact with the local police or sheriff in that jurisdiction to take my statement and check it out. I agreed, thanked him, and while I waited for police to show up, I called my boyfriend. Through my hysterical sobs I managed to tell him what happened, not even 10 minutes ago. He was, as you could imagine, really concerned for my safety, and wanted me to either come home immediately or drive down himself to take me home. I told him the police were on their way to take my statement, so I couldn't leave and that I was okay, but I stayed on the phone with him until I saw the familiar police cruisers pulling into the lot. I gave the police my statement, and they assured me they would go back to the spot to take a look and that they would try to catch the guys who did it. But with no cameras and no description of the men, I wasn't sure they'd be able to. I didn't even get the license plate number, though at the time of my panic, the thought never came to mind until the police were asking if I got it. All they had to go off of was a dark-colored sedan and two guys with masks. After I gave my statement, I went home and stayed curled up close to my boyfriend the whole night, listening to every sound the house made, in fear it would be those guys arriving any minute to finish whatever it was they started. Since the incident, I haven't heard back from police about whether or not they have any leads, and I'm not sure they ever will. I'm just thankful I'm still here and that I didn't stop my car or get out. I'm not sure what would have become of me if I had. I still have so many questions that have no answers. What were they doing? Was that blood on the inside of the car, or just a ruse to get more attention? If it was really blood, did they hurt someone else? What would have happened to me if I had stopped my car? Needless to say, I won't be going on any more late-night drives, and I hope I never cross paths with those freaks again. It all started with a normal day at work. I worked at a small grocery store at the time, and my duties consisted of gathering shopping carts in the parking lot and bagging groceries, the usual minimum wage stuff. It was rainy that morning and of course, I was assigned to carts. About 2 hours into my shift, I saw a man rushing to get his groceries into the car. I ran over to him and started helping him with his bags. Mind if I help you get out of the rain? Yes. Thank you so much. As he was closing his trunk, he looked at me with a very surprised look on his face. He lowered his eyebrows, skinned me from head to toe, and smirked. Are you a new hire? No, I've been here for a couple of months. Oh, you are very pretty, he said in a weirdly sensual tone. Thank you. Have a good day. I shut it down. I was not interested. As I was walking back to the store to hide until he left, I could feel him watching me while I walked away. Nevertheless, I continued to work, not really thinking about it. After my lunch, I was at the register bagging groceries and I noticed that same man from earlier walk in. I pretended I didn't see him and just kept bagging. He came up to the register and got a single chocolate bar. I didn't give him a bag. He stands towering over me and says, "Are you going to bag my item?" "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you wanted a bag for one thing." I put his chocolate bar in a bag and told him to have a good day. "When are you off work, sweetheart?" "Ah, man, I'm not comfortable giving that information out." He returned with, "That's okay, you've been here what, 5 hours? You probably get off around 7, right?" He smiled, winked at me, and walked away. Disgusted, I went to my manager and told her what happened. She told me not to work the lot anymore and to ask someone to walk me to my car. So by the end of my shift, I had a male coworker walk me to my truck and we scanned the parking lot, looking for this man's car. We didn't see him, so my coworker went back inside and I started my truck. I called my mom to tell her about what happened, and once she answered, I left the parking lot. Literally, the second I turned onto the road, I saw his car pull onto the road behind me. I told my mom I thought he was going to follow me, and she just told me to drive around to try and lose him. I drove around for about 20 minutes just going in circles around my town. I hit a red light and he pulled up next to me and started yelling something to me out his open window. I, of course, pretended he wasn't there, but I could still hear what he was saying. "You would bear some good kids for me. You'd make a great slave for me, little lady." He then started being very explicit about what he was going to do to me if he caught me. I told my mom I was going to dial 911 and if I wasn't home in an hour, then call the police. While I was trying to call the cops, the man speeds ahead of my truck and starts brake checking me. Frantic, I wait for the closest intersection and turn up the block. My phone fell under my seat while I was turning, so I decided to go to the nearest open establishment and run in and hide and have someone else call for help. The closest open business I could find was a convenience store at a gas station. I pulled in, parked, and ran for my life into the store. I told the clerk what's happening and she took me to the break room and locked me in there. While processing that I might have survived this ordeal, I hear the doors of the storefront start violently rattling, and before I knew it, the clerk was locking herself in the break room with me. She was on the phone with the police and they were on their way. We were silent. Cowering in a dark room, I found myself feeling guilty for wrapping another woman into our worst fear. My thoughts were racing through. I said to him, "Did I lead him on? I just told him to have a good day. Has he been following me for longer than tonight? How did he know what car I drive? Are the police going to get here in time? Are we going to die?" Finally, the small room was illuminated with red and blue lights from the crack under the door. We hear a voice over the intercom telling us it's safe to come out. Whilst shaking, the clerk took out her keys and opened the door, so we walked out and gave our statements. After the police leave, I turn to my unexpected savior and profusely thanked her. We cry, hug, and she walks me to my car. The next night I went back and brought her some food and an Amazon gift card. I have been in a near-fatal car accident 10 feet away from a mountain lion in the wild, but I can tell you, with total honesty, I thought that was the end of my line. Thank you for reading. Stay aware, be cautious, stay safe. This encounter would have happened a little over 10 years ago. I would have been about 26 at the time. I can't remember exactly what year this was, but it was around 2012. At the time, I was frequently going out with my friends to bars and parties, and hanging out until pretty late most weekends. The friend's house that I usually hung out at was on a side street just off a main road where a lot of popular and crowded bars and restaurants were. You had to park on the street at his house, and during the weekend when it was busy, it was pretty common to have to park a number of blocks away. The street closer to the bars was pretty nice, but if you went a few blocks in the opposite direction, it got a little sketchier at night. After a night of hanging out, I had to walk back to my car pretty late, which was parked a number of blocks away towards the slightly sketchier area. This was during the winter, so I was wearing some kind of heavy sweater or pullover and beanie hat. This detail is only important as you couldn't really gather much idea about what I looked like from a distance in the dark, aside from my general height and build. There wasn't much through traffic as you got further away from the bars, and the roads were pretty dark without any street lights. As I was walking down the sidewalk, a car started slowly creeping down the street, matching my pace as it pulled up beside me and then stopped. The window of the car rolled down, and driving the car was an attractive young woman who said that I looked cold and that I should let her give me a ride to where I was going. She seemed very friendly. I indicated that I wasn't parked far away and appreciated the offer, but was going to just keep walking. She then tried really hard to convince me to get in the car with her, since it was so cold. No small talk to establish any information about me to make sure I wasn't a weirdo, just asking me to get in the car pretty aggressively. Based on what I was wearing and how dark it was, there was no way she really could have had much idea about what I actually looked like to possibly find me attractive, and even if she did, I don't know many women who would pick up a male stranger after midnight when they're alone in their car. There were about 10 bars nearby she could have gone to if she just wanted to pick up a guy. There was no reason I could think of that she would have to resort to driving around offering to pick up strangers. She continued to drive alongside me and offered me a ride again, which I declined and kept going. I picked up my pace and she eventually drove off. As soon as she was a few blocks away, I quickly got to my car and made sure there was nobody lurking around or close by. The whole scenario felt off and didn't make sense to me. I asked my friends about it later, and all of the women agreed they wouldn't offer a random guy a ride, especially at night time, in that kind of scenario, even if the guy looked like Ryan Gosling or Channing Tatum. My suspicion is that there was someone laid down in the back seat of the car out of view with a weapon waiting to rob anyone who accepted the ride. I couldn't really figure out any reason she would be offering rides like that to complete strangers in the middle of the night, as it would be very unsafe for her to just pick up random strangers. I just assumed there had to be something nefarious going on in that car, and I do wonder what would have happened if anyone just hopped in the car with her. Back when I was 18 years old, I was house-sitting with a girl I was studying with. The family we were house-sitting for went to the same church as her, but I didn't really know them well myself. It was more to keep her company in a huge house. This was 1997 when the average teen like me didn't have a cell phone. During that week, there was a short break in the school calendar, which is why this family was away, and why the streets in the area were quieter than usual. My apartment as well as the house we sat for was not far from the university. My apartment was actually a 3-minute walk from it, and the house a further 5 minutes by car. So being a student neighborhood, it was particularly quiet this week. The first weird thing that happened during the week I was at this house was that I dreamed I was driving through a dark forest on a hilly dirt road with no lights anywhere except for those from my car's headlights. As I started to go down a hill, the headlights suddenly cut out and everything went dark. The car slowed down to a stop and died. I woke up. In the morning I went out to my car and it wouldn't start. It had been working perfectly the day before. I had to call a guy to come fix it. It was the starter motor. Well, that was the first creepy thing that happened that week. About a day later, it was Friday. I planned on driving back home to my parents who lived in a smaller town about 45 minutes away. I packed up my stuff at the big house and was going to head over to my apartment to collect whatever else I needed for the weekend. That trip between the house and apartment was, as I mentioned, only 5 minutes or so away. Since it was winter, it was dark by the time I left at around 7 p.m. As I was driving from the house, I noticed in my rear view mirror the headlights of the car behind me tailing me really close. Whenever I would turn, it would also turn. Back then I was cautious, but not overly so. Cautious enough to notice in such a short distance that something weird was going on behind me. But then when I pulled up to a traffic light, it wasn't there anymore. Relief. Short-lived. The car was now beside me. I looked to my right, and there was a man inside. Alone. Smiling at me. Looking like a maniac. For a moment I thought, geez, I should really drive with a beanie on at night so people can't see that I'm a petite 5'2" female with long blonde hair down to my waist. I also thought, well, he's in the lane to turn right, so I'm good. I pulled off, and the headlights were behind me again. What an ass, I thought. Who drives like that? Thank goodness my turn is coming up on the left soon. After another minute or two of this tailgating, I slowed down, strategically didn't indicate, and made a sudden sharp left into my driveway, opened the automatic gates and shot inside. The gates closed behind me. I gave out a sigh of relief, thinking that the drama was over. I gathered a few things from the car to take up with me and noticed on my way over to the stairwell that there was a man at the gate that had just closed behind me. He was still on the other side and I was at the far end of the parking lot, but I could make out it was the dude from the tailgating car. He was jumping up, shaking the gate with absolute rage. Well, I was safely on this side, so I wasn't completely gripped with fear. And besides, there was a group of students making a noise nearby, arriving for a party or something. I headed to the stairs and started going from ground level to the first floor. Rounding the stairs on the first floor, I noticed someone running across the parking lot towards the staircase. In hindsight, I still can't fathom why I didn't realize what had happened. I guess it's because I subconsciously knew that there was the group being let in through the pedestrian gate. As I was rounding the staircase between the second and third floors, someone suddenly touched me. I spun around. The guy. He had slipped in as part of the small crowd. He said something. I said something sassy back and told him to F off. Then I turned my back on him to continue up the stairs. I lived on the third floor. He grabbed me from behind and held my back against his chest with his left arm around my neck. I felt something being held against my right side. Aw, crap. A knife. He led me down. I remember thinking that the light was broken on the bottom level. This can't end well. But I was calm. I resisted slightly, and he tightened his grip. I felt like I wasn't getting enough oxygen. I started to become a dead weight. He started to drop me. I was groin level. I elbowed. It connected. He dropped me but spun around to face me. He ripped the front of my button-down top. Then he stopped. He looked at someone behind me. Someone taller than him. His eyes went wide. He turned and ran. I screamed. Then I too turned around to see who had come to help. There was no one there, but people came out of their apartments after that. The police were called. This was the second time they were there that night. Turns out the other weird thing that happened was that my dad had already called the police and they had come past an hour before. My mom had had a weird feeling all evening and had hassled my dad endlessly that something bad was going to happen to me. She had been right. As it turned out, they caught him. I identified him in a lineup. He was a serial offender in the area. He was accused of assaulting something like 14 women. One had thrown herself out the first floor of her apartment to get away from him and broken her leg. Weeks later the police called me. Before his trial, his cell door had been left open. He was gone. Apparently an inside job. I've had a few creepy things happen to me in my life, but this one still makes me think about how things could have gone wrong very quickly. I'm a 20-year-old female, and this story takes place back when I used to live in southern Indiana, in a seriously remote area. It was a weekend night, and my best friend and I were heading home after a graveyard shift at a local waffle joint. She decided to pick up her dog from her house so we could spend the night at my place. That's important later. We started heading into the rural countryside where I lived, and to get to my house, you had to travel down a long, narrow dirt road. About a mile in, we spotted a truck's headlights. As we got closer, we realized it was a nice truck, probably from around 2018. I can't say I know much about cars, so cut me some slack. The truck was parked sideways, blocking the entire path. Confused, I got out of the car and asked if the driver was okay. He looked hopeful when he saw me at first and said, "I'm just waiting for a friend to come get me, my truck's stuck." He smiled at me, but I noticed his pupils were nearly completely dilated. He glanced back at my car, saw that I had someone with me, and noticed the dog sticking its head out the window. His smile quickly faded, and he remarked, "Pit bulls are mean and nasty." With that, he turned around and got back in his truck. I returned to my friend and said, "Put this in reverse and use whatever hood race skills you have to get us out of here." We reversed my poor 95 Caddy, which really shouldn't have been driving on a dirt road, and made our way back to the main road, feeling relieved. We took a different route home. But then, to our surprise, the same guy was parked on that road, standing off to the side, smiling and staring into our headlights. We were on the verge of panicking and floored the gas pedal the rest of the way home. I don't know how he got there before us or what his intentions were, but I'm thankful I wasn't alone, being a pretty naive college girl at the time. Even though the presence of the pit bull probably saved us from that man, the dog actually ended up randomly snapping at my friend a few months later, causing her serious injuries. It had been a good dog its entire life, and I know she was a good owner, so I guess it's just an instinct thing with pit bulls. They can snap at any moment. I've been with my wife Rebecca for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing has been. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to grab some food on the way to work. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door when I happened to notice Rebecca peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. "What the hell, Rebecca?" I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the hell out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her, and called her crazy. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home she was her usual self. I didn't bring it up, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m. and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, glass of orange juice in my hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes, and grinning. Grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment I was scared. At the sound of my scream, she scurried backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even shout. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what the hell had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to her bedroom, Rebecca was lying on her side asleep. Or at least pretending to. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing, to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed. I climbed in, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. "What was that about last night?" I was keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. "You were peeking at me again. From over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help joining in. "You creep me out sometimes, you know that?" She laughed at what I'd said and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even." We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly. Just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her. But it still didn't sit right. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of her bed. I might not have even known she was there if the trunk's old hinges had not given her away. She had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked out. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Rebecca didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago things got so much worse. Rebecca left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m. I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Rebecca was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide open and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the craziness anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Rebecca standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond annoyed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and having to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the hell, Rebecca? I snapped. This is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize, or to call me a jerk. But instead, I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all. And then complete silence. Rebecca? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response. Just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it. I yelled at her, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before. But there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared. Too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully she was gone. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Rebecca. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan. Louder than before. But this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Rebecca had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash. I was furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me show up, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him we had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Rebecca's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of which were Rebecca's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My whole body ached, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call her at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy stuff. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her when that familiar feeling came back. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. Rebecca, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home. Now. She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Rebecca could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned around to see him running down the stairs. When I turned back to the window, Rebecca had disappeared. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Jess about waking up to see Rebecca watching me through their window. They were skeptical. We went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Jess assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my phone off. I didn't want to face Rebecca. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. That no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon I figured I was ready to confront her. Give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home. And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me, and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy crap she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation. But if you saw the way Rebecca had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with them for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Rebecca's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry, because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Jess was asking me about the situation. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person. I chose my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or my brother to know the full extent of the craziness I had been dealing with. People change, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Rebecca loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed. I don't know about that. Well, she certainly seemed like it. I've never seen her so upset. It took a full minute for me to realize what she just said. And when I did, I felt dread rush over my body. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Rebecca? I asked with my mouth suddenly feeling very dry. Jess nodded casually as if that fact was a nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't, but for me it was. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work. I didn't see her car though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. What did she say? Did she come inside? Sweat started to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep. That's all. She didn't say anything else? No, she looked awful though. Like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got up from the table and thanked Jess for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Rebecca to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Jess into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. We were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't very easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were very short. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Rebecca always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable. Like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her, but I had to talk to someone. She was the only person who might know Rebecca better than me. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Yes, she answered, already sounding irritated. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk? I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss? It's about Rebecca. She's been acting strange. And I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. She interrupted me abruptly. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me? I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you ever noticed any odd behavior? Or possibly any mental health issues? There was a long, uncomfortable pause, maybe because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find it very funny. Now I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Rebecca's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well. The frustration was evident in my voice. If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me. She snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. Please. If not for me, do it for Rebecca. I heard a faint shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. Marianne? Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. "Do not call here again." I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. I almost gave up until I remembered her last words to me. "Seek professional help." She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that. As if those words were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that for some reason, she didn't feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation, I convinced them that Rebecca truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter. How she hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Rebecca had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Jess offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. My eyes were looking around for any signs of Rebecca. The house was deadly quiet and dark, despite being late in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left just 2 days ago, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the hell are you looking under the couch? Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs." He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of our wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass was removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at her beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something?" I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I found the source of the smell. I immediately started gagging. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a coin, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she collected from small animals, and I wondered how she got in them. I shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with my wife's shoe addiction. Yours is in here collecting eyeballs, Chris said whilst gagging. Ben, I think we should go, he called from the hall. I'm getting nauseous. I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rotten smell on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the hell lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? I tried to tell you she needed help. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell anymore. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. Christ, I whispered, as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making. A sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. Rebecca, I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding. Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that? I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. I love you, Rebecca, I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. Rebecca, are you hurt? You're bleeding. She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. Oh my God, you're bleeding. Instinctively I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. You all right in there? Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Rebecca, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore. And she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. Are you bleeding? The moment the words left his mouth, Rebecca started fast scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. Chris, run, go! He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Rebecca had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Rebecca." My brother tried talking to her, but I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Rebecca bobbed her head in sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between self-preservation and the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help. "I only want to help," I said whilst holding back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 steps until the bottom. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she fell, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with the cops. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the emergency room and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, she wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Rebecca as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. "I found you." And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. My name is Christine, and I was 23 years old when this unforgettable New Year's Eve story happened. I was out with my beloved dog, Max. It was a few hours before midnight, so I took him for a quick walk before getting ready for the party. Max was usually well behaved and fine without a lead, so I decided to let him off for just a minute to enjoy the crisp air as we strolled through our neighborhood. The evening was filled with anticipation. People around the town were preparing for the upcoming New Year's festivities. The streets were lined with colorful decorations, and you could feel the excitement in the air. As Max and I walked along the sidewalk, he was happily sniffing around, enjoying the scents of the night. The night was still young, and there was no sign of chaos yet. Little did I know that everything would change within the next minute. It was then that the first firework exploded in the sky, lighting up the darkness with brilliant colors and a deafening bang. I instinctively grabbed Max, pulling him close, but it was too late. The sudden noise startled him, and in an instant, he broke free from my grip and bolted down the street. I called out his name frantically, but he didn't respond. The barrage of fireworks drowned out my cries, and I watched in panic as he disappeared into the night. My heart raced as I realized I had to find him amidst the chaos of the celebrations. I spent hours driving around the neighborhood, searching for my dog. The fireworks kept lighting up the sky, and the noise was deafening. It was hard to focus with all the bright lights and explosions, but I had to find him. If I was distracted by the fireworks, then he was probably going through hell. Every corner I turned, every street I drove through, I called out his name. I was desperate to bring him back home, to keep him safe from the fireworks. The celebration was all around me, but all I wanted was to find my furry friend. I told my friends and family that I wouldn't be coming out as I was looking for my dog. A few of them volunteered to look for him too, but even if they found him, I wasn't convinced that he'd go with them. Finally, as I turned down a dimly lit street, I spotted a crowd of people surrounding a public bus, as if there were some sort of disturbance. My heart leaped with hope. I parked the car and rushed towards the crowd. I could tell by the chatter and the body language that they were reacting to some kind of animal on the bus. I made my way to the door and climbed on. He was there hiding in the corner, barking frantically at every firework whistling through the sky. I spoke to him gently, and he recognized my voice. The fireworks kept going off, but I didn't care. I reached down and picked him up, cradling him in my arms. He nestled against my chest, seeking comfort from the frightening night. I thanked everyone for trying to help him and rushed him back to my car. I got back in my car, holding Max securely. The drive home was a little quieter, the sound of fireworks slowly fading. Max had been found, and the new year could finally begin with both of us safe and sound. I sat in the car with Max, watching the fireworks through the window. The bright lights that had once scared him now seemed to twinkle in celebration of our reunion. It was a New Year's Eve we'd never forget, one that sent me on a wild late-night drive, looking for my best friend. Earlier this year, I borrowed my dad's Tesla to go visit my aunt who lived in the countryside. I'm a 24-year-old guy, and I love driving, especially my dad's car, so I was glad he let me take it. The road trip took me through some pretty remote areas, but it was a pretty smooth drive heading over. I passed through one small town that had a charging station for the car. Whilst I was there recharging the Tesla, I got quite a lot of attention. Apparently not many electric cars came through the area and they had lots of questions for me. I traveled the rest of the way with no issues and I stayed with my aunt for a few days and eventually decided to head back home on a sunny afternoon. I began my journey around 3 o'clock. The first part of the drive was through a busy town, and after that, I passed through some quiet suburban neighborhoods. But as I was taking the same route back, I soon found myself once again on the long narrow highway that seemed to stretch and turn endlessly. It was peaceful, but as the hours passed, I started to feel more tired. To keep myself awake, I turned on the radio quite loud, hoping it would wake me up a bit. I squinted at the road, trying to focus, and that's when I noticed a small glimmer of light in the distance. It was the reflection of my car's headlights on another vehicle parked by the side of the road. As I approached, it became evident that the car was abandoned. It was dark, and the windows were tinted. The area was quite remote, and the thought of getting stranded there was unsettling. The nearest town was an hour's drive back. I continued my journey but kept my eyes open, just in case someone was nearby. A few minutes later, I noticed a blindingly bright light in my rearview mirror. The intense glare made it impossible to see the car, only their dazzling lights. They seemed to be getting closer, so I reduced my speed, thinking they would soon overtake. But as I continued down the road, I saw something unsettling up ahead. There was another car right in the middle of the road, blocking my path completely. The car had its lights turned off, and I didn't see it until I was almost right upon it. I slammed on the brakes as soon as I realized what was happening. The lights in the rearview mirror kept getting brighter. I could hear the sound of an approaching vehicle behind me. I decided to turn my car around to escape the situation, but when I looked back, there was another car parked diagonally behind me, effectively sealing off any retreat. Suddenly, it all clicked in my mind. I heard the doors of the cars around me opening and closing. Panic coursed through my veins. Without thinking, I veered off the road, plowing into the trees, attempting to bypass the obstructions and get to the other side of the road, past the parked cars. I was so preoccupied with avoiding trees and avoiding getting my car stuck that I didn't even look to see if the people were chasing me. About 10 seconds after driving off the road, a gunshot echoed. I looked back and they were chasing me. The bullet hit somewhere in front of my car. Fear and adrenaline pulsed through me as I continued maneuvering around the twisted dirt road. Another shot rang out, hitting the back of my car. I was driving like a maniac, going full speed through these tight trees, desperately trying to lose them. My Tesla was impressively handling the practically off-road adventure that I pushed it through. Eventually, I could see that I lost them, but I didn't slow down until I hit the highway again. It took about 10 minutes of driving before I regained enough cell phone reception to call the police. The attackers didn't catch up, and as far as I know, they were never apprehended. To this day, I can't help but wonder about how they had such an elaborate setup. Had they spotted me coming in an expensive car and somehow thrown together a plan? Was it the guys I'd been speaking to when charging my car? I'd told them that I was going to be heading back through in a few days. It really bothers me not knowing, but as you can imagine, I'm not allowed to drive my dad's Tesla anymore. My name is Danny, and I was 19 when this happened. I lived with my parents and wanted to move out, so I bought a car with the money I'd saved and eventually got a job for Uber Eats. I'd seen their advertisements all over. Apparently it was easy money with flexible hours. All you had to do was pay for fuel. I had a few friends tell me how good it was, so I figured I'd go through the sign-up process and give it a shot. However, the reality was quite different. Driving around on a tight schedule made the job pretty stressful, and the payouts were often just a few bucks. If you didn't claim the orders with high tips or payouts, then you'd barely make enough to cover the fuel. Being a teenager, I only had to cover my car payments and insurance, so I didn't need to make a fortune. But it did feel like I was getting shortchanged given the time and effort required. I pushed the idea of finding another job to the back of my mind because I was a bit lazy, but everything changed after a particular incident. I accepted an order from KFC and set off to deliver it to the customer's location. It was a pretty large order, enough for maybe 4 or 5 people, but the pay for this delivery was much higher than usual and the tip was $20, which was unheard of. It tells you on the app when you accept an order how much you'll get paid. While en route to the destination, I received a text through the Uber Eats app. The customer was asking about my whereabouts. The app said delivery time was about 30 minutes and I was on track to be there in about 15. They could literally see my live location on there, so I didn't understand why they were asking. I didn't see the point in pulling over to reply, so I just kept driving, as I'd be there in about 5 minutes. Within pretty much a few seconds, they sent another message, impatiently asking me why it's taking so long. I had only picked up the order a couple of minutes ago, and they could literally see this on the app, so it wasn't as if I was running late. I ignored the weird messages, thinking it was probably a mistake on their part, or that they were drunk or just a typical Karen. I knew the area reasonably well, but I'd never really been to this part of town. It was located in, I guess, what you'd call the hood. It was a pretty rough neighborhood, gang violence and a lack of police presence. Most people knew not to come here. But I'd driven through a few times and knew it wasn't too dangerous. The address was to an apartment building, and as I approached the place, I noticed that a lot of people were staring at me. I parked my car and checked my phone. Another message had come through with some harsh language, telling me that I better hurry up. I usually leave my phone on the stand, where I can see the delivery instructions, but I knew it was a bad idea to keep it out in the open, so I took it with me. The instructions said to come inside and deliver it to the customer's apartment, which was a little unusual, but I figured they just didn't want to come down. I pressed the button for the apartment number and was buzzed in. As I climbed the stairwell, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There were people just scattered around this building. I had to step over some passed out woman on the stairs, and I really wanted to just drop the bag and run. I reached the door to the apartment, and a voice from inside told me to come in. I hesitated for a moment, confused as to why they couldn't just come and grab it. But I was on the clock and wanted to get this delivery done. I walked into the apartment, and as the door closed behind me, I realized my mistake. All the lights were off, and the only source of visibility in the room was the massive TV they had on the wall. I looked around and saw a couple of shady-looking characters. I offered them the bag, and they looked at me like I was disgusting. The guy who seemed to be the leader gestured for someone else to take it from me. He started circling me as I stood there, completely frozen. I had no idea what the hell I was doing or how I'd ended up in such a dangerous situation. He didn't hesitate to start poking at me, asking me what I got. I told him I just had the food and that I've gotta go. He laughed and told me to sit. I was completely shitting myself at this point. He starts quizzing me about why it took so long and what can I do to make up for it. I told him I could refund the tip, and this made him freak out. Tip? What tip? I ain't pay you no tip. I stupidly pulled out my phone to show him that he put down a $20 tip. He snatched it out of my hand and told me that he's taking the refund. Everyone else started laughing. I was being completely humiliated in front of these people, and I was powerless. I passively asked for my phone back, but I'm not the biggest guy in the world, and I was really trying not to die, so when he refused, I just accepted my fate. He sat down and started looking through the bag, grabbing the food he wanted. He looked over at me and asked me what the F I was still doing there, jumping up and pulling out a knife as he said it. I apologized and quickly made my way to the door and ran down the stairs. I almost tripped over the unconscious woman on my way out. I got in the car, and I've never driven so fast in my life. I drove to somewhere safe and immediately broke down into tears. My whole body was shaking and I was hyperventilating. I was a complete mess. What the hell was I thinking, walking up and going inside someone's apartment, never mind a place like that? I'd literally been told to never go inside anywhere, but all I could think of was that big tip. I drove home and told my parents what had happened. They were really supportive and glad that I was okay, but they were furious that I had not followed their advice about going into dangerous places. We got the phone locked remotely, so you probably can't use it for much, but I know I'm never getting it back. I found out weeks later when I got a new phone that Uber also suspended my account because he said the order wasn't delivered. In their defense, as far as they could see, I just disappeared with the delivery and never showed up again. So he got a full refund, and free food, and my phone. Losing my phone and my job really sucked, but I was grateful that I got away unharmed. I had no interest in working as a delivery driver after that, and got a job at a restaurant instead. When I was 19, I was a Marine and had stupidly used my military perks to get a home loan and bought my first house. I moved a barracks room worth of stuff into this place that seemed to me like a palace. Of course, I went out and bought some bar stools, a futon to sleep on until I got a bed, and some used coffee tables for my TV. I also had my dog with me. As I unpacked my meager belongings in the living room, I noticed a car had pulled into my drive and blocked me in. I walked out, and there stood a man offering to sell me a home security system. The man was dressed in khakis and a polo with a name tag that I can't recall, and the car didn't have a logo on it. It should have been a red flag for me, but I figured that some people on the job didn't drive company vehicles. He gave me his card, but I don't even remember the name of the company he told me he was representing. Cue the friendly salesman, giving me his pitch about needing a system and all the perks that would come with being able to watch the exterior of my house at any time. As a low-ranking military member, I knew I couldn't afford yet another thing, so my mind was working to try to get this man to go away. I even considered ninja chopping him or whatever it is that we Marines do in hand-to-hand, just to get him to leave. But I'm a sort of passive person. I'm too nice. Nah, let's call it polite. I won't be rude to someone doing their job. I've been in customer service. I can relate. I tried politely declining his offer after he had tried to show me some stuff on his iPad, but you know how persistent these types are. I'll admit to my own stupidity when answering his questions, like giving out too much information. Do you live alone? No, I live here with my wife and our 3 large dogs. At least I had it in the large part. Her and her dogs hadn't actually moved in yet, and hers were just fat, though they were more vicious than my own good boy. But 2 women living together probably seemed like easier targets. I also mentioned being a Marine when he asked. He seemed a bit shocked but wouldn't be deterred. What kind of security system do you have? My dogs and me. Not the best answer I could have given. I wasn't exactly intimidating. I mean, I would be terrifying if I had a gun or something. I've been using them all my life, and I've never missed a target, alive or inanimate. If you would invite me in, I can show you the best places to set up cameras, he mentioned more than a few times. Each time made me more and more creeped out, thinking that he was wanting to potentially rob me, not that there was much to take. Despite being a victim of assault in the past, all I could consider was a possible burglary and made sure we stayed away from my house while we talked. We were outside for about 15 minutes total, me spending most of that time trying to politely get away from him and retreat inside. I was losing my mind with the social niceties and just walked away, leaving him standing alone in my front yard. I walked into my house and locked the door. He got into his car and left. I thought nothing more of it. After some unpacking, I couldn't do much. I had nowhere to put most of it. I ate some junk food and put together the futon. I got it all decked out with my fluffiest blankets, made sure the doors and windows were locked, and went to lay down in the living room. Looking back, I'm not sure why I didn't put it in a bedroom. They all have blinds, and the rooms take a bit of getting to. Perhaps I wanted to be near an exit. For some context, my back door is a double glass pane door. At the time, I didn't have curtains on it, but I did have blinds on the kitchen window. My kitchen, living room, and dining room are all connected, but there's a wall in the living room that I strategically situated my futon against so it couldn't be seen by the back doors or the front door window. Call me paranoid. I had been laying down for a few hours, and at about 11, my dog got off the futon and went to the back doors. My dog is large and looks like a Rottweiler, but he's never hurt anything in his life. He'll greet strangers at the door with a tail wag and hardly barks. He stood back there for a bit and whined a few times. I ignored him, it was probably a squirrel. But then he started growling, a sound that I'll never forget. It sent terror straight through me as I sat alone in the dark. I had only ever felt that fear once, when a mountain lion screamed, and I realized I was powerless against nature. The point is, these sounds are designed to scare you. And it petrified me. I was frozen and wanted to wimp out, to hide, to call the cops, but I realized if someone was out there, they'd for sure see my phone light and know where I was. So while my dog stayed stationed at the back door, I talked myself up just enough to move off the couch and investigate, still scared out of my mind. I slunk to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife, one of the only utensils I had, and crept to the kitchen window. I was squatting amongst the cabinets so that I couldn't be seen from any windows, trying to gear up to peel back the blinds. My brain was telling me irrational things, horror stories that I had read come to life. To be real, I was ready to punk out. I'm not a brave person, I was in communications for God's sake. Pretty far from any life-threatening situation, while not one that involves people at my house. In the one space that I should consider safe. My hideout, my protection from anything outside wanting in. I've always been afraid of home invasion. It stems from an incident while I was younger that isn't really worth mentioning further. Point is, if someone dares enter my safe place, it's not safe anymore. I thought I couldn't get more scared in that moment, but then I saw a male figure in my backyard, and my heart jumped out of my chest. He wasn't very far from the window I was looking out of. He was bold enough to not wear anything over his head, and I saw the blonde hair in the moonlight. It only took me a few seconds to recognize the security salesman in the dark. He was on the edge of my porch, watching my back door. Watching my dog. I jumped up quickly, climbed over the bar counter, and turned on the lights as I went towards the back door to let my still growling dog out in hopes that he'd at least get rid of the man, if not injure him. No dice. As soon as the lights came on, he had just enough time to go jump the low part of the fence to safety before my dog even got off the porch. I didn't sleep that night. My dog sat on the futon with me, calm as could be, having done his job. The next morning, I filed a police report, but I couldn't tell them his name or what company he was with, having lost the card he gave me. They sent some patrols through the area, and I found out that all legit salesmen should have an ID upon request. That night, I had 2 friends stay with me, ready for him to come back. We thought he might have set the whole thing up to scare me into buying home security. He didn't come back. And I haven't seen him since. This happened yesterday while both of my parents were at work. For context, my dad's a mailman, and my mom is an RV saleswoman. They're always on their feet, so neither can pick up their phone very quickly. I do have an older brother, but he's at college 2 hours away, so he doesn't matter in this story. I was sitting in the living room with my dog when I heard people talking in the hallway. This isn't unusual because I live in a 3rd-floor apartment, and there's a noisy family next door that brings over friends a lot. This was also a Saturday, so I wasn't expecting complete silence. I obviously just ignored the talking since it's not that loud, and I had headphones on. But my dog perked up and walked towards the door with an alert posture. The hair on his back was sticking up, which he never usually does. So I got concerned and took my headphones out. This is when I heard the voices from before, which were two adult men yelling very loudly in the apartment hallway. I got a bit freaked out, so I pushed my dog away from the door, made sure it was locked, and crept towards it to make sure they weren't near my place. When I looked out, I couldn't see either of them, and because the only blind spot in my peephole is directly to the right, I knew they were at my neighbor's. As I'm leaning against it, my whole front door starts shaking because the men are banging on the neighbor's door and still yelling things like, "We can hear you," and "Come out." But I didn't want to show that I was home. At this point, I grabbed my dog and pulled him into my room while I tried to call my dad, who luckily picked up after a few rings. He told me that I should just stay in my room and stay quiet, and that they would go away. I did stay in my room for the most part, but I called my best friend just to have someone on the phone because my dad couldn't stay talking to me. My room is the furthest from the door, so they definitely wouldn't have heard me whispering to my friend about the situation. After about 5 minutes, I stopped hearing the banging. I told my friend I was going to check if I could hear anything. When I got out there, I didn't hear the banging anymore, so I moved closer to listen. I looked out of the peephole and I could see one of them pacing. I freaked out again and started creeping back to my room. That's when I heard one of them say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This threw me into a full-blown panic attack. Since my identical apartment door is 5 feet away from my neighbor's, and all the others are down a hallway, if they didn't even know the exact number and they obviously weren't scared to bang on an apartment door so aggressively, they would probably come to my door. So, again, I pulled my dog into my brother's room since it had a lock, and I camped in there. I waited for about 10 minutes before I heard the banging calm down again. I couldn't hear any talking from my position. I was texting my friend, who also lived in the complex, about what was happening. That's when the banging started again, but this time they moved to my door. They went through the same routine, but they were much more aggressive. I could hear them slamming, kicking, and hitting my door, all while yelling for some guy to come out. I called my brother later, and he told me there's no way he could have been involved in this, especially because he's 19, and those men had to have been at least 25. I called my dad again, and in his panic, he told me to go out of the room and tell them there's no guys in the apartment, that I'm just a girl. But I just told him I'm gonna call the cops. I know they weren't just looking to break down a door, and that they were targeting this guy who did them dirty. But I still didn't want to go out there because one, even if they're looking for someone else, I don't know if they have weapons, and in their enraged state, they might just cause harm. But they still have the info on me, which leads me to number 2. I'm a high school freshman girl, 5'4", and less than 100 pounds. Quite frankly, I have no fight in me. For example, I'm terrified of knives, so I brought a bowling pin for my room for protection instead. Plus, I was in the middle of a panic attack. I stood no chance against 2 adult men at my door, so letting them know I'm a teen girl home alone isn't the best idea. I sat next to my locked bedroom door with my dog as I called the cops. I tried to keep him quiet this whole time, but I didn't want to be suspicious during this situation. I made sure not to talk to my friend while I was out of the room to keep quiet and tiptoe everywhere so they didn't know anyone was home besides the dog. I'm pretty sure they didn't know anyone was home, even though they said, "We know you're in there," during their yells. Because earlier, they were unsure if they even had the right place. I was on the phone with the cops for a few minutes before I heard light knocking at my door, making me realize I wasn't so much in shock that I didn't even know the banging had stopped. The operator said it was the cops, so I ended the call and answered the door. The officers told me the guys took off just before they got there, and they asked me a few questions about male family members and if they could have any correlation with this. I want to share a story about the time my family's house got broken into. It was a really creepy experience. It happened one dark October evening while I was in high school. Back then, whenever I got home from school, I would go up to my room and lie on my bed and read some comics. On the day of the break-in, it was just me in the house. My family had gone shopping, so I shut myself in my room and lost myself in my books. It was great. I needed the toilet though, so I left my room, and that's when I noticed something strange. The smell of tobacco smoke. This was really weird since I don't smoke, and no one in my family does either. I'd never smelled this smell before in my house, so I went in search of the source of the smell. I began my search in my little sister's room as I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I pushed the door open and switched on the light, and in my little sister's room was a full-grown man. There was a stranger in our house. He was holding his shoes in one hand, and he was rummaging through my sister's drawers with his other hand. I guessed that he had taken off his shoes so that he could move around more quietly. My heart stopped, and my skin went as cold as ice. Somehow I managed to ask, "What are you doing in here?" Despite my fear, he started babbling, creating random excuses, none of which were plausible. It was really crazy. My heart was racing now, and I didn't know what to do, so I just grabbed him by the arm. I didn't want him to escape, and he didn't resist or complain. He kept silent. Luckily, my grandfather lived close by, so I led the intruder with me to his house. When we got there, my grandfather called the police. After some time, the police arrived, and they filled us in on the details. After they interviewed him, it turns out that the man lived in one of the apartments across the street that looked directly into our house. Things got really creepy when he told the police that he'd been in our home several times. He said he liked to break in even when there were people in the house. Despite the police interview, the man broke down and confessed. He said the main purpose of his repeated trespassing was the fact that he was drawn to my sister. He had some sort of obsession with her. He told the police that the day I apprehended him, he was looking for some of her underwear to take back to his apartment. He said that the only reason he picked my sister was due to the simple fact that she was his type. He confessed to entering other people's homes too, anyone who was his type. He said that the only reason he went unnoticed by the occupants was that he was very careful not to disturb anything or steal a thing. No one knew he was coming or going. It seemed that this guy had an understanding of our family's movements, our schedules, that kind of thing. It was clear that he'd been watching our house and our family for a long time. He knew how to get in easily, must have searched for a weak point of entry. He had done this many times without being caught, and my guess was that he began to get careless, which was how I was able to catch him. I only caught him due to the cigarette smell. I can't tell you how horrifying it is to find someone standing in a dark room in your house when you're at that age. I literally have no words for how frightened I was. Of course, we threw away all of my sister's underwear. We decided to get her new clothes. I mean, how could she feel comfortable wearing anything that man had touched? I think my sister has suffered mentally with this, and it's a thing I don't speak to her about. I'm just glad I caught him. Who knows what else he might have tried doing? Maybe stealing the clothes was just the beginning. I don't want to think about it. My roommate was out of the house for the week, so I had the place to myself. It was spring break, so my college classes were out. I had no plans and really nothing I needed to do. On Monday, I was basically trapped inside due to a huge storm blowing through our city. This was common around this time of year, but it still always seemed worse every time. The trees looked like they were going to blow away, and the house would shake and creak nonstop. Knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I decided to just stay up. I turned on the Xbox and started up one of my video games and played for well over an hour, probably until 11 o'clock when the doorbell rang. I paused the game and got up, but then I remembered the fact there was a storm happening. Who would be outside right now? I went over to the front door and looked through the peephole, but nothing. I opened the door. The wind and rain hit me right away, but when I looked around, I didn't see anyone. I closed the door and thought maybe the wind had somehow rung the doorbell. I don't know, it sounds dumb now, but what was I supposed to think? I went back to my game, but only a couple minutes later, I heard a huge crash in the backyard. It sounded like stuff tumbling over and breaking. I immediately knew it was our patio furniture and ran over to the back door. Everything was scattered around the yard, blowing around in the wind. I quickly put on my shoes and went outside, pushing each piece of furniture up against the back of the house. The wind was so heavy it would even hurt sometimes when the water would hit my face. I was rushing, going as fast as I could until I saw someone. They were standing at the edge of the backyard, watching me. I looked back at them for a moment but then grabbed the last piece of furniture and ran inside to escape the rain. I looked at the back door as I dried off, but the person was gone. Between that and the doorbell ringing, I was a little bit nervous. I sat in the living room this time, just scrolling on my phone because I was tired of being interrupted. After a while, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I got a blanket and laid down on the couch. I didn't feel like going upstairs, and the storm was much louder up there. It took a while, but eventually, I drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, still well into the night, I woke up from a sudden burst of heavy wind outside shaking the house. I pulled the blanket to the side and sat up, moving my feet to the floor as I prepared to go check if the furniture outside was still there. But just when my feet touched the floor, they were soaked. It woke me up immediately. I looked down and saw a puddle on the ground right next to the couch. Then I saw another and another, leading in a line across the floor. Inside the puddles were faint muddy shoe prints. I stood up and ran to the corner of the room, heart beating rapidly in my chest. After a minute of hearing nothing but the wind outside, I slowly followed the shoe prints. They led all throughout the house, upstairs and downstairs, but I could clearly tell that they entered through the back door, which I had stupidly forgotten to lock in the rush of getting out of the rain. I locked it and pulled my phone out to call 911, but then the thought crept into my mind, what if they're still inside? I stayed quiet and moved into the corner of the house where I felt the most hidden and called. I waited in silence for them to arrive. When they did, they took a look around, seeing everything I saw, but nothing more. They told me it seems like a personal attack because nothing was missing, and they were clearly focused on my house in particular. However, they walked right up to me while I was sleeping and seemingly did nothing but watch me, which is super creepy but doesn't make much sense. If they wanted to do something to me, they would have at that moment. After some thought, this had led me to believe that whoever it was had actually come from my roommates. They saw me, then looked around the whole house, and then left, doing absolutely nothing. So if this was a personal attack and my roommate was there, I think things may have gone a lot worse than they had. This happened last year when I was 17, and it's something I will never forget. I was home alone one weekend while my parents were at a work convention out of state. I was upstairs in my room playing Rocket League with two of my friends, talking to them on my headset when I heard a thump from downstairs. This wasn't unusual because I have two cats who often make a lot of noise while wrestling with each other. So, I resumed my game while turning down the TV slightly to check if the noise persisted. About 2 minutes later, I heard another thump, followed by what sounded like a grunt. I told my friends about the thumps, and they urged me to check it out, so I did. I began my walk downstairs, thinking my cats were wrestling rougher than usual. But as I got halfway down the stairs, I froze. I could hear what sounded like men whispering to each other coming from the living room. Crouching down to get a small peek into the living room, I saw 3 large men covered in all black, walking around. I can't describe the feeling in my chest when I saw this. Slowly crawling up the stairs from my crouched position, in typical horror movie fashion, the very last step made a very loud creak. The entire house was silent now, and I knew they heard it. Thinking on my feet, I ran quietly to my room, threw on my headset, and told my friends to call the cops and send them to my house. They sounded confused and asked what was going on, but I just urged them to hurry and threw my headset on my bed. As I got to my door to close it, I heard 2 sets of footsteps coming up the stairs. I knew if I locked myself in my room, they would know where I was. So I closed my door and snuck over to my parents' room, purposely leaving the door open so they wouldn't think to check it. About 5 seconds later, I heard a pair of heavy boots hit the wooden upstairs floor, accompanied by another set of footsteps. They got louder as they came down the hall and stopped by my door. I heard pounding on my bedroom door, followed by a deep voice saying, "Open up," before I rammed this door down. I got chills hearing this. I made a break for my parents' bedroom window and slid it open quietly, but I must not have been quiet enough because I heard heavy boots go further down the hallway. As I was halfway through the window, a man came into view from the doorway and yelled as he ran towards me. At this point, I jumped out the window, and the man grabbed my ankles, trying to lift me back up. Luckily, I wiggled my feet enough to slip out of my shoes and onto the small roof above my back door. The man followed me out the window as the other man came to the window. I panicked and jumped off the roof, landing awkwardly on my left ankle. The commotion upstairs caused the third man, still downstairs, to spot me through the porch window and run outside to chase me down. I made it to the backyard gate, limping on one foot, before the man grabbed me and pulled me back into the yard. I tried to yell, but the man covered my mouth as the other 2 men climbed down from the window. All 3 of the men grabbed me and tried pulling me back into the house. As they got me in the house, I heard the relieving sound of police sirens pulling up. The men looked at each other and said, "Shit," before pushing me to the ground and fleeing out the back door. Limping on my one leg to the front door, I yanked it open and yelled that the men were in the backyard. 3 officers ran into the backyard while 1 officer helped me over to one of the police cars. They only caught 1 of the men, while the other 2 escaped over the fence. They threw the man into the other car as the officers came to question me. Shortly after, my 2 friends, whom I was playing with, pulled into the driveway on their bikes and rushed over to me to see if I was all right. I told them I was okay and thanked them for calling the police, potentially saving my life. The man that was caught was charged with burglary and attempted kidnapping. It turns out the men broke in through the basement window. I was thankful to escape with my life and only a sprained ankle that night. My lesson to all is to always follow your gut and never ignore any sound you hear while home alone. I had blocked this story from my memory until my girlfriend reminded me of it a couple days ago. I started dating my girlfriend at the end of my senior year, and I used multiple dating apps before we started dating. I had my Snapchat listed in many of my dating app profiles. This is important. Nothing led to anything with the apps. I'd talk to people for a bit and eventually the conversation would die out. When I began dating my girlfriend, I had deleted the apps but never deleted my account, meaning people could still see my profile and my Snapchat account. I realized this after a few people would add me, but it didn't bother me much because I'd tell them I had a girlfriend. As you would imagine, the conversation would end at that point. But there was this one guy that added me, let's call him Adam. And he asked me if I was available. Being straight, I was used to guys adding me, so I gave him the usual response. Sorry, I'm straight and I have a girlfriend. I expected him to leave me alone, but it didn't stop him. At first the messages were normal. How was your day? What did you do today? Simple stuff like that. Being the nice guy I am, I responded because I thought this guy just wanted to be friends, and having a gay friend is okay with me. Then the messages progressively got more creepy. He started asking questions about my girlfriend, and not the basic questions. As the days passed, I started to notice that Tyler's vocabulary was very similar to Adam's. I wasn't sure about it, so I didn't make any assumptions that it was him. I shared Tyler's Snapchat with my girlfriend, who added him to investigate. As soon as she added Tyler's snap, Tyler flipped out on her, confirming that it was indeed Adam. Realizing this, I blocked him again. After that, everything went quiet from Adam for about a month. I live in the suburbs of Chicago, and both my girlfriend and I live down the street from each other. We often see each other, and our families are good friends. Anyway, a month went by until I received a letter with no address or name on it, just my name on the front. I opened it, and to my shock and horror, it was basically a love letter from Adam. The letter expressed his love for me and his desire for me to run off with him. The letter took a very sexual turn halfway through, with explicit descriptions of what he wanted to do to me. At that moment, I had two horrifying realizations. One was that he knew my address, and two, he had dropped off the letter himself, meaning he was in my town. I immediately called my girlfriend, who was equally shocked. After consulting with my parents, we called the cops. Unfortunately, since I had blocked and removed Adam's social media information and the letter had no return address, there was nothing we could do about it. Day after day, letters kept appearing in my mailbox until they also started showing up at my girlfriend's place. Her letters were far worse than mine. Adam wrote about how much he hated her and how he wanted to hurt her. He described in detail the ways he would inflict pain on her until she broke up with me. Like me, she reported this to the police, but they could do nothing about it. My girlfriend's family had plans to go to Hawaii for vacation, and I was house-sitting for them. The first couple of days went fine until one of the last nights of the week. As usual, I was at their house, watching TV on the couch, when the power went out. It was around 1 a.m., and it was pitch black. The next few seconds were silent, and then I heard a window smash from the office. To help you understand the layout of the house, when you entered the front door, the living room was on your left, straight ahead were both the kitchen and stairs, and to the right were the office and dining room. Upstairs, as soon as you reached the top of the stairs, there was a bathroom straight ahead. My girlfriend's room was on the right, and the other bedrooms were on the left. I immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and ran upstairs to hide while I called the cops. I quickly got into my girlfriend's room and slipped into the closet. As soon as I was able to contact the operator, I heard the intruder pounding up the steps. Thankfully, I had relayed all the information to the operator in time, and she stayed on the phone as we both remained quiet. The intruder took a left when he reached the top of the stairs, which gave more time for the cops to arrive and for me to get ready, just in case I needed to defend myself. A few minutes passed until I heard the intruder start walking toward my girlfriend's room. In the precious seconds I had, I slipped out of the closet and positioned myself next to the door. As soon as he opened the door and started to enter the room, I took the kitchen knife and drove it into his shoulder. A young man screamed in pain as I heard a heavy metallic object make a large thud as it hit the ground. From there, I bolted out of the house, where I was met by 4 squad cars and cops with their guns raised. I raised my hands, shouting that he was upstairs in the right room. A few minutes passed, and the intruder was dragged out, still screaming in pain. With the siren lights flooding the street, I got a glimpse of his face. It was Adam. Later, an officer informed me that the metallic thud was caused by him dropping his handgun. Adam was from Texas and had traveled up to my state to be with me. He had rented a room at a local motel and would put letters in both my girlfriend's and my mailbox daily. He was doing this in the early hours of the morning. This was confirmed by the security footage from the motel he was staying at. On the night of the break-in, Adam had plans to kill my girlfriend and her family so that I would choose to be with him. He managed to pry open the power box, switched off the power to her house along with neighboring houses, and broke in with the intention of her being there. Well, unfortunately for him, she was enjoying a tropical vacation. To be honest, I have no idea how the outcome would have been different if they hadn't gone on vacation, and I am grateful that I still have my girlfriend as well as her family alive. So, to any stalkers out there, please stay away from my girlfriend. This happened to me over a decade ago, but I will never forget the feeling deep in my chest. Both that night and the next morning when the true nature of the situation became apparent. It was late December in a small Texas town. We just received 5 inches of snow earlier in the morning. I can't remember what time it was. All I remember is it was dark outside, and I was playing in my room. It's important to note that my room was made up of 2 parts, a mudroom with a door leading out front, then my actual bedroom. The door was an older style wood door with all the old hardware, and had a window on the top half. It had a window shade, but that wouldn't stop anyone from looking in if they wanted. My room was the frontmost with my parents' room being in the back of the house. Suddenly, the knob was not being gently moved, someone was turning it with force. This door was one that had to be locked from the inside, so the knob could turn and open freely. Luckily, there were 2 deadbolts. Whoever was on the other side just figured out the knob was free to open. As soon as I heard it turn all the way, I sprung up to the wall about 5 feet from the door, my back to the wall. The door fell silent. I found myself glued to the wall, unable to move. Then, the knob turned slowly. I remember watching, waiting for it to turn all the way. When it did, whoever was on the other side started trying to budge the door and pry. At first, it was easy going, but then they started pounding into the door with their foot. They got only 2 kicks in, when I unfroze and screamed for my life. I sprinted to the back of the house to get my parents. They asked what was wrong, and I said someone tried to break in. They ran over and checked, not bothering to look outside, which I pleaded them to. They just said my imagination was running wild and it was an animal or the old age of the house. They took one final look in my mudroom, not bothering to investigate any further. I was told to go to bed. It took me hours. I don't even remember falling asleep. All I remember is staring at the door from my bed, never taking my eyes off the doorknob. Suddenly, I was woken up by my parents, who were obviously distressed and seemed to be scared. My mom grabbed me by both shoulders and got right in front of me. She asked very sternly why I thought someone tried to break in. When I told them this time, they seemed to listen. I was worried how serious they were as they asked me about everything. When I was done, they said they had to show me something. They took me to the front door and out to the front yard, pointing to my door near the driveway. You could clearly see the boot prints in the snow, walking along the street through our yard and straight to my window, then my mudroom door, where I had been playing the night before. The police showed up and took a report, but nothing ever came of it. I was never able to sleep well in that house. I can never forget what it felt like as a child to go through this and not have my parents believe me. I'm just glad I was not home alone and very thankful for that strong door. Hello. I'm a 20-year-old French girl. To set the context, I live in a suburb in a small residence with 6 houses. My gate is often broken, and most of the time it's wide open, giving easy access to our small courtyard. My house has 1 floor with 4 bedrooms, including mine. Downstairs, there's a guest bedroom which we use as a treatment room due to my health issues. It's where we keep all the equipment and medicines. I also have a dog who means the world to me. He feels everything and even senses my epileptic seizures before they happen. He can even tell when the nurses are arriving by the sound of their tires in our yard. He never barks unless there's a problem. A nurse visits me 4 to 5 times a day for treatments, including infusions. This is an important part of my story. One morning, as usual, my nurse, Sandra, arrived at 8 a.m. She administered my treatment, and we chatted like we always did. After about 40 minutes, she left, saying she might be a little late next time, but I shouldn't be worried. That day, my parents were at work, and I had a medical appointment in the morning. I was home alone, except for the nurse's visits every 4 hours. When I returned from my appointment, I sat on the sofa with my dog while waiting for the next nurse. When I heard tire noises, I thought it was Sandra arriving a bit early. My dog started growling, which was unusual. I looked at the time, 11:50 a.m. I assumed Sandra might have switched with the previous patient, as she sometimes did. I heard a knock and I went to the door. I saw a young woman I had never met before. She introduced herself as Camille, a 3rd year at nursing school, and explained that Sandra had sent her to prepare my treatment. I wasn't suspicious. I was used to students coming over. But I was a bit surprised because Sandra usually informed me in the morning or sent a message. Also, she never left a student alone on the first visit. I led Camille to the treatment room and showed her the way. While she washed her hands, my dog's behavior became strange. He growled as she approached me and circled me, so I decided to leave him in the living room and close the door to keep him calm. I didn't pay much attention to what Camille was doing. I was on my phone at that moment. Then, I noticed she was preparing a syringe rather than using the pre-made saline syringe as usual. I glanced up and saw that my treatment ampoules were untouched, but I had heard the distinct sound of ampoules breaking. Something felt off. As she approached me with the syringe, I received a message from Sandra saying she'd be there in 5 minutes and asked me to start setting up the equipment. I made up an excuse, telling Camille that I needed to use the restroom and left her in the treatment room. My dog kept barking and growling. When I reached the toilet downstairs, I sent Sandra a message telling her about the woman, and she had no idea what I was talking about. I was terrified and started crying in the bathroom. Camille came to check on me and asked if everything was okay. I assured her it was, and that's when I heard the front door slam shut. 2 minutes later, it reopened, and I heard Sandra's voice. I left the bathroom, still crying, and Sandra asked me what had happened. I explained the situation and showed her the treatment room. We called the police, who arrived, examined the evidence, and took samples from the syringe and other items prepared by Camille. The test results were shocking. The syringe contained a paralyzing substance, enough to paralyze a 120 kilograms man, and the IV contained a highly concentrated medicine that could have stopped anyone's heart. To this day, we don't know who Camille really was. Thankfully, I never heard from her again. She had stolen all my opioids but left my tablet and computer untouched. Looking back, I realized my dog had sensed Camille's ill intentions. I should have been more vigilant, especially since she was a stranger and on her own. My treatments are far from simple. I often wonder what could have happened if I hadn't checked my phone that day. Okay, before I get into the story, there's a few things I need to explain about my country, South Africa, for you to fully understand the story. In South Africa, it's normal to have high brick walls with electric gates, electric fences, and alarms. The crime here is hectic. It's also pretty normal to have big gardens. My family and I are big animal lovers, so at the time we had 6 dogs. 2 Shar-Peis, 2 German short-haired pointers, and 2 dachshunds. With that being said, our dogs roam freely around the garden, as it's obviously enclosed. We usually leave the veranda door open during the day for them to do their thing. Another thing about South Africa, it's normal to have a live-in maid and a gardener. Like, the average family usually employs them. It's not only for wealthy people, which seems to be a thing in other countries. For the story, our maid is Ellie and our gardener is Vince. So this happened in 2007 when I was 9 years old. My older brother was 10 and we had just gotten our first cell phones that day. My dad surprised us after work. You may think we were quite young to have phones, but it was used for emergencies or to communicate with our parents. Anyways, it's an important piece of info for the story. We don't usually leave our veranda door open at night due to security reasons, but I remember it being a hot summer night that night. So of course, this night of all nights, the veranda door was wide open and the dogs were doing their thing in the garden. My brother and I were in my parents' room setting up our new cell phones, all excited. Ellie's daughter, who was 18, was like an older sister to us, and she was helping my brother and I. My dad was somewhere in the house and my mom was in the bath. I specifically remember the maid's daughter making a comment about how the dogs would not shut up and how annoying it was. That's when I noticed it as well. Sure, they bark, but it was usually the dachshunds that yapped when the bigger dogs just chilled. Plus, it would only happen for a few minutes, then they'd get over it. Something was different that night, as even the bigger dogs were barking non-stop. My dad appeared in our room and mentioned to us that he also noticed the dog's incessant barking, and he was going to check if everything was okay. No alarm bells went off in my head, and I don't believe my dad thought anything was amiss either, because my brother asked to investigate with him, and my dad agreed. I was obviously too engrossed in my new Sony Ericsson. My dad said he had a terrible feeling because of this, and because of how out of character the dogs were acting. He called after them. They usually come running, but tonight they all seemed to just look at him. They then turned back around and continued going crazy at this dark corner down the steps. My dad told my brother to go back inside the house and get a torch, sort of using it as an excuse for my brother not to come with him because of this off feeling. When my brother went back inside, my dad slowly approached the steps. He noticed how the dogs seemed to be snapping at whatever it was, hiding just out of view in the darkness. As he got to the steps, he noticed the lamp was smashed. Confused, he inched to the steps, and just as he realized what was happening, it was too late. My dad, being an ex-vet and avid hunter, felt something cold against his temple and immediately knew it was a gun. 4 men in balaclavas stepped out of the darkness, all armed. Shocked, he stood frozen on the steps. The man holding the gun to his head was instantly aggressive and asked him where my brother was. He said that he saw my dad come out with my brother, but my brother went back into the house. My dad said something came over him, and before he knew what he was saying, he responded by saying, "He's gone inside to press the panic button." As he said it, he saw how all of these guys started to panic. They started speaking in an African language called Zulu, assuming my dad couldn't understand, because it's not common for white people to speak it. But my dad had actually grown up on a farm where he learned it fluently because of the farm workers. The aggressive guy holding the gun said, in Zulu, "Shit. The cops will be here any minute. Let's just kill this guy, grab what we can, and leave." The others seemed apprehensive, and a smaller guy seemed really on edge, and continued to say how he can't go back to jail again. And they need to get out of there before the cops show, which would be any minute. He was panicking. My dad then took advantage of this guy's fear. My dad interrupted them, speaking English, pretending to not understand what they're saying, and said that we usually have armed response vehicles that drove in our area, and since my brother pushed the panic button so long ago, they'll probably be here any second. And that did the trick. My dad watched as their plan unraveled before them. The smaller, scared guys started freaking out all the other guys, saying that they need to leave ASAP, or else they'd be caught. He seemed to make the others more nervous and lose confidence until they started full-on bickering amongst themselves. Their plan was slowly turning to shit, as a third guy had put it. The aggressive guy pointing the gun to my dad's head slowly lowered it as they started fighting, losing focus on my dad and shifting his focus onto his crew. My dad then used this as an opportunity to slowly back up the steps and turn to dart towards the house. As luck would have it, as my dad ran into the veranda door, my oblivious brother was heading out with a torch. My dad scooped him up under his arm and sprinted into the house, not even closing the door behind him. Silly, but I think he just wanted to get my brother inside as quick as possible without even thinking. The maid's daughter and I were obviously also oblivious to everything when my dad rushed through the bedroom door, slammed it shut, and told us to go upstairs into the attic. There's 5 guys outside with guns. They're here to hurt us. Get upstairs now. My heart sank. I remember my body automatically responding and me sprinting to the stairs. My mom ran out of the bathroom in a towel, not too far behind. We sat there in the darkness and silence. I swear you could hear a pin drop. I think we were all just waiting to hear something below us in the rooms. My mom cursed, saying she didn't have a phone, and neither did my dad. But as luck would have it, in my hand was my brand new Sony Ericsson. No better emergency to use it than now, right? My mom dials the police, and I kid you not, when they asked where we lived, they told us it wasn't in their jurisdiction. Sorry. Click. The line goes dead. We're now not only shitting ourselves, but we're flabbergasted. My mom starts cursing like a sailor again, and that's when my dad realizes, damn. He didn't close the veranda door, and what about Ellie and Vince, who are in their rooms, blissfully unaware of the danger they're in? He gets his firearm in the safe in the attic and tells us that whatever we hear, to not come downstairs. To stay hidden no matter what. Now I'm sobbing, begging my dad not to leave us, but he tells us he has to go get the others before something bad happens to them. Now there's even more tears, as reality hits that there's 2 other people still in danger. The maid's daughter is understandably in hysterics, because she's also fearing for her mom downstairs. My dad disappears and the air is thick with tension. We can still hear the dogs going crazy, indicating that those men were still on our property. My mom then calls another number, the armed security that drives around the area, and they say they'll be over in about 10 to 15 minutes. They say to wait and stay hidden until they ring our bell at the gate. We all wait in silence, fearing that we'll hear a gunshot or anything indicating these men are in our house. But there was just silence. The only sound was the dog's barks outside. After what seemed like hours, most likely a couple minutes, we heard stomping coming up the stairs and my heart rate quickened. I remember shutting my eyes and praying that it was my dad, with Ellie and Vince. Luckily, it was. We all hid for a while, no one dared to speak. The dogs seemed to have calmed down considerably, but were still barking every now and then. The gate intercom rang and my dad told us to wait while he checked if it was the security company, and sure enough, it was. He opened up and the nightmare was over. I remember standing up and my knees buckling from the adrenaline my body endured. The armed security somehow notified the right police for our jurisdiction, and everyone investigated the garden. They found that there were actually 7 pairs of footprints and that these guys had bent the spikes on our wall and just climbed over. We got an electric fence shortly after. So there must have been 2 other guys hiding in the shadows that my dad hadn't seen. Which is actually creepy in its own right. South Africa's violent crime is quite bad, and it's sickeningly common for torture and other terrible things to happen during home invasions. I was obviously so young at the time, I didn't know the horrors of the world and was just scared of my family getting hurt. Now that I'm older, just the thought of 4 women being in the house, and my mom being in nothing but a bath towel, gives me the chills to this day. The cops said the fact that there were so many guys, instead of like 1 to 3, indicates that these guys possibly had sinister intentions. Thank goodness nothing happened to my family, and I'm forever thankful for my dad's quick thinking regarding the panic button. Also, I'm so glad my dad understands Zulu and could manipulate the situation to benefit us. Lastly, my family will forever be in debt to our good boys and girls that warned us that night. A terrifying and life-changing outcome would have 100% happened had it not been for our incredible dogs. From that day onwards, my dad always gave them leftover rice or meat with their dinner. I'm sure there was a special place in heaven reserved for you angels. I was just 14 years old, and it seemed like an ordinary night. It was roughly around 9 p.m. I was at my younger cousin's house and I was babysitting for the night. Both of our parents had gone out for drinks and weren't going to be back until late. We were just lounging around, sitting in the living room, watching random shows on television. So we're sitting there and I was feeling really unsettled. Something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I tried to ignore it and kept watching TV with my cousin, who was happily enjoying my company. The feeling wasn't going away. So I got up and walked to the back door to lock it. When I came back through the kitchen, I realized what was causing my weird feeling. In the window, there was a very decrepit and homeless-looking man. just staring into the window, looking at my young cousin. Protective mode turned on. I pretended like I didn't see the guy and I told my little cousin that we needed to go upstairs because our parents would be home soon and they wouldn't want him to be staying up late. I went upstairs and put him to bed, knowing damn well that there was a man outside that wanted to get in. At the time, I was about 125 pounds and 5'8", and I played football for my school. If I remember correctly, I went downstairs and straight into the kitchen and grabbed one of those meat tenderizing hammers. I turned back to the window where I saw him before. He wasn't there. So I ran back to the front door and checked that it was locked. Both the deadbolt and the knob were locked. I ran back upstairs with my meat tenderizer and went into my cousin's room and sat down in front of the door. He asked me what I was doing and I said that he didn't need to worry about it and that he should keep his head low. I called the cops and then my dad and uncle. Cops said they would take half an hour and my dad and uncle were 45 minutes away. All of a sudden I hear a window shatter and the sound of heavy boots walking around on the tiles. I told my cousin to stay calm and hide under the covers. I whispered to him that he needed to stay silent. I could hear the guy walking around downstairs. It was horrifying. I gripped that damn meat tenderizer and waited. About 5 minutes pass and then I hear the boots walking upstairs. At this point I was having a freaking heart attack. My cousin's door is no more than 10 feet from the stairs. I heard him opening the doors to my uncle's room. Then the bathroom. My cousin's door was next along the hallway. I was shaking with adrenaline at this point. Suddenly, he decided to walk back downstairs and I heard him open the door to the basement. 15 minutes later the police showed up and burst into the house. They came up to our room and I told them that I heard him go into the basement. They rushed down there and caught the guy without much fuss. It turned out the guy was loose from a mental hospital from the city about 20 miles away. He had the mental age of a child and had broken into a few other houses in the area. I had nightmares for months afterwards. About 10 years ago, I lived on my own and didn't have much company. I was quite depressed at the time after losing my girlfriend to a drunk driver. I was enjoying a beer and watching the sunset on the back porch when I saw a large, scruffy man emerging from the tree line. My heart skipped a beat as he stumbled towards my house in a menacing way. Living alone, I often used my backyard for target practice. And at that moment, I was immensely grateful for it. Instinctively, I rushed to bolt all the doors while frantically dialing the police. What I didn't know was that this intruder had broken in the day before through a basement window and had spent the night squatting there. He had left the basement door unlocked, and at this point, he'd made his way inside the house and was making his way up the stairs towards me. I gripped my rifle, aiming it at the approaching man as he descended the hallway. I shouted at him, ordering him to stop and get on the ground, but he just kept walking towards me. I fired the first round, loaded with rock salt, but he showed no reaction, undeterred. I quickly followed with a rubber bullet to the chest. Yet the drugged-up guy, who was clearly out of his mind, continued advancing. This guy was huge, at least twice my size, and I realized that whatever drugs he had in his body were going to push him through any pain that a rubber bullet would inflict. He was backing me into a corner. I desperately begged him to stop and warned him what would happen, but he just moaned at me like a zombie and lunged towards me. I took my third shot. I can't recall whether it was buckshot or a slug, but it left a gaping hole in his chest. It barely even slowed him down. He kept coming, and in a frenzied struggle, he wrestled me to the ground. He was moaning and coughing up blood. Suddenly, he grabbed my face with both of his massive hands and started squeezing my head. It was utterly terrifying. I could feel him trying to burst my skull open like a balloon. I don't know how long it actually lasted, but it felt like forever. Eventually, the injury finally caught up with him, and he died on top of me. I was laying with him crushing me for a few minutes. My energy was completely drained, and I could barely breathe with his weight on top of me. His body was pushing my rifle into my chest, and it was causing me serious pain when I tilted his body to the side. I was completely drenched in his blood, and I can still remember the overwhelming smell. I'd completely forgotten that I was still on the phone with the operator, who had heard our entire exchange, which more or less amounted to me pleading, "Stop, or I'll shoot," and the man menacingly taunting. The police arrived soon after, and the incident made it to the local papers. There was a criminal investigation, but eventually, I was cleared of any wrongdoing. It turned out that the intruder was wanted for murder of an elderly couple in Baltimore and had somehow made his way 50 miles up the road into a rural area. I was 18 and chilling in my friend's apartment alone. We lived in a duplex. He was on the top floor and I was on the bottom. Ironically, I was watching a horror movie when I hear something huge come through the front door and into the kitchen. I got up to see who was there. We threw huge parties all the time, so it wasn't really that odd for some random to just show up. But then I saw this dude. He was a huge country boy wearing overalls and holding a huge butcher's knife, just looking at me while standing in the kitchen. I might have said something, I don't remember. But I promptly rushed out of a side door, ran into my apartment and locked all the doors. I don't remember who I called or exactly what happened, but I know I waited until I couldn't hear anyone moving around upstairs anymore and crept back in. Big guy was passed out on the couch. Turns out he was on parole for domestic abuse charges, had gotten super sauce downtown, and made it to the apartment where he used to live. He was arrested and we never heard from him again, so I assume his parole didn't go too well. I also have another story from that apartment, possibly related. Again, I was home alone and waiting for my friend to get back so we could play some Xbox. It's like 1 a.m. and suddenly there's aggressive banging on the door. As I mentioned, it wasn't unusual to have unexpected guests, but banging like this? Not normal. I get closer to the door and this guy is screaming about money, and he kept referring to someone called Big Man. Open the door, Big Man. Big Man apparently owed him $10,000 and he was here to collect. He had something metal. I assumed it was a gun or a metal baseball bat. I could hear the clang noise when he'd smacked the door. I was pretty high at the time and didn't know what to do, so I just stood on the other side of the door for about 20 minutes whilst he shouted abuse and tried to kick the door down. Pretty dumb, but I was young and stupid. He did eventually leave and I don't know if he came back one night during a party or what, but I never heard about him again. One final thing that happened in that apartment. It was the day after a party. My flatmate was once again out and it was just me at home. There was a knock at the door and I looked through and could see a delivery guy. I opened the door and he says he's got a delivery for me, already paid for. He's just carrying a delivery bag that seems suspiciously light. He asks where's Jason and I ask who that is. He tells me Jason ordered it and says he can only deliver it to Jason because he paid for it. I didn't know anyone with that name and the guy didn't look like your typical delivery guy. I told him he must have the wrong address, and this guy shoves his hand in the door and pushes it open whilst I'm trying to close it. We have this intense standoff where I'm trying to tell him that Jason doesn't live here, and he insists that I let him in to check. He gives me this serious stare and tells me it's just Jason he needs to see. He decided to drop the delivery man act, and it was clear that he and Jason had business. I was about to let him in to prove that Jason didn't live here when my flatmate came home and celebrated the fact that I'd ordered pizza. The guy dropped his bag and left. It took me a while to put all of the strange encounters together. The guy on parole who'd broken in originally was probably the guy that owed people money and had people showing up to get him to pay. We both moved out a few weeks later. That place was too much trouble.